Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, Will, tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. Hey, no yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinch nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate. I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is. I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any. I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited. That's being modest. I'm being honest. Pop up my collar. School of hard knocks. I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it myself, and that's enough for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself, and that's enough for me. And I can only be myself. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so I stay true to me. Oh, well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so I stay true to me.
Twisted, it's all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed, won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I rule by my heart and it's bound for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling
Let it come.
swear to God, I will hold you in my
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't be some for some meaning to explain feelings. Are we strangers
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and nail it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's equipping us with more to say. It's a moment for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today.
Hot wire, life to run, turn me on. 觉得我们状态这么好的原因是我们是新上来的队伍嘛，没有心理负担，打得会比较放得开一点。
但只是战队后期的运营，包括执行力，还有资源的分配都比较的均匀。
就说 OMG 是上赛季的黑马嘛，我们是这赛季的黑马，还是比较期待和他们交手的。
如果我打野英雄选择了比较强势的英雄，我会和我们的中单进他们野区对他们打野进行骚扰。
저희 팀은 연동이 상대 팀에 비해 더 뛰어난 것 같고요. 라인전에서만 밀리지 않으면 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
他们的中野打的属于比较那种运营偏保守的，然后我们是进攻来获取前期的优势，来掌握节奏，然后赢下比赛。
OMG 같은 경우 이제 제가 좀 안 좋은 추억도 있고 하지만 저번 시즌 대회볼 때 OMG 엄청 잘했어요. 이제 팀 간의 연계가 좋고
我们尽量减少自己的失误，相信自己中后期的团战上能与对面处理好，因为我们是全华班。DNA 这支黑马，我们会尽全力去击败他们。
电子竞技实力说话。
DAN 加油！
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's week number 4, day number 3, and let's get ready to League of Legends. You just saw an awesome tease for our match of the week, which is happening in just a few hours when Dan Gaming will take on the undefeated OMG. But before we get there, we've got to make a few pit stops on the way. It's Jing Dong Gaming taking on Snake Esports, and you can see everyone's nice and relaxed in the Snake room. Crystal, the Draven main, he's just taking a nap as he gets ready for this one, and they're filling out the champions that we expect to see them play. No, I'm not kidding. I have no idea what that form actually was. My name's Dom. Joining me here on the desk, we've got a whole lot of real estate. It's Indiana Frostgear in black. Look at all this room we've got.
I know, right? I drew the short end of the stick, so I got the honor to be on the desk with you, Dom, and just our duo here and
The
cast
short end of the stick.
a long
Alrighty.
stick.
Yeah, look at all of this desk that we've got. So much room. That means I can actually use wide hand motions. I don't have to worry about cutting in.
You'll
Well, I still will.
definitely take
Yeah,
out
no,
my
I definitely
eyes, so
will.
please just stay over there, Beaker.
large wingspan.
Exactly.
Alrighty. So how are you today?
I'm actually pretty excellent. I feel like I'm really hyped up after that intro. I feel like you are correct. It is definitely a brawl today, and we have some exciting matches, even though they might not be top of the table matches.
Yeah. Well, hold the phone. Dan Gaming
Dan
versus
Gaming
OMG.
and OMG, I'm sorry. I have been corrected.
Yes. Well, I mean, to be fair, we did see Dan Gaming lose to Team WE. We saw them lose quite
RNG.
unceremoniously to RNG. I
Yeah.
was looking for the adjective to describe the game
Okay.
because in most Dan Gaming wins, it is swift, it is decisive, they fight and they move as a cohesive unit. But RNG, they said, whatever decision you make, it's going to be wrong because we're going to be playing multiple sides of the map.
I mean, effectively, we took a gamble this week. We came in, we looked at the matches. We have EDG and RNG tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
always going to be a crowd favorite. But we looked at OMG and Dan. We said, this is going to be our match of the week. You know, Dan, the upcomers, underdogs, kind of no one really knew who they were. They've come out, they've taken down Team EDG.
Yeah.
They lost to Team WE, but they've been rampaging through their group. So we went on a limb. We're going to trust them. They kind of got their clocks cleaned by RNG a little bit, but the faith is still there, and it's definitely going to be an uphill battle still for both sides. So I feel like OMG need to tighten up, treat Dan with respect, because they've deserved it.
Absolutely. And of course, there is some history to that match that we'll be able to talk about a little bit later. But before we get to those matches, let's actually go ahead and bring up what our 3 games of the day are. So first up, we've got Snake versus JD Gaming at the bottom of the screen, exactly. We've also got Suning Gaming taking on IG. And finally, our match of the week, as we said, it's OMG versus Dan.
And today is really about defining the middle of the pack as well as that exciting matchup between Dan and OMG. You know, can Dan pull the Hercules and go the distance? Is this going to be their split, or will they eventually fall to the top 4? Snake versus Jingdong. Again, we're trying to define who's actually bottom tier, who's mid tier. Both these teams are slowly climbing up on the rise, although I think Snake definitely have an upper hand in this. And then Suning versus IG. That's a wild card at its finest.
Yeah, you can see the standings right now on your screen. First up, JD at 0-6. Not a single match win to their name, though they have taken games. They've not been able to close out a series. They're taking on Snake, who have only a single match win. So if ever there was a chance, now would be it.
But the thing is how volatile both of these teams have been in their game. So while they haven't been putting the wins on the board, they've definitely still been pretty stressful for teams to deal with and try to, pick apart to find those victories. They haven't been easy. Jingdong especially drawing out very long games. You really have to run the test of time, the endurance before you take them down. And Snake are just as scrappy as ever.
Yeah, we saw them play against IG just 2 days ago, and game number 1 and game number 2 actually looked like fairly close matches, but then in game number 3, like you said, it was just a completely different JD that showed up for that final match, and that was the one to seal the deal. So hopefully they've had a few days to rest and recover to prepare for their match today against Snake, and it is going to be a bit of a dense matchup. So let's actually start breaking down our expectations for these teams. Again, Snake, they are a collection of prodigies. They have very many good players on their team, but they don't always play as a team.
I mean, prodigy is the word that seals it. We say this over and over again. This entire roster, they were all supposed to be prodigies. OQ, Zatai, Flandre, SOFM.
Yeah.
The only guy who's actually turned into a prodigy, I think, is SOFM. He's definitely returned to form. We had some questions, in Spring Split. Is he intentionally feeding? Is he trolling? He was doing some really wonky things that put him on the bench. We went through the roster musical chair shuffle. Now that Snake have solidified their roster, SOFM, I mean, it feels like the whip has been cracked. He's back into shape, building a little bit of strange items, but definitely playing for the team, and just unfortunately everyone else around him has yet to really pick up the slack.
And that creates this sort of interesting dilemma, because you look at the team of Snake, Flandre, he's going to take hyper carries and try to split push. SOFM, the huge jungler himself, Zatai, OQ, Crystal, just running through the lineup. So many playmakers, but who's going to help make that play happen?
Exactly. They're missing a facilitator. When Snake were on point, it was when they had someone like Ella, like Jetso. And that's not to say that Crystal is a bad support. He's just filling a very different responsibility than what I think Snake need to really round out their arsenal of weapons. They've got everyone making the plays, but no one's setting them up. So everyone's running off in different directions instead of moving together.
Big hope is that they can find some cohesion in their matchup against Jingdong, because while Snake seemed to be lacking a facilitator, Jingdong are on the opposite end of the spectrum. That's all they have. And their one playmaker is Doinby. If he makes a mistake, then the whole thing falls apart.
It's pretty much Snake are just juggling all of these weapons, and then JD on the other side only have one.
Yes.
And it's only Doinby. The fall from this guy. He was MVP last split. Now he is 0-6, not picking up a single win. And suddenly you have to draw the line. Is this Doinby's fault? Is he not performing? Or is this a bigger team-wide issue as we look at the rosters?
Yeah, it's Jingdong for the first game. Kabe, Shinyi, Doinby returning along with Logan and Mao.
And the two things to point out are the fact that it's Loken, the Korean AD carry, formerly from Ever starting, as well as Shinyi, his Chinese counterpart in that jungle. So Clid, nowhere to be found still. JD still trying to find that magical synergy with the roster to make it come together, but they're running out of time.
They certainly are. Hopefully they will have an opportunity today against Snake. You can see Flandre, SOFM, Zatai, OQ, and Crystal rounding out the roster. They've had 2 days to learn since their last game. Perhaps they're willing to show us that they can play as a cohesive unit.
And on the other side, like you said, the revolving door roster has closed for Snake. This is the consistent 5. That's who they've been running with. And unfortunately, they're also not finding any sort of success. So bottom of the table clash, but I feel like the standings are still very untelling for how talented both these lineups can be.
Yeah, there is sort of a lot of flexibility for how they can actually move up and down. And again, Snake is an older organization. They joined the LPL, in 2015?
2014.
2014. It's been quite some time since we've seen them. JD, younger organization. It's certainly seen some changes. Again, we're still looking for that stability, and it is this crisis of faith for the team. And with the current jungler support meta and the fact that the two of them are new to the team, it really leaves you asking, what needs to happen for JD? Because they do have a good jungler, they do have a good support, but then you look at SOFM and Crystal and you think, oh boy, that's going to be...
And that's where we have to look at the context of the league. You know, Shinyi and Mao, they're serviceable, they're role players, but I wouldn't call them good just yet. They haven't defined anything of that sort. Not to say that they're bad, they're just certainly outclassed in almost every single position. In fact, the only guy that isn't just straight up outclassed is Doinby on your screen right now. Again, MVP last split, yet to pick up any sort of win, still laying down huge damage numbers. But Doinby does have an issue. He does have a glaring flaw, and it's in his champion pool. And that kind of persists throughout the JD roster. You've got Kabe, who is insulated very heavily by the tank meta. You know, he's unable to transfer into the new meta of the carry champions. He's getting kind of blown out of the water. You have Doinby, who has a very niche champion pool. You know, he plays a lot of the Kassadin. I remember last split, he had a big issue where he wanted to play the Quinn mid when that was big, but he never got to. And if he's forced onto more mainstream meta picks, he kind of wavers off or tapers off and isn't able to output the damage.
That was an absolutely beautiful meta when you could take Quinn mid and just roam for all the side lanes. It's great. And then we got Talon just afterwards, so it's lots of fun to see that sort of thing happening. But again, Doinby, he's going to have to show us something good because he's going up against Zatai in the mid lane. And Zatai, who has been all over the map, not only in roles but in teams, he has got a lot of experience under his belt as well.
Exactly, and if Doinby has a niche champion pool, Zatai has a champion ocean. This guy can play anything and everything. His current responsibility to Snake, though, is playing more of a facilitating role. He's going to pick up things like the Victors, like the Orianas, and he's going to try to be the Jetsu or the Ella of Snake 2014, but for 2017.
And this is Zatai playing these champions?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know if I feel that way.
I mean, the thing is Zatai had a reputation, again, if we're talking prodigies, he built it on his ability to play assassins, and he would often pick up champions that no one really expected. It was kind of his gimmick, where he would do things like play Xerath mid when he was first released, and no one quite knew what the champion did, and he would kind of catch you off guard. But he never mastered any champion. He was just kind of a jack of all trades. But in Snake, he's unable to use how flexible and how versatile his champion pool really is, just because they're still trying to figure out, you know, who they are and what they're going to grow up to be.
I feel like we've seen a lot of success from Snake, at least in the spring split, when Zatai and Flandre were allowed to 1-3-1 with double teleport champions. And again, that harkens back to putting Zatai on an assassin like Fizz or Echo, or even Kassadin that can split push. We haven't seen so much of that split push strategy here in the summer split. Perhaps it could be something that they return to, but it remains to be seen. And again, the conversation of champion pools is something that is super interesting in the current jungle and support meta as a whole, because it just changes how the whole pick and ban will go. And again, we're on patch 7.12 right now. Looks like we're just about ready to get into that pick and ban. What are we looking for, Frosco?
We're looking for high-impact junglers and then carry-oriented top laners facilitating support. So you want to see the Threshes, the Broms, you want to see the Elise, the Lee Sins, the Kazakhs, things like that.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled as we've already got 5 bans on the board. LeBlanc, Fiora, and Zac banned away. So there goes two split pushers from Snake. Karma, almost 100% ban rate against Doinby. Absolutely huge to take it away from him, and that Galio as well. So Snake, with the luxury of a third ban, with that Zac banned on blue, means they actually get something additional.
And we talked about, you know, limited effective champion pools. This could be JD banning Zac from blue side because Shinyi doesn't feel comfortable on the champion, which is, like you said, going to be a throwaway ban, letting that Caitlyn come in, or it could mean that they need a higher priority on something else, and they don't want to trade that for Zac.
Final ban, though, is going to be Caitlyn, and Thresh immediately picked up for Mao in that bottom lane. Huge support. And more importantly, taking it away from Crystal.
And yeah, my opinion's still really out on where I'm going to rank Mao in the scheme of all the supports. Unfortunately, he is in a stacked region with people like Mako and even Crystal running around on that champion PYL returning to form. So he does get a big playmaker here, probably the #1 support in the meta alongside Braum. So let's see what you're made of.
It's time to find out. Gragas locked in for Snake. That can be flexed between Flandre and SOFM, so perhaps providing some flexibility.
And normally you would say that this would 100% go to Flandre because he's played it more in the past, but with SOFM kind of turning over a new leaf, starting to become more of a team player, a supportive jungler, as opposed to just the Lee Sin one trick, now kind of questions come up and it's actually used as a proper flex pick.
OQ will return to his Ashe. I think you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. OQ seems to be one of the few AD carries left in the LPL who is clutching to that Ashe. And now he gets the chance to take it again, but he's against Thresh and Kalista in the bottom lane with a Jarvan on top of it.
He's got a vice-like grip on this champion and he just won't let it go.
White-knuckled.
And here's the thing is that he actually performed really well on a hyper carry the last time we saw OQ pick up Kog'Maw, but Snake, again, they're kind of pigeonholed into this single blueprint style of game where they need that facilitator. And unfortunately, OQ drew the short straw there. He has to have that arrow, which means they'll always put priority on this champion.
And now with that locked in, we're getting into our next round of bans. Still not seeing a jungler for Shinyi, unless he will be taking that Jarvan. That could go either towards Kabe or Shinyi. We're expecting it to go to Kabe because he has played it more and has seen more success with it in the top lane. But again, flexible, just like that Gragas, as Kassadin is banned away from Zatai.
Jarvan's also one of the few champions that does kind of bridge Kabe's champion pool into the current meta. You know, Jarvan fits the style of that tank bruiser. He can do the damage. So I feel like it's a great stepping stone for Kabe, who really got exposed as you start moving towards the Camille's, the Fioras, where he really's full hands off.
And that's why we see that Shen banned away as well. So Snake perhaps respecting the flexibility of that pick, not taking any chances and allowing Kabe's most played, highest win rate top laner in that Shen.
And it's so pivotal for JD. We talk a lot about Doinby. You know, he's the guy that has to step up and be the big hard carry. It's a little bit easier now that they're starting Loken. He is a definite upgrade over Barrett, but you still need Kabe to be that big teleporting 5v5 factor, which Shin really empowers.
With that, we've also got a Camille banned away from Flandre, so those huge split pushers taken off the map, but with Kled still open, there's an opportunity for that to be locked in. It will be taken, which puts SOFM on Gragas, so again, going towards that utility for the team. Hopefully he will be following a standard build path on that Gragas this time around. Not that he's done something different on Gragas, but sometimes SOFM gets creative.
It's been a little bit wonky. Some Athenes rocking around on Zac.
Yeah.
He's like, he's perpetually out of mana. I'm just trying to help.
I just want to give him more mana. And with that now, Kled locked in, we're getting a much clearer picture of Snake's composition. They've got Arrow, they've got Abyssal Voyage, they've got Kled Charge. They can move rather swiftly across the map. But taking a look at Jingdong, they've got Zone Control, Cataclysm, Knock Up from Rek'Sai, Threshbox to zone people out of position. This actually looks to be some very exciting team compositions clashing as that Rek'Sai is locked in, which means that Jarvan goes up to Kabe up top, and Doinby gets to take Orianna mid.
And this is our second new Rek'Sai that will appear on the Rift. So what she's really been bringing to the LPL teams in particular is the ability to duel early. Now, Rek'Sai can snowball very hard. If you haven't seen new Rek'Sai, she moved away from kind of the tank identity. She's now more of that true fighter. She does a lot more damage than you would expect. So this is about watching Shinyi try to be a carry, at least for the early game on this champion.
The final champion locked in, though, and at least to me, I don't know if you agree, seems a bit counterintuitive, Victor locked in for Zatai, with Kassadin off the board, with LeBlanc off the board. I was half expecting a bit of an assassin, considering how the rest of the composition is go in, sort of play around the map. But Victor, he sits in one place and just stands still.
And he builds a lot of wave clear and helps build that up for the team. So now you have Gragas, Victor, and Ashe. So already, JD are going to be hyper-reliant on Baron to crack any of these structures, because Snake have all the tools in the world to stall this game out, as well as a big mid-game power spike. Something that people often forget with Victor is because Hextech is so cost-efficient to build, you get a really nice mid-game power spike alongside Ashe. So look for that window for Snake to really strike.
We know that Snake's laning phase is exceptionally strong, definitely in the upper echelon of the LPL, but they have had difficulty closing out their mid and late game. Well, now they've got a composition sort of catered around that. If they can snowball through that early game, perhaps that can propel them forward, fling them towards that win, because right now it looks like Jingdong, they've also got a pretty strong composition for themselves.
I mean, both these teams are on a straight path to clash. These are both heavy 5v5 compositions. You said it in draft. Yeah, Snake have a bit more mobility. You know, they've got the Tom Kench, they have the Arrow, they have some sort of semi-global presence. Whereas on the other side, JD have so much more wombo combo. The Jarvan and the Orianna really stick out. So while Snake can match the 5v5, they want to use their pick before that opportunity.
And that's where the Ashe is going to come in, looking for those arrows, launching across the map. An important factor in preventing that to happen, though, is vision. And that's where we look towards Xinyi and Mao and hope that their synergy has improved over the past few days. While they're able to group themselves up with the team rather well, whenever they move around the map, it becomes a little bit more messy.
And it's going to be a little bit easier just because they do have the Rek'Sai and the Thresh, big champions that will empower them to acquire vision easier. But yes, all eyes are on Mao and Xinyi. Now is the time to show us what are they actually made of, and do they deserve to be the starting flanks for MVP of last split?
Yeah, well, that is the big hope. We've now loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 1 between JD Gaming and Snake Esports as everyone has raced out onto the map. And we're looking to see, will the 0-6 team finally take a win, or will the 1-5 team follow the standings and claim this best of 3 for themselves?
And I want to start with JD and the 0-6, the fall of Doinby, because I feel like we haven't really hit this hard enough in terms of what happened and whose fault is it. Who on JD do you actually point to? You know, Doinby, he is the shot caller, he is the captain, he's the guy that does make the crazy plays, and so you would say, Doinby's just an ELO hell, you know. He's trying to dig up, he's got these big tires strapped to him, and he's just trying to pull them across the finish line. But in a lot of games, it's specific individual plays that Doinby makes that put him out of position, have him picked off, and then have his team lose the game.
The big question on the other end of that spectrum is, if it's not Doinby, who else then is providing that disconnect?
I think you brought it up really well on Desk, Dom, this idea of, you know, is there anything more that all these players could do collectively? And you can go across JD's roster and you can say, absolutely, you know, Loken, Barrett, they need to clean up their play, Kabe needs to expand his champion pool, Doinby needs to calm down on his decisions. But I still feel that at some point the captain does need to step up and be deserving of the title and take the responsibility on his shoulders, especially when he is as good as someone like Doinby.
Perhaps this could be the game in which we see that happening. You just saw a very good leash for Xinyi. He was still chunked really low by the Raptors, but got a very hearty leash, which actually put Loken and Mao in a bit of a deficit for this first few waves in bottom lane.
And while it does put the Kalista and the Thresh in the deficit, this is also something that Dan Gaming do. It gives a tempo advantage to the jungler, which is important because it means that you can get a more powerful back and you can start getting experience advantage or look for counter jungling opportunities like this. And on a champion like Rek'Sai, who can still move through the jungle quite effectively, has really clean gank paths, it's more important to them to make sure Xinyi gets ahead.
Oh, and he's immediately turning on to Zatai. That's heal, no flash.
Ooh.
Oh, with the Prey Seeker, Xinyi gets first blood as Zatai's not paying attention.
So already Loken and Mao are like, this is 100% worth it. We will sacrifice 10 CS to allow Doinby and Xinyi to get ahead. And already the former Game Talents jungler has shown up big for JD.
Going so far as to flash within vision Zatai. I love the attempt to try to stand still and soak the damage with a quick heal and walk under turret, but could not have seen that aggression coming through. Meanwhile, Loken is going to have to catch this massive wave down here. That's the deficit we were talking about. Even some vision tagging onto OQ as he's got to be careful with Tom Kench missing. That Thresh Kalista is still dangerous at level 2.
And these are some of the kind of the individual decisions that are questionable about Snake. Yes, they were a team of prodigies. You know, even OQ and LCK was hyped up with the departure of Imp and Deft. Like, he's going to be the next big LCK AD carry. But then he does things like that, where there's no reason for you to be standing that close. You know, he takes extra damage, loses half his health, loses a pot for no reason. So still some maturing to do on a very young, very talented roster.
And now, with that presence bottom lane, we see SOFM on the invade, as is standard for SOFM. He's spotted out by a defensive ward placed by Mao, however, and that means that we've got Xinyi making his way down towards this bottom lane, as Kabe and Flandre doing their own business up top. Huge CS advantage for Kabe within the first few minutes, 14 CS ahead. And we'll keep an eye on his performance to see if he's able to maintain that advantage. But right now, Jingdong Gaming, they came into this with a very clear plan. I mean, they put Kabe on that Jarvan. He's allowed to build tank. He's allowed to be tanky, and hopefully will still have a big impact in the late game. You've got Doinby with Teleport Orianna with an assist on that first kill, and Shinyi on that very mobile Rek'Sai. It seems like Jingdong have prepared for this appropriately.
Yeah, and it's nothing to do with how they prepared for Snake. It's just understanding how to prepare for themselves. You know, it's camping Doinby's lane, making sure that he has the teleport. Like you said, getting that bridging champion for Kabe, so he's still able to be effective but also true to his own MO. And just this different style of Shinny versus Clid. Clid is a much more aggressive jungler about attacking the enemy jungle. You know, if this is Clid, he'd want to be in SOFM's face, whereas Shinny is taking a very different approach. He's about camping the lanes, setting up them for success and being their snowball mechanic. But here goes SOFM.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Flandre looking to bait, but instead baits his own jungler in as Flandre and SOFM depart. Kabe, he even used the standard and just turned around. Shinyi is spotted out by a ward, though, and just sweeps back into his own jungle. Gonna try to get some vision on Flandre to allow Kabe to try to maintain this slight laning advantage. And now at the 6-minute mark, taking stock of things, Jingdong, I mean, they've prepared for themselves. Kabe was pushed nice and far back. He was happy to trade his teleports with Flandre.
We do need to be careful, though. I'm going to cut you off a little bit, Dom, just because Shinny, you can already see that he's setting up for a gank, but it's because Doinby has EXP advantage. He's now just ticked over to level 6. Zatai smartly is like, I'm out.
Immediately drops a ward on the side, spots out that Rek'Sai. Even SOFM was there to escort him away, as Shinny is actually rather close to level 6 as well.
Doinby playing so hyper-aggressive in this lane, making full use of all the area of effect and zone control that Ori has.
He's got wards already prepped on the side from Shinyi. He's got vision on both top and bottom side of that map. Has an idea of where SOFM is, even going so far as to ping it right now. So even though Crystal has been pulled up, JD are ready for this.
But they're also pulling Mao underneath him, so Thresh can't immediately walk into Fog of War, although as they clear out the control ward, he's going to gain a lot more confidence to head up there. But good response across from JD to cover their flanks and hold strong against SOFM's invade.
Now, with that first dragon being a mountain, there is a priority on maintaining river control on that bottom side of the map. So important not to let that go away. As Doinby, as is standard for Doinby, just burns through his entire mana pool in mere minutes.
And he's really punishing the fact that Zatai wanted to burn his ultimate because he needs to get a cheeky base in there. He's still going to sacrifice a lot of CS, so this discrepancy is going to continue to open further and further. But he put himself in between the wall and the tower, and Doinby's like, I'll take that every single time. Free QW.
Shinyi once again stepping through that vision. He ticks over to level 6 faster than SOFM with that first blood under his belt.
This is super greedy from Doinby, though. And in fact, it's very dangerous. He feels okay because he has so much vision in the bottom side river, but his top side is completely blind, and he didn't know where Tahm Kench was. We knew that Crystal had backed for wards. Luckily for Doinby, Crystal walked the stereotypical path into the bottom side, because again, like you said, Mountain Dragon, vision there is much more important than top side of the map currently. But overextending just to try to get a better back timer on Zatai, just to, you know, rub a little bit more salt in it, did leave him exposed for a possible Gragas and Kench, and he got lucky that time.
Yeah, that now brings him to a mild CS advantage over Zatai. He's going to have to catch this wave before retrieving blue.
And it's not just the CS advantage, and the reason why Zatai is making a very quick back is because we have the refillable potion. So Doinby already has a massive advantage in terms of how to trade the health, so immediately Zatai just ran to the lane, pushed one wave, and then had to make another immediate back to tie up the potion difference. So you can see that he's now got his potion, his control ward, but Zatai is just losing incremental advantages in this lane.
And this is why we often laud Doinby as such an exceptional mid laner. Not only is his laning phase remarkably clean from time to time, but his team fighting and late game shot calling, he's a full package from time to time. Again, that's not to say that he doesn't make mistakes. It's just more noticed when he does because he's surrounded by the rest of JD.
And that's the thing. Unfortunately, Doinby is put in a circumstance where he has to play perfect because everyone else on his team has effectively failed him at one point or another. And when he does make that slightest mistake, it's pretty much the game. So there's a bit of a magnifying glass on specifically what he's doing because he's the only guy doing anything on JD right now.
Right now, he's pushing in mid with his blue buff. It's caught by Zatai, who does have level 1 of his Hex Tech upgrade. so he will be clearing out waves, no problem. We can actually see Snake rotating towards the top. Abyssal Voyage. Kabe slides back, but they're diving him. Arrow locks him down. He's still got Flash. Drops the Cataclysm onto Oki, but Crystal's the one tanking aggro on the far side. It's reset with nary a blink from Snake.
Beautiful execution from Snake. They see that they have the Ash Arrow as well as the Abyssal Voyage on both Kench and Ash. They immediately push the wave, make their back, rotate top, and then use those semi-global ultimates to break first tower.
This actually looks like something that JD was rather well known for. Waiting for 7 minutes, immediately lane swapping for that first turret. But we do have a turret race right now. Snake are trying to finish off top, but JD pushed through bottom. First brick for JD. So they do give up a kill, but they will open up a temporary advantage, and they're continuing to push through. I guess that's why we see Flandre completing the recall.
The bigger advantage is the fact that we're on the side of the Mountain Drake. So that's why SOFM is immediately pulling the Rift Herald, because they know this is going to be tower for tower. Yes, you got the first blood, but they're immediately going to rotate Kalista into Free Mountain. We need to trade this.
Kabe actually shows back up on the top side of the map. He's been spotted out by this vision, so he knows what's going on. Mountain Dragon is picked up, and Rift Herald is still only at half.
You can see the assist pings going down. Kabe wants to fight this and stall it out.
He's forced to sit back, however, as the rest of JD show up in the mid lane to clear out that wave. Doinby looks like he swapped bottom to match up with Flandre. Or perhaps just cover the recall of Loken instead.
And you kind of have to question Doinby there. They did have vision. You can see it's relatively shallow leading up into that river, so Doinby saw that he wouldn't immediately walk into a trap. He had Kabe sitting on the flanks, and yeah, you don't want to go into a numbers disadvantage, but there was an opportunity where JD could have tried to push Snake off of that Rift Herald and gotten more bang for their buck in that trade.
As it turns out, it's only 300 gold difference, just that slight advantage from the first brick and Doinby's CS advantage, because it's just about even everywhere else except for SOFM, who, as expected, phenomenal jungler. We're not seeing Kabe use his teleport, which means bottom is completely undefended. Snake are going to push this out. They've even brought OQ and Crystal once again, and now JD are behind the clock.
Yeah, we're continuing to make this tempo trading game, and like you said, Snake get the upper hand this time around, which is going to force the immediate recall from Kabe, because he doesn't want his inner tower to fall, and it's about to get worse. Here's Herald.
A little bit too late as Herald drops onto the Rift and will break down this tier 2. Not a good trade at all for JD, as they answer now 2 turrets for 2, and it becomes 2 turrets for 3 favoring Snake, but Logan's trying to make something happen already. Flandre is prepared. He's heading back up to defend this tier 2, though.
There's no way they take this tower. Ooh, here comes the tide to rotate up. Herald's also going to get one more charge. There we go.
Just a gentle head caress onto that inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, OQ brings himself towards the mid lane along with Crystal with that arrow prepared. Doinby starts hanging out top.
And that's the thing. It's the arrow being prepared. Now that we have the map that's massively opened up in both these side lanes, Snake's composition actually receives a big buff. Not only are their initial itemizations going to come online, again, Victor, more of a mid-game champion due to his cheap itemization on Hex Core, Ash going the Blade of the Ruin King Hurricane build, but it's also the fact that you have that much farther to run from the Kled charge, from the Abyssal Voyage, and from the Enchanted Arrow.
Snake should look towards that later. We see they currently have a lot of vision on this bottom side of the map, and Flandre is still sitting on his teleport. He's now a level ahead of Kabe. And taking stock, we can see OQ is also a level ahead of Loken, who just now ticks over to level 8. But it's Blade of the Ruin King completed for OQ, whereas there's no completion just yet for Loken, so that opportunity to fight is even scarier.
And, you know, we do talk about tempo advantage a lot, but we're going to hold off on this thought because Kabe, he's in some trouble.
Using that strike, and now caught in the gravity field. Immediately popped by Zatai. Level 3 Hex Core upgrade.
Exactly, so there's that itemization coming online. But back to this idea of tempo. You know, we talk about it a lot in terms of the macro plays. You know, you get the 10-second window or the 5-second window on an earlier rotation, a bit more chip damage. But the other side that we don't talk about is the EXP advantage. And that's something that's super critical at this point in the game because we're so close to level 11, which is that second tick of ultimates. And on wombo combo compositions like that, that means a lot. So small incremental tempo advantages, you know, getting a few extra farms here, a few extra minion waves, bam. Victor's now level 11. He's got 2 points in Chaos Storm, and he's going to hit like a truck, whereas JD don't have that power.
Doinby's been holding the fort down in mid lane, but once again, you look towards the rest of the team And they are left wanting as Kabe catches that wave. He's just down in CS, half a level away behind Flandre, who's already set with that teleport like we said. So for now, they get the opportunity to reset, play around vision, try not to get caught. With OQ and Crystal hanging out mid, that makes it real tough to look for a pick. But still, Snake are just nice and calm, playing the 1-3-1, taking their time.
They'll be playing the 4-1 in a couple of seconds here. What Snake are waiting for is someone just step a toe out of line and they get picked by an arrow. And as soon as that arrow connects, the follow-up damage from Zatai is going to be massive. So JD, being a bit cute right now, do manage to dodge the probe, but they're just waiting for someone to walk into them, knowing that the only way they win is through a pick.
And he immediately takes the Lantern. The pick is fired along with the charge, but that's 5 members of Snake in the mid lane. Shockwave from Doinby as he's got 1v5. The rest of JD are split. Kabe's still holding on to teleport. Loken's just now caught up with Shinyi in that mid lane. And the fight diffuses with the use of 3 ultis.
That was probably the best Lantern you're ever gonna get. Mao just ate, I believe, 2 massive ultimates with it, pulled Doinby to safety, and it completely diffuses any sort of push from Snake, knowing that the primary wave clear of Orianna is still alive.
Shinyu's found Zatai. That's the Chaos Storm you were talking about. Rek'Sai, not exactly well known for her tankiness this early on. Kabe follows through as Shinyi takes a tunnel to safety.
2v1, come at me, bro.
That's the Zatai we were talking about.
Still not really capable or built to play a side lane, though, on the Victor. You know, he's fairly fragile.
He seems like he's getting there.
Very immobile.
Going for the Leandri's Torment next, I assume, with that Ruby Crystal. And Doinby, not only is he holding mid, but he's also holding top, preventing Flandre from continuing to push. And suddenly that lane advantage that Kabe had is now very close back to even.
Flandre's still in a very good position, though, in terms of his items, especially on this back. Snake do have the option that they can continue to try to play these side lanes to their advantage. Not necessarily with the Victor, but definitely around the Kled. But I feel like it's going to be a rinse, wash, and repeat again. The map is very opened up. If you do find a pick, it's going to be that much more punishing because there's more space for you to be out of position. And as I say Zatai to group up with his team, he's like, nah, split push Victor.
There he goes. Now he's heading back through Tribush and the river. Luckily, Skull Crab has been taken by JD. And while the Cloud Drake has spawned, it seems like everyone's on this side of the map and ready. Still, double teleport is prepared from JD as Mao steps forward and decides not to risk it. Panic flashes back.
But this is such a risky call. We're 17 minutes into the game. If you die there, your mid tower is going to get cracked, and it's just a Cloud Dragon.
Yeah. Chaos Storm is just off of cooldown for Zatai, along with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hook narrowly misses Crystal. This is a tense scenario as we're fighting over vision, skirmishing over who feels safer, stepping forward towards this side of the pit. Snake are grouped up as 4. The arrow launches, charge. It's going to tag onto Doinby, and JD are split. Kabe's over the side. They're trying to get some damage. Fate's Call pulls Mao away as the Chaos Storm does a lot of damage to Shinyi. He's slowed, but flashes the cask back to his turret. Still, we're seeing the ultimates held onto by 3 members of JD, but they're at lower health and they have to push into the vision of Snake.
Exactly. They've lost position and footing on this Cloud Dragon. It's just a cloud. There's no reason to throw the game over it this close to big objectives like that mid tower, like the Baron spawn. So they just take their losses, cut them here, and reset the map.
Loken heads top. Kabe steals blue from his own side of the map. And like you said, everyone gets their recall. So Haunting Guys finished up for Doinby. We've actually got a Blasting Wand for Zatai, so keeping his options open with that build path. Sheen now picked up from SOFM. Is this another famous SOFM build path game?
No, I think he's just going to go for a bit more utility. It's okay on Gragas, you know, he does... Exactly. He can itemize a lot more flexibility than Athene and Zach.
Yeah. If he gets a Blasting Wand, then we should be concerned. Meanwhile, Zeal also finished up for OQ. He's slowly but surely taking precedence as JD now find themselves pushing up mid on recall. Loken swapped down from top as he prepped that side wave. Shockwave from Doinby doesn't catch anyone.
Swing and a miss. You might as well throw it out, though. If you do connect there, you're pretty much going to pop OQ like a balloon, or at least force some defensive summoners.
With Crystal there, can't be too scared, though. Knows that he's got that Tom Canch, and just like that, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is back off cooldown. Chaos Storm is a few seconds away, and Snake are ready on that timing window.
And that's JD now on the back foot. Baron is spawning in 40 seconds, so Snake can start to leverage for vision control over the area because they know that Doinby doesn't have the shockwave. Although, as I say that, Doinby's just standing there like, think I need shockwave to kill you?
Yeah.
I'll fight you with my bare hands. He did. He just stood and looked at them.
He's got blue buff, so he's able to toss out a lot of attacks and dissonances. And the pendulum has swung back in favor of Snake, as now they have that invisible presence of the arrow and the potential for a Kled follow-up. But right now it looks like JD, they've allocated their lanes correctly. Kabe is dealing with Flandre, Doinby is keeping Zatai busy, while junglers are skirmishing in that topside river. But 20 minutes in, the Baron spawns, and we're just maintaining this back and forth of vision.
But this is scary, you know. Onus is actually on Snake. They've thrown, what, 3 arrows now? None of them have connected in terms of winning team fights. Yes, they bought a Cloud Dragon for it, but we said that mid-game is where Snake need to strike. It's where their itemization is going to peak very early. It's where they're going to have a clear advantage, and they've been unable to capitalize on that. And I'm not going to outright say that JD's composition just infinitely scales better than Snake's, because it's always going to come down to execution. But Snake have at least shown in the last 3 attempts that they can't execute their comp.
They could have an opportunity here as JD push up mid. They're even bringing Kabe. Shockwave onto Zatai. He flashes back. The arrow is still ready from OQ as he's holding on to it, but they just take some chip damage on their turret as OQ demands a recall, and he's going to get it, but that means the wave clear is up to Flandre to defend a tier 1.
And it's very scary. Snake have to stagger their backs appropriately here, because it is still a Kalista 80 carry, and Baron is live.
Zatai races forward with OQ back out of the base. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter on the Victor. I like it. Not going for the Lich Bane, going for the classic control style instead.
And there's so much utility and control on Snake's composition through that itemization. When you pair it with probably what Gragas is going to be building, the fact that you now have Rylai's on Victor and then Ashe, it's really hard to get away from Snake once they get a hold of you.
Thing is, though, they actually have to get a hold of you first.
Also competing with Dark Passage and Kalista Ultimate, but they've got the tools.
Will they have the opportunity, though?
I feel like JD or Nail and Snake have the hammer, and they just need to drop it.
JD are moving their hand around. And,
that game of whack-a-mole got very violent, that analogy.
I mean, sure. We could say that JD are the mole and Snake are the kid at the arcade. Just keep moving around, JD. They're trying to hold on. Only about a 2,000 gold deficit at this 22-minute mark as Snake have been unable to break open the defense of JD. Doinby right now, he's trying to hold on to 2 waves. Loken catches these minions mid. Still no Runon's finished yet. Again, it's OQ having a much better time CSing, as it seems like his team is playing around this Ashe a little bit better than JD are playing around Loken's Kalista.
Yeah, and it's because we've had Doinby and Kalista sharing lanes. So we've been splitting the farm between Orianna and the 80 carry, whereas Zatai has been permanently kicked out into a side lane, just infinitely pushing waves. And that's why you see the CS discrepancy opening between Loken and OQ. But to be fair to JD, it's not because they're just making a poor choice in splitting farm. It's because Snake are constantly throwing all of their cooldowns at that mid tower, and Doinby has to rotate over to help alleviate the pressure.
We actually just saw something a little bit cool from JD. They saw Zatai was split pushing, so Shinyi Mao were hanging out on that side as Doinby was stepping forward. But SOFM was literally just sitting in Tribush, protecting Zatai in case there were to be any picks. So we are seeing some slight team improvement from Snake, at least in their efforts of communication, whereas just last week we could have said, oh, Zatai's been caught split pushing again. Now he seems to be safe, at least so far into this game, but we're still seeing this tenuous defense from JD.
I mean, we've seen the fingerprints of greatness around Snake. You see, you know, really good early games, strong mid games, an occasional late game peaks out there, but just never in the same series and never in the same match. And that's what's the reasoning behind them being so low on the standings. If they can just align all of those pieces on the same timeline, they'd be golden.
Well, we've got Cloud Dragon spawning and immediately Flandre and Zatai are on top of it. We had a full recall from JD as Runon's was finished, Knight's Vow, Black Cleaver. They have got a lot of items, but they're on the map just a little bit too late to fight for that Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, and that's just them prioritizing their item power breakpoints versus the Cloud Dragon. So lucky with the Drake spawn.
They're pinging onto the Baron right now.
Just clearing vision.
Perhaps they had the timing? They're grouped up as 5.
They're starting it.
And they are indeed. That Kalista is going to start firing shots as JD. That's teleport from Flandre, plus the Abyssal Voyage to get Crystal and OQ over there.
And it means that SOFM needs to fight them because he can't smite steal.
There's the box, and he tries to go in. Baron picked up by Loken as the Shockwave flings Snake back, plus the Fate's Call. Flashback, Cask pins him to the wall. Arrow onto the front into the support of Mao. He is sacrificed. Baron is still picked up by JD, and they make their way out.
Get it out with 4 members, and they got it on everyone important. It was just the support that went down, so great call from JD. Like you said, they saw the dragon go down. They used that as the indicator that Snake wouldn't be in position.
Teleport now being used by Doinby to defend this mid-tier 1. He will not let that Bastion fall as Kabe heads bottom with a teleport of his own. And while Snake did get a kill, they're actually not in position quite yet. And the mid-tier 1 is broken by JD.
And finally, Shu is on the other foot. We said that Baron was going to be so pivotal to both these teams for sieging just because of the wave clear. And that's the play that will change the game. SOFM attempts for the steal. I understand why, but he's across from a Smite and a Kalista. There's no way in hell you're ever going to get that Baron. He needed to be on the other side with his team and look for the engagement.
Now we can see JD pushing bottom with the Baron buff. Top looks like that's actually pushing away from them, and mid is being caught by Snake right now. So this is the one lane that they've got. As 5, they're pushing forward with that cannon minion. Loken gets a few shots as Doinby tries to zone Zatai off. SOFM now fighting Xinyi over that vision on the side. There's the wave clear from Ashe and Victor. It's taking some damage though. Shockwave to zone away the rest of Snake, but now it's on cooldown. Snake have turned around. They've got Kled, but they don't have charge.
And huge props to Xinyi. The fact that he's zoning off SOFM, because like you said, without that charge cooldown, you now look to Gragas for the engagement. The Cask had to be there, and he can't move in to find it when Rek'Sai's in his face.
Now that means a full recall from JD. Xinyi will head bottom to pick up Krugs before getting out there, but mid, once again, is undefended. Okius and Flandre are going to get a few seconds.
Ooh, deep teleport.
Oh, there is. Kabe's coming in to flank from behind.
They're not letting this one out without a fight.
He actually teleported. I believe they saw that coming because Crystal just picked up OQ.
It seemed rather suspicious that you have, 4 members of JD rushing at you. So even if they didn't have vision of the TP.
That's the proper escape, yeah. Alrighty, now Kabe with that teleport kind of whiffing. Actually, definitely whiffing. Arrow, charge, and Abyssal Voyage. Crystal goes in as Flandre comes in from the side. Shockwave flops their position. Crystal is pulled in by the CC. And that fight was way too staggered from Snake.
And this is the thing that people often overlook as we finally get to see Loken do it, is that Kalista is actually such a great pick into Tahm Kench. Because his great health, she'll just wait for it and then pull the Rend after and just pop him like a balloon. She's one of the few AD carries that can actually have kill pressure on Kench, and Snake picked Kench into the Kalista.
Yes. Loken showing some expertise on that as Flandre heads bottom to try to deal with some sort of wave. Doinby's, meanwhile, split pushing on another side of the map. It looks like OQ and SOFM have to give this turn up. Cask splits the minions as a laser breaks one down. Kabe's flung in. Even using the Chaos Storm, they're able to defend the turret, but at the cost of 2 ultimates. JD, they've still got Baron for another wave.
Always going to be worth it, though. They did manage to chase them off their lawn, but looks like JD are just patient. Arrow will be up very soon, though, so... Yep, I think they were pushing their luck a bit.
Yeah, it just wears off. So they get damage onto the tier 2, but not quite enough to break it.
And this has to feel really bad for Snake. They had the lead for, 99% of this game so far. They took over the early game. They found the tempo advantage, had the advantage in their experience, their levels. They knew level 11. We have the lead. Let's fight them. They throw 1 arrow. Doesn't connect. They throw 2, they throw 3, now it turns into 4, and just everything in the kitchen sink is being chucked at JD, and Mao is probably the guy that did the most for it. With these clutch lanterns, he absorbed so much pressure and so much time of Snake's big window of opportunity to fight JD that it came down to that Baron rush, Snake out of position, and suddenly a game that was theirs to win, that they knew exactly how to execute on, just couldn't pull the trigger, and now shoes on the other foot.
Yeah. JD, like a nimble fighter, sidestepping all of the punches that Snake are throwing. The big scary thing, though, is that if Snake land one big punch, it's going to be very close to lights out because there's a lot of damage on Snake if they find that heavy hit.
Yeah, it's the right target selection, and it's pretty much having to pop Doinby because on the other side, JD also have that big uppercut. Look at Doinby's itemization right now. That Orianna will hit like a truck. Loken's doing so much damage with Phantom Dancer, Hurricane, and Blade of the Rune King, so JD's composition also in a great position.
We're even seeing Kabe get pretty big after that deficit. He's finished his Black Cleaver, he's got the Titanic, almost has his Gargoyle Stone Plate. JD are prepping for that massive battle, the big decider.
And the game is always going to come into these waves around the Baron, around the Elder Dragon, because again, so much wave clear is stacked on these compositions that they're very reliant on the monster objective to break the towers. So we're going to constantly see kind of this ebb and flow of skirmishes like this around the Baron.
Oh, they're currently split on two sides. That's even Ignite on Crystal as he flashes over. Cask does nothing as Flandre finds Xinyi and some damage from that Leandre. He's chunked down to half, but he's still got... Whoa, Shockwave actually flings him back. Kabe goes in. They're forcing the fight as Crystal eats the Kled with nowhere to go. They've still got to be present of that arrow. The Chaos Storm does so much. Arrow tags Kabe. As the Fates call for Mao, knock up Flay. They slam dunk onto Zitai as Snake try to stall the fight and get punished because of it.
Chase continuing though. Kabe has the upper inside track. He will cut off Ashen Gragas. Who's going to get out? Oh no!
Oh, OQ's over the wall. Flash follow through. OQ uses his own as the Void Rush gets Xinyi over there. SOFM tries to turn the flight. Flandre teleports in. He's back at full health. The fight is split on two sides, but it's still JD winning it as they catch SOFM going over the wall. Doinby pinned in, fighting the Kled, flashes to safety. The ace for JD Gaming.
And they're going to storm up the mid lane. You can already see that they've got two waves prepped, top as well as mid. Both towers are relatively low, particularly that mid one. So this is going to be a buy one, get one free for JD Gaming.
Kabe preps the wave as Loken breaks mid. You can already see Crystal is trying to defend the inhibitor, but the mid tier 2 is already broken. Kabe is pinging top. He's got to actually get up there and finish it off, though. No, they're turning towards the Baron instead.
Yeah, it's 1 minute, and Snake are already starting to level up. That's an interesting replay, but here we go. So take a look at Zatai's Chaos Storm, because it actually does a wonderful job zoning away JD for the longest time. The problem is, pay attention to OQ. So the Chaos Storm and the Gravity Field get laid down, and suddenly everyone is zoned out. But OQ is not doing any damage at this time. He's literally hit a ward. There goes an arrow, hits Jarvan. We're still not auto-attacking. The turnaround comes, JD find the Victor, the Chaos Storm has worn up, they find the CC, they immediately turn and collapse onto them.
He's just chucking a few volleys in that fight, but that's nowhere near enough damage to try fighting JD on that front. Baron was picked up in the meanwhile. Turns out Snake did not fight for it as SOFM smites to secure his own blue buff. Even Ocean Dragon is on the map, and JD looks like they might have their eyes on it as they're currently prepped on this bottom half of the rift. But there's a top tier 2 still standing, along with an inhibitor line that needs to be broken.
But unfortunately, that fight might be the nail in the coffin for Snake at this point. Giving away 2 Barons, you don't often walk away from a game like that, at least not with a victory. See if JD can continue to push their luck, because it feels like Snake aren't disengaging from these fights. You know, they're willing to step toe-to-toe with JD when they need to just take a step back, wave clear, and wait out the timers.
Suddenly that low uppercut, the unexpected swing back from JD has got a whole lot more force behind it. It's gone from an uppercut to a Shoryuken at this point. And now Snake just need to hold on. But can they?
There was a hand motion with that.
There was. And Doinby steps in. He's starting to get just a little bit of damage. You can see they're waiting for the minion waves. They're waiting for Kabe to prep a side lane. He's got teleport ready. You've got Xinyi trying to prep mid. Luckily, the tunnel network of Rek'Sai, while not as good as the old Void Rush, still creates a lot of mobility between those two lanes if he decides to set it up.
And it's just the fact that they're separating Snake's all-in engage potential, and they're flooding their base with creeps from all sides.
Here comes the next super minion wave, SOFM.
So Onus is on SOFM. You know, if they sit like this, they're slowly just going to lose everything around them. They need to be brave, they need to be decisive, and they need to either pull the charge, the arrow, or the cask. So many tools, just do it.
Ooh, Kabe gets flung back as Flandre He's got all the time in the world to chase this. SOFM even shows up as well. That's 2 members chasing on the Kabe. He's going for the full-on fight right now. He's got flash, or he doesn't have flash, excuse me, as the entire team from Snake shows up to pop the GA, but there's no defense bottom. Shinyi drops in. They tag onto Kabe, even going so far as to use the charge. But Loken's working on an inhibitor in the meanwhile. I will gladly trade my top laner for an inhib.
And we said that Snake needed to be brave. They needed to commit to something. They commit to the Kabe. But like you said, they trade the Jarvan for the inhib, and with nice placement again from Mao, this Dark Passage has been so pivotal in everything. They get out scot-free.
And just like that, the map is broken even more in favor of JD. They are getting closer and closer to that nexus with each of these pushes. And while Snake, they are ready to fight, they just can't quite find the opportunity. And it seems like JD, that while they might not be as talented individually during the laning phase and mechanically, they're playing more as a team. They're playing more around the map, and they're forcing Snake to try to play that team game, something that has been their weakness for the past few weeks.
And you can see that in their kill participation. So there's 7 kills for JD, and check out how many members have competed in at least 6 of them. You've got 2 members, Shinyi and Doinbi, who have 100% kill participation. This isn't a team that's winning through individual 1v1 outplays in their lane phase. This is a team who skirmishes early, who groups up early, and is beating you, as you said, as a unit.
It is brains greater than brawn right now, but let's see if that's going to be how the match actually shakes out, because Void Staff and Lichbane finished on Zatai. You've got the Infinity Edge stacked on top of that Runance for OQ. Now Gargoyles is ready on both Flandre and Kabe, so it's still fairly close in items, despite the fact that JD have about an 8,500 gold advantage. And now that Baron has worn off, this is just a regular old-fashioned push from JD Gaming. There is a ward that Flandre can teleport to by the Raptor camp, but he's currently trying to deal with super minions, so this is a brief opportunity for JD to try to break another inhibitor turret.
And Kabe, you saw him in the mid lane prepping that wave, so trying to attack from all sides again.
He follows through, drops the standard just for some vision as the ward gets cleared out by a control ward placed defensively by Snake. Flandre's bought some time by pushing the wave all the way out to blue buff. He's going to recall now. Let's see if he decides to go for a teleport, as it's just an elaborate dance around this inhib.
Tension. Cooldowns that we're looking for, of course, going to be the Shockwave as well as the arrow.
There's the
one.
Shockwave.
There's 2.
And the arrow, plus the flank from Flandre as he finds his way in. Doinby's found SOFM, as there goes the Chaos Storm onto Shinyi. It's doing quite a bit, but they've killed SOFM already. Knock up onto Crystal and Flandre. They make their way back as the Chaos Storm wears away. And JD, again, they bob and weave. They put out a quick jab and follow through with the uppercut onto the next inhibitor turret.
And there's no longer any teeth left in Snake's bite. They threw all of their big cooldowns. Their jungler, their primary disengage went down. It's going to be another inhib. And JD, this might be an overreach.
They're chasing forward onto Crystal. He's got no flash, so they can kill the support, but he's Tom Kench. He's buying a lot of time. He pulls Kabe in before going down himself, but Kabe follows through onto OQ. Flandre dives in to look for something, but he's nowhere near defensive enough as Loken chases down that kill with the Callista mobility. It's 5 versus 2. Zatai and OQ, the 2 carries. The damage finds OQ, and he goes into the fountain. No one has died. Finally, the first death of Shinyi, but Kabe and Loken, eyes on the prize. They're attacking the Nexus. Zatai and SOFM are trying to turn it around. They get the kills, they pop it down, but Kabe drops the Nexus. And game number 1 goes to JD Gaming.
And that is a face we don't often get to see. Doinby, a little smirk on his lips, takes a sip of his coffee and just says, yes, all is right in the world.
The satisfied smile as he's able to take home yet another win for JD Gaming. But he's not out of the woods just yet. They have won many games, in fact, taking a match against OMG, taking a game against Newbie, Sunin, heck, even Invictus Gaming. But they've not taken a series. So they just need to win 1 out of the next 2 games to get themselves on the board.
Well, they certainly have the morale, and I feel like with this iteration of the roster, they have the blueprint about how to do it. Finally, you can see the bones of the old QG. JD putting it together, finding their success, working as a unit. They were able to stall out Snake's early game lead, came back, turned things on into the mid game after Snake threw everything. And again, the kitchen sink arrow after arrow just wasn't connecting on the primary targets. Mao, right place, right time, every single time to absorb all of that pressure. And then it was a single team fight into Baron that threw the game way out of control for Snake.
And Snake, they were trying so hard to throw the haymaker, they weren't paying attention to the jabs that JD were tossing out until finally they got knocked off balance. And just like that, the whole game swings in that massive gold difference towards the end of the match. That being said, though, Snake, we still saw, I guess, some good things to take away from them. They still maintained a strong laning phase. Their transition into mid-game was good when they were pressing mid, but they just weren't landing those arrows. They weren't finding the facilitator to enable them to make plays.
It was having the exact right idea. Snake understood what they needed to do, where they needed to be. It was simply the execution. The arrow weren't connecting to the right targets, or JD were just outplaying around the scenario. So there were a lot of good things to take away if you're a JD fan and a Snake fan. Again, that's going to be a hard loss for Snake, just given their current track record and current morality of kind of the team. It's not very high. They're stumbling backstage with management, things like that. But this was the right step for Snake, and I think it's pretty easy on what they need to adjust. You go backstage, you're like, okay, we just need to hit that one arrow or to follow up on that one cask.
So far, just looking at the record for Snake, they've gone 0-2 in all of their games except for their victory over WE, the 2-1, and their loss to IME when they went 1-2. So the only time that they've been able to take games have been against WE and IME, who are the top and the bottom of their group, excluding themselves, of course. So perhaps this could be indicative of their performance going up against Group B in cross-conference?
I mean, I think you can maybe extrapolate that a bit, but I don't feel so bad looking at Snake and JD and being like, these are probably the two, in terms of standings, the two weakest teams in the LPL. And you look at a series like that, or at least a game, and you're like, that doesn't feel so bad. It could be much worse than it was. There was a lot good going on for that game. Again, both teams really understood what their compositions were about, how to stall out a game, how to apply pressure, when to apply pressure. It was just simply making the buttons all line up.
It did still seem a little bit disconnected from time to time. Maybe the rotations for JD weren't quite as smooth as we expected until that late game when they were able to move much more decisively. During the mid game, when Snake was applying pressure, it did seem very tenuous for JD. I remember mentioning multiple times the fact that they had that arrow ready, and Loken is sitting alone under his tier 1 turret while Mao is hunting for vision with Xin Yi. So there are still things that can be improved. But again, JD, they did take game number 1. They're looking good, at least so far. Again, we said the same thing just 2 days ago against IG when they were doing well in game number 1. They won game number 2, and then a completely different team with JD's faces walked onto the Rift in game number 3 and through the entire series.
I mean, it just means that we can't draw strong conclusions until we see some form of consistency from the team. We know what both Snake and JD's highs and their lows look like, and the problem is that we just rapidly bounce between them. They just the base is dropping
between them. Yeah,
exactly.
But again, Snake have the opportunity for that high. Doinby once again is going to pick up the MVP. So you note at the bottom of your screen, that's his 4th MVP overall. So far, JD have won 5 games.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, 80% of the time that JD win a game, Doinby takes the MVP.
This guy's just the MVP king. Everything plugs into him. And yes, Doinby played very well. He was bouncing between the top and the mid wave, constantly absorbing a lot of pressure that Zatai was trying to get going in, the split push Zatai Victor style, making sure that Loken was safe when Snake tried to engage on that mid lane tower. But I feel like there was also Mao really helping him out.
Yeah, Mao was huge on that Thresh. Watch for his positioning as he lands these hooks in the Flay. Perhaps overstepping with the Fate's Call here.
And this was the big fight that really decided the game. So Snake take the engagement here because you can see in the top corner, it's a minute until Baron. So why not burn the cooldowns there, see if you can get a pick? The problem is that this fight lasts for so long that it actually leads into the Baron spawn. So Snake had the right idea. Yes, you can look for a fight in that window. Just unfortunately, the execution went so far awry that it just bit them so hard.
And the punishment, the cost benefit of that. If they had won, great, they win the fight. Can't quite take the Baron because they've only got 2 people there.
But they can set up and control the vision around the pit.
Which plays into their composition. Question is, though, will they be able to play around that in game number 2? We're going to find out as we take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between Snake and JD Gaming. Of course, JD currently at 0-6 without a single match win to their name. Now, they've put themselves on a good start in this best of 3, winning game number 1 against Snake, and not actually looking too bad while doing it. Of course, we've said that before about them, and they have fallen apart before, so the hope is that they can continue this momentum here in game number 2.
And JD fans can rejoice the fact that that win wasn't through a snowball. You know, some games where someone just comes out swinging, they get something cheeky, and then they just blow the game wide open from minute 1. This was JD. Yes, Shinny got an early gank off for Doinby, but outside that, they actually fell behind in the early game. They fell behind quite significantly in the mid game when Snake were strong, and they just held true. They bunkered down, they hid behind their towers, they cleared out the wave safely, and they were able to fight from a deficit back into the game. And that's the type of victory, even in this isolated game, that you can be proud of.
Yeah, that sort of macro intelligence to say, all right, we're behind. We know there's an Ashe. We know there's a Victor. We don't want to take any chances. And again, they were able to pull it together. That speaks to the communication. And again, they were also looking for opportunities, trying to gank Zatai in those side lanes, not once but twice. Tragically not finding any opportunities against Zatai, masterful split pusher. But that was something that I brought up a little bit in Champion Select. I feel like put Zatai on somebody who can actually split push if you want him to split push. Something like Echo or Fizz or Kassadin even, which was banned.
Yeah, Champion Pool is a little bit wonky when you try to play those side lanes, although he did build the Lynch Bane, so trying to at least get some sort of damage if he ever reached the towers.
Yeah.
The thing that I want to point out, though, is when it drew SOFM. You know, you talked about it during the game. SOFM was actually standing or shadowing underneath Zatai, and so you're not getting the same sort of priority out of a split pusher who can be self-sufficient on your own, like the Kassadin, like the LeBlanc, who can be there without any sort of jungle assistance holding their hand. When Zatai goes to do that on Victor, suddenly you're drawing up 2 resources for Snake, and now there's not that cask follow-up for an arrow, and it's not immediately on pulling the trigger.
I feel like that even holds more weight because as it's SOFM.
Yep.
You want him to be on Lee Sin or Kha'Zix, one of these huge playmaking junglers, and instead he's sitting there on Gragas, waiting for an opportunity to cask disengage. Not exactly the most thrilling of jobs. And while we have said that he's taken a step back from his hyper-aggressive style in Spring Split, we say that Snake need a facilitator. SOFM is taking a step in that direction, but I guess what we really should say is we want anyone but SOFM to be that facilitator. Because it's SOFM, for goodness sake. The man lives in the enemy jungle. If anyone can win that matchup, it's him.
To be honest, it has to be Crystal. That's just the nature of the meta right now. You have champions like Braum and Thresh running around at super high priority. We saw the Tahm Kench this time around, although Braum was Flash. And maybe this is a question of how easily has Crystal transitioned from AD carry to support? Is his champion pool still relatively niche or small? I disagree with that to an extent because I feel like he's been given enough time, that we've seen enough greatness from him. But he's constantly still trying to play that playmaker as opposed to being that facilitator for the team that those champions empower, which Braum and Thresh are also massive playmakers on their own right.
Yeah, he was hovering it in the previous game, but he decided to go for the defensive Tahm Kench instead, perhaps valuing something else. But again, we're getting ready for game number 2 in Pick and Ban.
See what they mix it up with. I'd like to see them move away from the Tahm Kench. The one time that they did use it aggressively, did use it as a facilitator, it actually did work out for them when you think about that top lane trade.
Yes, that's right. However, that was one instance in a 40-minute game. Perhaps there could be more opportunities, as getting through the bans looks like the exact same game number 1 to game number 2. Karma Galio Thresh banned away instead of Caitlyn from Snake. So that's the difference in JD. Immediately pounce on it. All right, I guess that makes sense.
And it's just a throwback to Loken. We know that he's hyper comfortable on this champion, that he's going to be able to carry, and now you suddenly have to prepare for a late game scenario from Snake.
Not to mention the flexibility of Doinby in that mid lane, so there is a lot of options still left for JD. This Gragas is really surprising. It's, again, first pick from Snake. SOFM, the man on your screen right there, you could almost see the sadness in his eyes as he's not going to be making plays. Or perhaps he will be making plays, but he has to do it on Gragas versus Lee Sin.
There we go.
And there's Rakan locked in for Crystal. So it looks like they're sticking to the same setup if that Gragas goes to SOFM.
Okay, so let me define the word facilitator for what I want from Crystal specifically.
Gotcha.
It doesn't mean that you can't go in, you can't find those hooks, you can't find those multi-man knockups. It means that I want you to control the fight. I don't want you to be just focused on making the pick, on hitting the priority target. I want you to be focused on setting up the 5v5 so that OQ, so Zatai, so Flandre can find those priority targets. And I feel like when Crystal picks up Thresh, you know, it's him flashing forward and be like, I got the mid laner, and then everyone else is out of position. It wasn't the fight that they wanted, and they die. On something like Rakan, I feel like he gets the best of both worlds.
Flexibility is going to be very important in this matchup as JD have got Braum and Caitlyn in the bottom lane, along with Jarvan back up for Kabe. This does mean, though, that there's an opportunity for Snake to pick away their top lane as Camille is locked in for Flandre, which means SOFM will be taking that Gragas.
You'd have to think that if they're afraid that Jarvan's going to be a flex pick, that they're going to ban the Shen. Shin still has a decent matchup into Camille, but there's also the Renekton route that Kabe can go. Shin's the more comfort pick between the two, but he does have options if he doesn't want to take Jarvan into what I'm going to call kind of a soft skill matchup, because there are options for both Jarvan and Camille. I weighted slightly towards Jarvan.
We've already got our next set of bans, though. Elise and Rek'Sai banned away from Shinyi, the Elise following through, but that means that Shen is open. Kassadin again banned away from Zatai. So Snake actually had side selection here in game number 2, and they have opted to take red side. With the Kalista banned away, that means that we could see the duo bottom.
I feel like it means that Zatai is going to look towards that assassin. We saw him hover the Zed last time around. He does have a magic damage jungler. It's not the Elise, it's the Gragas, so it's not as free as he would like, but it is definitely an option that fits into that 1-3-1 style that you wanted to see, Dom.
Varus is now locked in for OQ. Not quite anywhere near as much range as that Ashe arrow, but certainly still a lot of engage with the Chains of Corruption. Excellent follow-up on Rakan as well. But that means Zatai gets counterpick. You've got an AD top laner. You've got Varus. And now JD seeing this, they just put Doinby back on that Orianna. It worked in game number 1. They've got a really strong composition. That is a Poppy locked in for the first time here in the LPL.
I told you.
Summer, I should clarify.
Kabe is frankly just exposed by the meta. He can't really play the carries. Jarvan was a good bridge. He had the option to go that, but he's by nature a tank player.
Yeah. And now he gets to take one of the biggest tanks in the game against Camille. That's probably going to feel pretty good.
That's an
I
old
imagine.
school matchup.
Yeah. And now we get to see that mastery once again. Zatai again going for the lane control with Talia locked in, but a lot more presence around the side of the map as well with the Weaver's Wall from that Talia.
I just feel like Orianna and Talia at this point in the game are just better Victor. They offer a lot that Victor can, which is your zone control as well as your wave clear. Talia, like Victor, is going to spike very early or very strongly in the mid game. Orianna, like Victor, can kind of carry over into the late game if he does get fed, you know, that Chaos Storm. So I kind of find it very interesting that you would reach for Victor when Talia and Orianna were available in the first part.
Not quite sure what happened in game number 1, but it seems like it's been rectified here in game number 2. Snake are trying out a completely different composition, but JD, they've got something a little bit different themselves as well, so perhaps this could be an opportunity to see how they operate under different conditions.
The one concern about JD's comp is that it takes a very long time to ramp up. Anytime you have a Caitlyn Orianna and then insert whatever tank top laner that you want, this is a composition that should be fairly slow going unless you just get a massive snowball for 25, 35 minutes because you're waiting on those item breakpoints. And Poppy's really only use is going to be in the big 5v5s. You don't start grouping up until much later on in the game. So again, there's been another huge open window for Snake where they get to do anything they want for the early part of the game, and there's very little JD can do to contest.
And it certainly will be scary with that likes of Talia roaming around the map, blocking off parts of the turrets and other lanes to set up for potential dives from the rest of the team. We've already seen how excellent SOFM is in the jungle. Perhaps he could have more opportunity with that Talia to follow through.
I just also find it very strange. Not that Gragas is a bad jungler right now, but Elise and Lee Sin have so much more priority. We see this globally that people are playing faster, they're playing more aggressive. You know, it's very heavy farm style into immediate ganking. And it fits SOFM to a T to be playing the Lee Sins, the Nidalees right now, and he's not.
And he's playing Gragas.
He's taking a step back and he's trying to empower his team more.
Very curious. As it is, though, we have now loaded onto the Rift for game number 2. Maybe SOFM knows something that we don't. I mean, his positioning has still been rather good, and he did keep track of Shinyi on that Rek'Sai.
Don't get me wrong, SOFM, he's returned to form.
Of course, yeah.
He's playing very well. It's this idea of who's going to pick up the slack on Snake, and I feel like everyone's kind of trying on the carry hat, and they really should just give it to SOFM in this meta.
Perhaps. Doinby this time starting with command attack. Drops his sphere over the wall to look for any sort of vision. But defensive lines across the board. Shinyi will be taking that Jarvan into the jungle. We've seen multiple Jarvan jungles here in the LPL. Hopefully he'll be on the better side of the spectrum.
First time we saw Shinyi in game 1, he made a very early camp on Doinby's lane. Managed to burn Zatai's flash and give a lot of pressure over to the MVP king himself. MVP Prince, I feel. I don't know if Doinby's quite a king yet.
3 members of Snake now walk in to look for vision of that Jarvan. They don't find anything. Shinyi starting at blue. It's a double topside start from the 2 of them. The MVP Prince holds on to that vision in the mid lane before catching the minion wave.
So this time around, Mao and Loken do not need to give up any sort of lane advantage to help their jungler, which means they immediately get there, get the shove, and Braum and Caitlyn are just going to be so abusive in this lane. Rakan actually went for the Spell Thieves here as opposed to the coin. I feel like it's a kind of a toss-up on what type of style he wants to play. A lot of Rakans will take the Spell Thief into a melee support matchup like Braum because they feel that they can actually acquire more gold off of it since they're able to poke freely.
We actually do see something different now in the mid lane as Doinby, with the attack and dissonance at level 1 and 2, pushes for early lane control over that Orianna. And Shinyi, he gets blue Gromp and then heads over to red, so he's going for a very fast clear. Mao looks for vision on blue, but he's spotted out by Crystal.
Yep, taking advantage that they had the early game shove. I do like the adaptation that you pointed out from Doinby on Orianna to get the early shove onto Talia. She almost always wins early shove matchups because it's so important for her to push out from her tower so she can make the use of her worked ground. But this opens up so much space for Shinyi to contest buffs like this.
Oh, a defensive ward from SOFM spots Shinyi. Blue buff is going to be leashed. He's playing with the patience of it, but it will be reset. Meanwhile, Doinby still pressing into Zatai. Takes only 2 hits of that threaded volley, so Shinyi will stall out the jungle just a bit, but it doesn't yield too much of a reward.
Very hard to zone off Talia from a fight just because she can do damage as she disengages from you. One of the few champions that does it, although SOFM, you're pushing your luck.
Yeah, he's going to be found now. Shinyi tagged through for
That's
some
red.
damage. Doinby follows up. Yeah, the red buff you mentioned for a slow. Doinby, command attack dissonance. He's getting some more. He's low. Shinyi, that's heal used by Zatai to keep his jungler safe. What was he thinking?
And, you know, OQ in first game when he stepped up to the tower, lost half his health. SOFM in game number 2, just, he knows that they have vision of him, and he walks into the jungle right into their trap, burns his flash, and loses so much tempo in his clear.
Yeah, not only the flash, but Zatai's heal in the mid lane as well. He's going to need that on Doinby, or taking on Doinby's Orianna. Shinyi, though, rather low health. It might be a little bit more difficult for him to gank as he heads over to Krugs. Meanwhile, top lane, it's been on an island as expected. So after that sort of early pathing fiasco, we got to see the 2 junglers trading with each other. I find myself now in an odd situation because I spent so much time commending SOFM as an intelligent jungler and a brilliant player, huge mechanical player, but I just don't know where his brain was right there.
It just feels like such a cop-out to say it over and over, but they're young. So many of these players are young. Even Zatai, who's been playing longer than anyone else on the map right now. He's been playing for 4 or 5 years professionally, and he's only, what, just now 19?
Yeah.
These are, it's just an experience, a maturity thing. You know, players talk about it all the time. EDG having so much faith in Clear Love over Fire Lily, just having that veteran voice in the team to lead you through things, to even out some of these rash decisions.
Try to keep things nice and calm for the younger members of the team and maintain that even balance, as that experience now means that Zatai gets an opportunity to return towards that mid lane. He's actually gone for boots, Dark Seal, and a health potion. Doinby, slightly more gold, decided to opt instead for the last chapter. While Kabe, as expected, he's going to be pushed in for quite some time up top.
I don't recall the keystone that Zatai took. Was it Storm Raiders or Thunder Lords?
I would imagine Thunderlords. You can really do either, I would suppose.
I mean, it's the idea of if you're playing for the lane phase versus if you're playing for the 5v5. Thunderlords for lane.
Yes.
Movement speed for 5v5. But with an early boot start, again, it makes sense on Talia just because she could do damage moving forward, moving backwards. She'll be able to walk out of the zone control, but paired with Storm Raiders would also be a good idea.
I don't actually know.
We'll pay attention, see if we get the proc of either one.
SOFM, once again, going to be spotted, takes his very late blue, as Mao and Loken, they've actually pushed up in the bottom lane, timed with the movement from Shinyi. Crystal follows through, he's stunned, that's heal, flashes back, dashes as well. But a Piltover for Peacemaker escorts him back under the turret, as that was not a good time.
Scary situation. Any other champion there would have died because the concussive blows did connect. But fortunately for him, he still had his E, so was able to reposition himself. Rakan, I feel like because of that mechanic into Braum, is actually one of the better matchups for trying to poke in and out. The issue is that I think Braum Caitlyn, I know the LPL feels that it's close to Thresh, but Braum Caitlyn for me are probably the most oppressive 2v2.
Yeah, you've been on Braum for quite some time now. What is it that makes him such a good support right now?
He just fundamentally trades, changes trading windows, and especially across from someone like Varus who has very long cooldowns early on in the game. The Unbreakable is so punishing to that. He empowers all in engage, which is empowered because we're in a door and shield meta. He absorbs so much damage, 30% early levels. And then you pair that with Caitlyn, who is the pushing queen. She's going to hit you every single time before you do.
Certainly very interesting. Now, we do see a swap from JD. This is what we were expecting. OQ and Crystal with their own recall now head top to try to answer this. Flandre immediately pulls himself back to head bottom, but Kabe's already shoving that wave in. And that leaves Flandre all alone for a small window. Shinyi's actually making his way up there as well to get some vision for the eventual roam of the rest of the team.
Yeah, and unfortunately because JD do have the tempo advantage, they have the inside track. So laying down that vision and catching out SOFM and Crystal as they try to make their way up. They do need to be careful though of Zetai's ultimate. That's the big one.
That's teleport being used. Flandre will catch Kabe bottom. SOFM is level 6 as Doinby finds Zetai, flings him in, intercepting him into the river. So perhaps well aware of that level 6 from Zetai, JD are already trying to get a favorable trade to prevent Zetai from heading up there.
And as long as they can keep them zoned out and keep this in a 2v2, although Mao losing more health than he should, Braum and Caitlyn will continue to win this. We talk about Thunderlords. You know, sometimes you'll see Varus take Fervor of Battle into Caitlyn just because Caitlyn's always going to hit Varus before he hits her, and with the Warlords, if she gets the Energize proc, then she's just going to hit you and then immediately kite out, and you'll never be able to trade. So sometimes Varus will look for the battle or Fervor of Battle so they can look for the all-in.
Ooh, flash from SOFM is predicted by Doinby in the mid lane. He's still holding onto the wave as Shinyi is trying to take Scuttle Crab just to the side, though. He's pinged, so spotted out by Snake. They try to force open the mid lane, but find only a Summoner spell instead. Still no level 6 from Shinyi, but he doesn't seem to need it as Kabe gets a good trade. And the map resets just a bit.
Some key cooldowns used, but like you said, nothing much lost. Doinby also has his teleport about to come up, so if he feels really pinched in that lane, he can just make a quick cheated back.
Loken now trying to catch the wave that OQ and Crystal have pushed in, and recall from Zetai. So after that sort of tense little skirmish, SOFM trying to be the facilitator, but it's against the one person who's probably the most prepared for that. The excellent reflexes from Doinby to get himself to safety. I love how he didn't even hesitate. He saw the body slam and just flashed back.
Yeah, but now there's windows, so SOFM can look back towards the mid lane, try to punish the lack of flash, whereas JD can actually look towards the top lane and try to punish the lack of teleport on Flandre. They still have the ability to play cross-map with double TP up in this lane, so we need to start paying attention to Shinyi's pathing. He cleared out the bottom side of his jungle, he'll naturally start rotating towards the top side, and this means that OQ and Crystal need to be on their best behavior because there's a giant signpost that says JD probably want to dive up here.
That's why we see them pulling back away from the minion wave right now. Xinyi, he's going over to Direwolves before perhaps heading over to Gromp. SOFM's already on that side of the map, and luckily it's just after the Rift Herald spawns, so vision up there will be doubly rewarded, not only keeping the top lane safe, but preventing any sort of sneaky Rift Herald plays.
And likewise, because it's an Ocean Dragon, there's not a huge priority to make the rotation there or play around it.
Doinby sees Zatai, takes a few hits from the threaded volley, just playing in lane. Still on about 13 CS ahead with a very early Morellonomicons, but take a look at Zatai. Finishing the boots 2 first for Sork boots. He wants that mobility. He wants to be unlocked and moved around, but look at this vision. Xinyi's on the side. They've got a Control Ward and Pixel Brush. They've got another one just behind the red buff. Anywhere Zatai goes, Doinby will follow.
I mean, he's doing a good job getting some of these pot shots out on Doinby as he's trying to shadow him. But you're correct. There's now just this tense moment where everyone sitting in mid.
Shockwave is there. Xinyi follows through. He even goes so far as to flash. Grand Entrance knocks him up, and he's flung back. Xinyi Cataclysms. But that's first blood. Easy peasy for Snake.
Yeah, good flash from Zatai. Actually moved him into Fog of War, so Xinyi wasn't able to immediately look for the Cataclysm and try to pop the Talia before the fight began.
Now with that first blood, it is onto Crystal of all people. Not the best, but certainly it will help him get around the map at least a little bit faster, as he does have that Sight Stone and the Frost Fang.
The big thing is how far Xinyi is falling behind SOFM. We talk about that tempo advantage, how it's not just about the macro plays, it's also about the experience advantages that you start to eke out. And in early mid-game, those are so important. Now there's a stronger smite for battles for SOFM naturally.
Still seeing a lot of vision on this top side of the map, so looking towards that Rift Herald. Xinyi, with that Cataclysm on cooldown, will be forced to clear out Scuttle Crab and try sweeping at some of this vision, even going so far as to slide to catch that ward just in time. But here comes the smite battle if Scuttler resets.
He actually had to abandon the Crab because Crystal had inside track moving down the river.
Past Mao, yeah. And there's SOFM.
The War of the Crab.
Yep. Again, JD are absolutely infatuated with this pit, with this side of the map. They're spotting blue buff as Doinby shows himself over the wall. Teleport even being used as well. They're bursting down SOFM. They get the kill. Crystal uses the quickness to stall it out as Flandre forces the fight. Zatai shows through as Kabe teleports in from the side. He's in the back. It's a full 5v5. The Hammers doesn't do quite enough as it's a double kill for Flandre. He now finds himself separated 3 for 2 so far, but ace in the hole onto Flandre. Not quite enough to finish him off, but he's pinned against the wall. Hook shot gets him to safety, and he's going to lead JD on a merry chase.
He's going to try to get the execute. We'll see if he's able to do it. I believe, what, it's 15 seconds?
Yep, 15. Turret shot 1. 2.
I think he got it.
And Loken gets the kill. Close, but no cigar. 3 for 3 when the extended trade is done, but that was a mess.
Well, at least Kabe came in. Yes, his teleport was delayed, but he did a good job of kicking out kind of the 2 big carries. Zatai was unable to collapse back onto the fight, as we have another look at it. So, first and foremost, great chain CC on SOFM. They pop him before he's able to do anything. Teleport comes in first for Flandre, and OQ is going to get actually a great ultimate and a really tight choke point. Kabe then remembers what his duty is. He kicks out 2 members, isolates a numbers advantage, and Loken starts picking up more kills. Excuse me, Kabe took it, never mind. I was like, yes, the Caitlyn. But 2, 0, and 1.
Meanwhile, Kabe, he's going 1 versus 3. Actually drops the hammer right now as Doinby will complete the teleport, command protect, and as Snake, they're trying to finish this off. There's no shockwave, but it's almost ready. There's the shockwave. Only SOFM is found. Grand entrance as Kabe shows up. They turn on to Doinby. So far, it's 1 for 1, but Crystal almost answers back as he dies to the red buff of Xinyi. Even Zatai shows through, as it ends up being a 2 for 1 in favor of JD, but chaos across the map.
But JD thrive in chaos. Again, look at the kill participation across every member. 5 kills. And this isn't happening in the 1v1s or the 2v2s. This is happening always in 5v5s. And when you buy into JD's game, they will pull you down to their level and they will beat you because they're just better at playing this chaos style.
And now we find ourselves only 300 gold difference between the 2 teams. Very close in CS all across the board. Slight advantage for Loken. We're still seeing SOFM a full level ahead of Xinyi in the jungle as recall is completed from Loken, leaving that turret undefended. Perhaps
the dive threat.
Yeah.
Didn't feel safe, that's fine.
Even, I mean, Oh, okay. Yes. Because Camille goes in, dives. When she feels she gets low, then she resets with the Hextech Ultimatum.
Yep.
That's the one.
She'd be free able to dive Caitlyn. He did have his flash, so there's no reason to die there and lose your tower, so you might as well just disengage from it.
That does mean that with Loken showing bottom, Snake now get the opportunity to turn towards the Rift Herald once again as Snake break first brick, solo gold onto Flandre. That Camille already about 20 CS ahead of Kabe and looking to get even bigger as these fights go on.
And that will always be the option for Snake, that they can play a side lane with Flandre. We'll see if it works out for them better this time around as they take the Rift Herald. They used it very well in game number 1. I expect to see a very similar thing here. I'd like to have it mid lane just to deal with Orianna's wave clear, because that's where JD really stalled them out in game number 1, and Snake can't let indecision plague them again.
Oh, we do see Loken shoving bottom along with Mao, and SOFM drops Rift Herald immediately. Doinby just completed his recall with Zatai and Crystal on the side. This is not a safe place for Kabe to be. He knocks SOFM back, but tragically, not quite the Rift Herald, not quite the target that he really wanted to break down. The turret goes low. Here comes Zatai, Chains of Corruption plus the flick back. He's burnt low. Command Protect stalls it out just a bit, but he dies, as does his turret.
Yep. Snake got their prize that they came for. They will trade 1 for 1 in the end, but mid tower always going to be so much more valuable than one of these side turrets because it opens up that access into the jungle for deep wards, which you can see SOFM, he's already scouting for.
Roaming in, getting a few wards to protect Zatai in that side lane. Again, the 1-3-1 from Snake rears its head. Flandre bottom, Zatai up top. OQ catching minions mid. And now, as we get towards this 17-minute mark, with all of these neutral objectives cleared out, we take stock of things. Still seeing some big items completed. Morellonomicon picked up for Zatai. You've already got the Blade of the Ruin King on OQ. And no big completions yet from Loken. You mentioned that this early game, Snake would be allowed to do whatever they want. Well, we saw JD fight a little bit earlier. Now it seems like Snake are getting to have their way with this early game.
And that's just the nature of itemization, the composition that Snake have put together. But they were in this exact same position before. They were unable to execute, so now all eyes. The ball's in your court, Snake. Whereas JD, they want to play a very similar game, pick up the free farm, move around their defensive vision, and stay safe until Orianna and Caitlyn feel strong enough.
And with that, they have to defend across those top and mid tier 2s, while Kabe holds on to the bottom tier 1. Doinby even going so far as to pick up blue buff for himself, but there are 4 members of Snake on that side of the map.
There is a bit more of a timer, though, for Snake here. So next dragon will be Infernal. They naturally don't want to give that one away for free, so now it's kind of a race for JD. You have, 5-minute window to acquire as much farm as possible and try to get a better position.
Get those favorable items. Sunfire Cape on Kabe. Could very well help as Grand Entrance. Just tickles Loken a little bit.
That is not going to ever be okay for
That
Poppy.
Triforce. Shinyi actually shows up with the knockup. Hextech Ultimatum is ready for Flandre. Cataclysm, he flashes back. Doesn't even have to use the ultimate.
But still had to burn a summoner spell there, so I like the attempt from JD. It's the right thing. Flandre is exposed. You don't have anywhere to be because you're not contesting an objective, so you're looking for picks on those wings.
Doinby playing very far back, nice and safe. SOFM was just there and completed a recall, so we are seeing JD return to that position from game 1.
But now you kind of have to ask yourself, if Snake aren't organizing the 1-3-1 well enough where they're not applying pressure all at once, that when Flandre draws 2 members of JD, nothing else is happening on the map, they're not executing that properly. So do you group up and try to use the cask, try to use the Talia wall to siege? They have so many tools and so much versatility with their comp.
I mean, that's what broke the split from JD in game number 1 when they, Snake, sent 3 members, almost 4 members bottom to crash that kill onto Kabe and set him behind. He wasn't quite nuking people in the late game on that Jarvan, and he won't get the opportunity this time as he's going full tank on that Poppy. But just delaying that scaling from JD. We're not seeing it yet, but we do see Crystal and SOFM looking for it.
Hunting. But ever the smart one, Doinby, just kind of duck and weave. In and out of vision, they've got great defensive control wards, so they're able to track Snake. You can see on the way pings all over the board.
They're actually moving forward as a collective unit. Ace in the hole onto Zatai. Oh, they've got the Cataclysm ready. They're going to burst down the mid laner. Shinyi and Doinby will finish it off. It's 20 minutes and 10 seconds. They set up a trap line.
But Snake have the inside track on mid tower, and so they're calling the bluff and forcing JD out of the Baron pit. You can see it on Zatai's face, though. That is kind of a reoccurring trend this split for him, just getting picked off at inopportune times.
Unexpected movement from JD will stall out this momentum.
It's also hidden movement. Again, Mao is doing such a phenomenal job controlling their vision line and denying a lot of the vision. So suddenly JD came out of that brushwork, 4 or 5 members strong.
That means that Flandre gets the chance to push in bottom and gets a lot of damage onto that tier 1. Kabe's trying to hold on, but Loken and Mao find top tier 1 undefended. They will break it down, finally evening things out in turret, but Flandre's not had his say just yet.
And time is up. Infernal Dragon will be spawning in 50 seconds. And let's check in on itemization. I believe Loken went static Shiv. It's still 712, so Shiv's very strong. But then QSS, and he's got a flat AD item. So he's delaying a lot of that Caitlyn power spike going into what JD would want to fight because they don't want to give away a free Infernal. Definitely weaker and definitely down.
And so them missing the body slam as the recall was completed. That hurts so bad when you body slam a ghost. Turns out they were never there. But already you can see Snake, they are preparing to fight for this. They've got 2 items finished on OQ, 2 items finished on Zatai.
So the big proponent heading into this fight is going to be Doinby and Shinyi. You need the Cataclysm and the Shockwave to hit because Loken's not going to be doing a lot of damage. He's going to really struggle with the front line, the Flandre, the SOFM. But they get inside track. Snake lacks on their vision line.
Immediately rushing in. They've even got Kabe pressing back against Flandre bottom. There's the Weaver's Wall to separate that Poppy. And the Unbreakable soaked the Weaver's Wall. Kabe joins the fight as Shinyi finishes off the Infernal Dragon. Flandre dives onto Doinby, but finds himself getting dunked instead. Shinyi turns around through the Ruptured Earth for enormous amounts of damage and dies unnecessarily, but the Infernal Dragon picked up by JD, still a big win.
I have never seen that interaction before.
That's amazing. It turns out Weaver's Wall is actually a projectile.
I want to see the replay. I don't know if he stopped it or
he did, yeah,
Braum actually caught it.
He put the Unbreakable up right as the Weaver's Wall came through. Like, he lined himself onto it, and then Kabe walked up from bottom to separate as the tie from the fight.
Okay, Mao's a god.
That was...
He's not actually a god, but I'm moving him from,
so cool.
from serviceable to good.
Okay.
We're in the box now.
Yes. We're slowly climbing up the tier list.
He's definitely in the ring with the other, good supports. He needs to take a few punches, knock someone out, and then he can move to great.
Yeah. So now, Snake, with that Infernal Dragon gone, we return to the position we were just in. Find themselves trying to 1-3-1. Flandre did die, giving over a kill, but so too did Shinyi, so it worked out rather even in gold in the end.
And Snake are starting to kind of fray at the seams here, falling apart around their vision game. That's twice now throughout this series alone. They've been delayed on making it to an objective. It was really barren in the first game after the Cloud Dragon. Now the Infernal Drake, that's a big power point because this Orianna and this Caitlyn got that much scarier late game.
And now you can see Loken's actually aggressively chasing SOFM out of the jungle. He feels much more empowered. He's actually had enough gold to finish off his Infinity Edge, so he is in fact ready to fight. But meanwhile, Flandre finally going to finish off bottom, taking a few shots, not entirely sure why. Oh, he's running away from Doinby. Okay. So still seeing some good communication from Snake in that they are reading some of the momentum. OQ, I was looking for the flash Chains of Corruption, but it turns out he didn't find it. Neither did I.
But look at the rest of JD. The fact that Doinby as a resource was pulled bottom, and then they just, hovered around Snake, made sure that they couldn't immediately turn onto the Baron, did their job, didn't get caught off by a Verisult, by a Cask, by Rakan's long-range engage, speaks volumes to how cohesive and tight the team is playing.
Yes. And again, this is Doinby certainly still holding up his end of the bargain, but the big growth, the big improvement is it finally seems like JD, they're holding up their end of the bargain as well.
He's no longer just dragging chains and tires across the...
Atlas carrying the whole weight of his team behind him. Instead, he's got a few helping hands to carry his whole world across the finish line.
I like Atlas. I like it as an imagery for Doinby. I feel like we got Hercules today in Dan Gaming.
And How they find themselves back on the map. There's the potential pick. They're diving onto him. He's knocked up, plus the damage. They burst him down before he gets anything. Now it's up to the rest of his team. Can they carry the globe that he has dropped? Loken is firing with Kabe. They get one, and Crystal retreats from the back as Kabe knocks it up. The Ruptured Earth again flings Xingyi to his death. But Loken continues walking it off with Kabe, and Zatai follows through. The grand entrance just narrowly misses, and with low mana, JD are forced to back away.
Loken saw his life flash before his eyes. He managed to hang on to his own summoner spell, but if I was Crystal, I'd be mad that that didn't connect. Doinby, though, Caster Curse, we were just praising him, and like we said, you know, unfortunately, Doinby gets a lot of scrutiny. There's a big magnifying glass on him. The captain, the shot caller, the leader of JD, sitting in last place, he can't afford to make those errors. Because so far through this split, he's been the only consistent member. And when he messes up, there's no one to pick up the slack.
That's what we see right here.
And this time around, JD do to an extent, but their composition is just really not built to thrive right now. So they minimized the damage, they staunched the bleeding, and they made sure that, most importantly, they didn't lose the Baron.
They were able to keep themselves on the map after this, so we didn't get to see Snake rush towards the Baron either. And just like that, we reset. 8 kills to 9 as Xingyi turns it back over. He's still got the Cataclysm. A lot of cooldowns are still ready for JD. Still no Hextech Ultimatum or Weaver's Wall from Snake, so they're going 3 versus 5. Actually, no Unbreakable for Mao either, but they're actually doing the Baron just outside of the vision. Flandre has got Teleport. He's going to use it to rush in, as now it's spotted out by a blue trinket. Shockwave on SOFM. He's brought so low, but is still alive. That means he can smite. Xingyi, this is going to be close. Crystal and Zatai making their way in. Flandre, that's the flash. Knock up onto the back line. Baron's at 2,500, but the fight in the front as Crystal is tagged and dies. Flandre dives in and trades 1 for 1, and now it is 1 for 2 as he eats a bullet to the face. Kabe continues chasing, but it is so hard to follow through onto that Talia. Just trying to zone it away. Knock up, but there's no follow from the rest of his team. That residual damage. Flash dodged by Doinby. What a reaction. And he's able to get the kill onto SOFM. Kabe will get flung back as he bites off a little bit too much more than he can chew.
So in the end, it is an overall win for JD. They also get the teleport from Flandre, so they can try to make the exact same play. And Camille needs to be that much more conscious of, am I in a side lane? Am I preparing for a 5v5 with my team? That said, Hero Mao again. Look at this Braum play. So he does soak up a lot of the Baron damage, but he's going to zone out OQ, Zatai, and SOFM with the ultimate. And it doesn't seem, much because he doesn't hit anyone, but they have to walk around it. They're not hitting the front line. It allows JD to at least take the first half of the fight. And this is JD taking fights before they're at their strongest. And that's what's scary for Snake.
And this is Kabe.
The
Perhaps
flash.
overextending just a little bit too much, but again, Doinby, what a reaction. Who's looking for that in a fight? I mean, all eyes are on Talia right there, and Doinby sees SOFM coming in from the side.
And the thing is Doinby's not really known for his mechanics. When you think about Doinby, you think about kind of his creative build path, his wonky champion pool, how well he plays with pressure, which is so unique for a mid laner in the LPL. We really have Coco and Doinby, and those are our only 2 pressure-focused mid laners who just play around, side waves, bouncing things back and forth, zone control, rather than the 1v1 assassination potential, like the icons, like the Zatais, the rookies.
Well, thriving under pressure is Doinby's middle name. There goes the Weaver's Wall, and again, Mao blocks it off. JD set themselves up in the pit, and they are ready to fight. Flandre's still following through. Xingyi's got to finish it off, and he gets it. There goes the big toss-up onto Crystal as Kabe again will chase Zatai away, but Baron picked up by JD.
And they're going to be able to disengage just fine. SOFM doesn't have Cask, he doesn't have Flash. The only hard engage they have is OQ. Snake get nothing for that. Table scrapped in an Ocean Dragon.
Now Snake, they have to take this Ocean Dragon. It's the one thing that they can afford to.
We didn't get Baron,
take off the map. Couldn't get any kills. Oh man, this is huge. You can see how reckless the vision is getting from Snake across the map as well, as they seem to be feeling the pressure of the fact that they might be the first team in Summer to lose a best of 3 to JD Gaming. They are 0-6.
To be fair to Snake, this is a very different JD than we're used to seeing. Not only is the roster finally coming together, but it's doing so consistently. Again, they fell behind in the mid game. They played from a deficit. They played smart, bunkered down, then waited for their time to strike and did so well.
They now find themselves with this Baron buff, sieging down the mid lane. They've got teleport ready for Kabe, but they're bringing him in. That Keeper's Verdict is so important. Doinby overextends. He's caught and bursted down by Flandre. That's another big mistake, but Loken is still firing across the back. There's no crowd control to lock him down. Not a lot of flashes as a slow will finally hit. Flandre trades his life again for Shinyi and Doinby, but this Caitlyn, she's getting big.
Spoke too soon. Snakes still have a little bit of fight left in them. Fortunately for JD, they still have a little bit of Baron left in them.
Teleport still ready for Kabe as SOFM gets spotted over the side. Mao is at such low health. Teleport onto the wave as Loken is going to try to finish off this turret. Takes a shot as Kabe will find him. Glacial Fissure, they're bursting out SOFM.
The chain CC, the fact that Kabe TP's in, gets him across from a wall,
And
looking
Kabe
for more.
dives again, the massive Poppy. The Keeper's Verdict separates Crystal, but that does mean he gets flung back by Zatai.
Okay, definitely didn't need to go that deep. That's fine. I like the spirit, the tenacity.
There's something going right for JD, and that's Loken playing big. There's also something going a little bit wrong. Shinyi and Kabe are going real ham in these fights.
And we're going to see this block again. Mao, that's twice now. Just on fire with this Braum and showcasing why the pick is so pivotal in the meta. I said that Talia and Orianna were pretty much just like better Victor. Well, if Braum's in the meta, I'd much rather have the Victor.
Yes. Laser Chaos Storm. I mean, that wall even ended up splitting SOFM from the rest of his team, from the safety of his numbers. And from there, it was an easy pick onto Crystal once he leapt in. So it's still even in gold, it's even in kills, and it is one turret advantage for JD. But they still look to press their advantage. Look for one of these outer tier 2s. No teleport ready for Kabe, but Doinby does have his, and the rest of his team is just behind him.
Uh-oh.
Ward wars?
They don't want to take down the legendary Mao. Flandre was like, I'm not messing with that guy.
Yeah. Crystal steps in and immediately grand entrance to safety. Zatai's got the wall ready, and now he knows where Mao is, so perhaps he could split it off. But again, it's denied. This is brilliant. Look at that.
I'm upset for Zatai.
He's finding the splits. He's finding JD. He's tearing them apart with his lineups,
And
but Mao just denies it.
And it's not just Mao's wall placement, it's also the vision placement, because you have to have vision on Talia to see what angle she's trying to set up for that wall. So yeah, he does have the reaction time where he can get in position, he sees the wall being built up, but it's like a 2-for-1, because it's caught so much farther beforehand because they set up perfect flank vision.
Now they're pushing with a Caitlyn, with that Orianna, onto this tier 2. The flick misses as Shinyi again zones away SOFM. And without that engage, without the wall, this tower is not long for the rift. It crumbles 5 turrets to 3. And for the first time in a very long time in this game, JD now find themselves with 1,000 gold advantage.
There is a bit of breathing room for Snake right now, although it's not going to last very long with Elder going to be coming up on the board. But the Baron has fallen off. They still have all of their inhib towers, so take a deep breath, Snake. Recenter yourselves. You're not out of this just yet.
3-0-9 on Loken. 12 kill participation. I mean, once again, just looking through these numbers, it's the core 3, Shinyi, Doinby, and Loken, who are doing so much work. Kabe, he's only 10 out of 14, and Mao just a little bit lower because he's dying a little earlier in these fights. But absolutely massive KPAs that we're seeing as JD are, again, just out teamworking Snake.
The unity of friendship. And, you know, we've highlighted Doinby a lot, we've highlighted Mao. Now it's time to look towards Shinyi. Taking over for someone like Clid, who's kind of this... not all-star, not superstar, because he hasn't reached that status yet, but you could see the potential just kind of crippling or building beneath him. I'm trying to think of like a Super Saiyan where you see like the power ripple around them.
Okay,
and that was like Clid. He was like Gohan, not Super Saiyan yet, but you could see where he would end up.
When he gets mad, Perfect Cell doesn't stand a chance.
He's going to get those crazy kicks like he did on Mystic. Mystic still wakes up in a cold sweat thinking about that day.
Daddy Doinby shows up behind him to do the empowered Kamehameha.
Yeah, but then you have someone like Shinyi, who, let's be frank, coming into this across from Clid, he's like Krillin.
He's like Krillin, yeah. or maybe Tien. He shows up for a while, and you're like, okay, he's got one cool thing he can do.
There weren't many expectations here.
Yeah.
You know, he's from solo queue, relatively unknown Chinese jungler. But this game, I mean, I'm going to give him a solid Piccolo.
I mean, he's
Piccolo
still dying a lot. He's still dying a lot, so we're still on the Krillin scale.
Piccolo.
Okay, all right. At least it's not Yamcha. And yeah, we've got Elder Dragon up in 15 seconds, Baron 45 after. While we've been trying to decide who is who on the Dragon Ball Z scale, these teams have been setting up vision around this Elder Dragon. Flandre is actually ready for a flank. He's spotted out in advance, dives again onto Doinby, and that shockwave onto one. The wall now pins JD against the wall. This is the fight. Shinyi leaps in the back onto Zatai and forces him to flash away. And though they found the positioning, again, it just wasn't enough. Mao chases forward onto OQ. Exhaust, flash, and dash. And they are throwing everything at the kitchen sink to take down the AD carry. They succeed without losing a single member.
They get the wall, but it is too little too late. JD's composition, they got the Baron, it snowballed them into late game. They are online. This Caitlyn, this Orianna, they're a massive problem, and Snake have run out of options.
Flandre's trying to catch the wave from behind, but the inhibitor's already broken. They're pinned between the two sides of Zatai, SOFM, and Flandre, but they turn onto SOFM. The flash engage locks him down, and now they turn towards the Baron.
And they're going to walk through it. There's no smite for Katashin. The only answer that Snake have is they'd have to kill them, and again, they've run out of time. The gold lead is too massive. They've hit their breakpoints. They're going to get 2 free Barons in this game, and JD are looking to close out a series.
Yeah, 4, now 5,000 gold ahead. Here's that play again.
So it starts out, Flandre thinks that he gets a good pick onto Doinby, but he doesn't really do any sort of damage. Zatai is then going to get popped for Shinyi, and if you can trade the Taliyah for the Jarvan, it's going to be worth every single time. But here's Mao, and this guy's about to go Super Saiyan. He launches himself, locks down the AD carry, and walks down OQ. He has been phenomenal this game.
Something's different about this guy, and it's not the green ears or the antenna. As JD now turn towards the Elder Dragon with their Baron buff still ready. They've got mid lane prepped, which OQ is catching right now. They've got Kabe racing out of the base to join up with his team. Looks like it's going to be bottom, but Snake have got other plans as they set up a death brush.
And Snake needs to decide where they're going to draw the line. It might be here.
Mao steps in, but that's the support. He's shielded and protected, and that is nothing. A knock up onto Crystal. The follow through from Shinyi. The slam dunk onto Zatai. It's a wombo combo. Chaos for Snake as they get aced. The Guardian Angel, the last cooldown for them, as they get smashed now. A triple kill for Doinby. And they turn towards the base to wreak havoc upon Snake's hopes and dreams. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Jing Dong Gaming are no longer without a win. They break down the Nexus, and they take their first series victory over Snake Esports.
Phenomenal performance across multiple members of JD, and that's something that we don't often get to see. Doinby.
Head in hands as he lets loose one of the biggest sighs of relief that we have seen here in the LPL.
You could see his frustration.
And they pull it together. Tears of joy as he wins this best of 3 against Snake. Finally, the crisis of faith seems to have reached a conclusion.
That is the weight of the world rolling off of a man's shoulders and finally getting to stand tall on the victor's podium. Doinby has gone through 6 series from MVP to last place, and they've finally put it together.
Feeling a bit teary-eyed myself. That is an emotional moment for JD. Forgetting even to bow as they make their way back.
We've never bowed before. Where do we go?
What happens? It has been quite some time since we've seen Doinby and the team collect the win, but they've finally done it.
But I, for one, welcome back Prince Doinby to his throne, and hopefully JD can continue to build on the successes that they found in this game. They look strong.
There they go. Making it back out. A much-deserved win.
And this just speaks to Doinby. Look at the emotion on his face. You know, when things go right, he's screaming in his seat, he's jumping up and down. We think all the way back to that phenomenal clit kick on Mystic. I think it made, you know, top 5 plays of all time. And how loud Doinby was, how much he celebrated the team. He's the heart and soul of them. And just to see the emotion from him as he finally is able to achieve. And this is just Snake gaming. Can you imagine if they took down someone like WE or EDG?
That would be massive. The very definition of catharsis. As they're finally able to close out this best of 3. And not, as you said, not through snowballs. Not through, oh, we got to win because one of our players got massive and just won the whole series. No, they outplayed, they out-team fought. They outsmarted Snake.
They never gave up, is what it is. And that's evident by Doinby. He never gave up. He always had heart. He always cared.
And with shaking hands, he will be returning backstage to get ready as he now gets a week to rest and recuperate and hopefully continue this momentum as the time goes on, because they're certainly going to need it. This is the first step for JD Gaming.
Keep the fire, Doinby.
Yeah. The first step of what one can only hope is many.
He's got Linko, his manager, behind him. It's pretty much been the Doinby Linko show. I mean, Doinby's the face of it, from newbie or from QG to newbie to Jingdong. Linko with him every step of the way.
Yeah, and you can see it followed a very similar pattern to game number 1. Snake, again, the dominant early game, the strong laning phase into comfortable rotations towards that Rift Herald, towards the early Dragons, but JD, they held on, they buckled down, and they were able to pull through with some very sometimes chaotic, but decisive fights when they were winning.
But they understand what their identity is. We talked about it as it was happening, these small skirmishes throughout the map. JD will pull you down to their level, and they'll beat you with the experience to do it. The trust falls that this team takes. Meta? What meta? We're going to play Poppy Top.
Exactly. Loken doing massive damage that game as Doinby, he had to make a big trust fall himself in this best of 3, falling back, open arms, and hoping that Loken and Mao could catch him. And they were there. Loken's Caitlyn got absolutely massive in the late game. And while Snake threw everything and the kitchen sink at putting Doinby in the graveyard, in the fountain, it was Loken and Mao who were able to follow through and close out this series. And JD, they've done it. They've finally taken their first win.
Feels good.
It does.
It's been a long time since I've seen, a type of celebration like that, or a type of display of emotion. So many LPL fans are used to teams like LGD, who will just lose, week after week. LG are starting to make the climb back, showing kind of the climate shift in the LPL as teams are taking Summer Split much more seriously. But then to see a display of emotion like that from Doinby, from the last place team in the LPL, just finding a single win, shows that they still care, that this is never going to be just a freebie.
Yeah, this is a win that means a lot to them, and it's something that they're going to need to take home, because Doinby, tears of joy as he's able to take the big best of 3 win against Snake. I mean,
my producer's actively trying to make me cry.
He's trying. He's trying really hard. It's very close to tears on Frosco right now. So we'll just go ahead and let's talk about Snake on the other side, because of course we're going to celebrate a whole lot of JD once we get down to a little bit more stats when we find out their MVP. But Snake, they still had the same issues playing again.
I mean, if it's heartbreaking for Doinby, it's double heartbreaking for Snake. They're still in the exact same situation that we saw them last week, where they're trying to put, all the good things are lining up, but they just can't get that finishing touch, that polish, that tinsel on the bow on top. And how many times are you going to come to the finish line right before you trip? And again, you just continue not to give up. You can see it on their faces. SOFM, he's stone cold. He's not saying anything. Zatai's starting to look very frustrated. OQ not really talking. Snake are just so disfranchised right now.
And we did mention, of course, they did have some management changes 2 weeks ago, I think, at this point. They are looking better in pick and ban. They're looking strong in lane, but there's still something missing.
Yeah, all the right ideas. It's just the execution about how they're plugging into each other. And, I put it on Crystal. When Snake were super dominant across from their series in IMA, it was Crystal who would flash forward and find the hook and look for the overextended engage. And then suddenly everything collapses on Snake and they start to fall apart. This time around, it was a bit more systematic. You can say that, maybe it's still on Crystal because the vision game was relatively weak, but otherwise they have a lot of problems.
And MVP for this game goes to the man who caught the MVP Prince Loken, the new AD carry for JD. Arms wide open. He says, I can carry you across the finish line, Doinby.
And JD fans rejoice. Yes, it's always nice to have MVP Prince Doinby take the title, but for once, he doesn't get it, and that only speaks good things for JD in the future.
We have to hope that this can continue. There was a reason it was banned in game number 1 and first picked right away in game number 2. So we talked a little bit about Snake. Let's get back then to JD. It seems like they finally have been able to pull together. And sure, there are still a few rough patches. Shinyi multiple times sliding into the Talia ruptured earth for 70% of his health missing. But he had the idea. The one time when we saw that fight where I believe it was Zitai got the Weaver's wall from the flank, he actually misaligned his ruptured earth, which allowed Shinyi to get into the back at full health.
I mean, the thing is anytime we get a glimpse at comms from JD, it's always like massive yelling. You know, Doinby leading that charge. And we talk about trust falls, how, you know, Doinby took the trust fall for his team to catch him, to carry him late game. Mao and Loken answered the call. But there's also the trust fall of Shinyi. Like, if someone's yelling, just get on Talia, just go, 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 he throws away his life for that. He literally threw himself in front of a boulder to do what the team needed, and it did work. You know, in that last team fight, he did catch Zitai in the back. You traded your Jarvan for the Talia. You're going to take that every single time. And so despite Shinyi, you know, maybe not taking the best trades for his health bar, he did his job.
And we did see that faith continue across multiple members of the team. Even Kabe taking Poppy top for the first time in the LPL Summer. Perhaps, I don't know the actual stats on this, perhaps for the first time in Summer globally. It seems so wacky and crazy and so counterintuitive to the current meta, but then he just followed through. All he had to do was sit on top of Doinby, use that aura to prevent anyone from getting in, use that aura to keep Loken safe, and while laning phase was rough, while he lost turrets, he was still able to come up big in the late game.
And that's the thing. It's the fact that across from the talent that Snake have built into their roster, that even with winning matchups in those lanes, they were unable to capitalize on, you know, to really crack open. We know that JD are always going to build a 5v5 comp, just like I may, but that means that you need to abuse them in those lanes, that you need to abuse them in the early game, and Snake, while they got the gold leads, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. I mean, Loken was doing a great job on that Caitlyn. Mao taught, I think, everyone something new with Braum today. Blocking the Weaver's wall with Unbreakable.
To be fair,
3 times?
Braum hasn't been in the meta for a very long time, so I feel like it just ships passing the night, Talia and Braum. They just didn't quite line up, so I wouldn't get to see that interaction. And I was like, there's no way that would stop it. You should just bump him to the side.
Yeah, I think I remember you asking me about that like a week or 2 ago and being like, does this actually block it? And I think I said no. And now I have been proven wrong.
I trusted you, Dom.
Yes.
It's fine.
But we learned, yeah.
Mao caught me.
Yes. Gosh, that explains so many fights now, because I remember multiple times being like, the Talia wall doesn't go all the way. I wonder why. I guess Unbreakable and even Yasuo can absorb that because it counts as a projectile. Huh, TIL.
Rip.
Yeah, learning new things every day. But again, this is JD. They're going to have a week off during Rift Rivals to go back into practice with hopefully some renewed vigor, an opportunity to come back and start trying to claim some wins because, as we've said, this is the first step on a very long road if they hope to compete. They are 1-6 right now.
And they took down one of the weakest teams, or one of the weakest opponents, and a fairly crippled Snake in its current form, morale management, things like that. So good things from JD, but they have tougher talent challenges ahead.
Yes. Well, we'll have to see if they can mount those next hurdles. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next matchup. Pulse is taking the desk for IG versus Suning Gaming.
this love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL. I've taken over the desk from Dom. I've stolen it. This is my desk now. We're coming at you for Suning Gaming and Invictus Gaming coming up next. I'll do it with my beautiful Alice. I've also added a Rusty to the desk. How are you? How are you today?
I'm good. Of course, watching that last set backstage was super interesting. We learnt a lot about the emotions that seemed to be passing with JD. So it was a curious set to watch unfold.
Yeah, sure. And mechanics as well. I had no idea that Braum Shield can block Talia Wall. What was that? And he did like multiple times as well.
Four times.
Yeah, it was crazy. But he like intentionally did it as well. So pretty cool to see. But it was also nice at the end. Just like also the emotions on stage. And not just that, but like the whole team coming behind Doinby and like the manager even like giving him a hug at the end was just really cool to see. And like there's still a long way to go for Doinby and the team. But like it's still the first step, right?
And just to put into context, everything that was on the line for Doinby when JD bought out QG Gaming, Doinby cried for hours. He was very against the team being rebranded because he felt that QG was his best shot at World. And so from going from MVP King to a great spring split to bottom of the table at Summer, you can tell that Doinby is so stressed. He's literally watching his dream burst before his eyes, and he's trying so hard.
It's still going to be a long road for them, but I wish him the best of luck. However, let's move on to our next game of the day, and is Invictus Gaming against Suning Gaming. And now, I think the first question I have to ask is, do you consider IG to be on the same tier as Suning Gaming now?
I'm going to say no. You're welcome to answer before me if you have a better justification as to why not.
Are you saying that IG are above Suning or below?
I say IG are above Suning.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah. Didn't know if I needed to clarify that
No,
part,
we're good.
but I'm glad we're on the same page. Now, I think IG are better than Suning Gaming. I wouldn't say they're on the same level. We even saw IG win against what I think was a pretty good JD compared to normal on Thursday. And so we have seen positive signs from this team. They are always going to have more potential with the star players on the roster, and we're kind of just waiting for all of that to click.
Yeah, but it's not currently, like, it's starting to get there, but, like, when you have a player like Duke and Rocky in the mid lane and Duke in the top lane, you just expect it to, like, work, because that was, like, the core of the composition. It was, like, you had Kid who was, the kind of the meme in the jungle, the moving ward, but he would just facilitate the solo lanes, and that's how you'd pick up wins, because your IG, that's your identity. And then when you suddenly swap out Duke and you got, oh, Shy's in the top lane now, like this guy who randomly comes out from solo queue, oh, he's pretty good mechanically, but then you could entirely upset like the team's balance. Now Duke's back. Like it just seems like there's a lot going on right now, and this is something I would expect out of spring split, not summer.
A big problem is you pretty much listed all of the good parts for IG, and now we have to look at the other parts. You have to look at Ning, who's still kind of growing into his role, role swap from ADC into the jungle, doesn't have a lot of experience doing that. So from there, he's actually technically a downgrade from Kid. Kid was doing it a lot longer, felt much more comfortable with the team, understood his job, and especially for how important jungle is in the meta. And then you look at the bottom lane, West and Megan, and for me, that's where everything is going wrong for IG. I said it before, I'll say it again. Statistically, in every measurable way, West and Megan are the worst bottom lane in the LPL right now. And West gets a huge amount of gold, more so than most AD carries, and he literally does less with it than everyone else. Whereas on the other side, Suning Gaming have Fury and Yoon. And if there is a strong point of that team, it's there.
Yeah, it's a shame to say that as well, because, Baolan, now Megan, was actually a really big upgrade for this team. They kept recycling players, support after support, AD after AD. They all came in and they tried their best, but he's the only one so far that has actually been something I would define as successful for the team. And so for it to not be working now is honestly very unfortunate.
So Rusty, why do you think that IG is still ahead of Suning Gaming? So if bottom lane is so weighted towards Suning Gaming, then why IG still better?
It's just the experience buff. The fact that they have these experienced players, you've got Suning Gaming, they auto-promoted, it's their first split in the LPL, and they have to go up against the likes of the Rookie and the Duke. As a direct comparison, the experience should be enough. And that's why Kid was also able to be slotting into a new role seamlessly, is that experience that Suning Gaming will grow into. So the potential, I'm not saying isn't there for the team, it's that right now, as a direct comparison of them, I would say IG are the better team at a different level to Suning who can get there. And if they do, and they manage to do it this split, it'll be accelerated.
Let's first off take a look at Suning Gaming's roster, however. Little Owl in the top lane with Hacker in the jungle, Fen in the mid lane, with Fury and Yoon in the bottom lane. So meaning Hacker and Fen look to be the starters here.
Yeah, and we've talked that Fury and Yoon are really the players to watch, but other things to note for us, Fin's Kassadin play is great.
Yeah, but there's a hard counter to that, and that's called a ban. So on the opposite side, Duke, Ning, Rocky, West, and Megan will be the roster for IG.
I'll take you one step further. There's a counter to that, and it's called Rookie.
That's also true. Yeah, both those things work. So I feel like IG should have the mid lane on lockdown, but it's just one of those things. I think it's gotten to the point where it's just like, even if you have such an amazing player in mid lane in the form of Rookie, why don't you just take the pick away? Because if Fen happens to randomly pick up 2 kills off of your bot lane, oh, now he just one-shots your mid lane. It doesn't really matter. So it's just one of those things where it's just like, it's worth it, especially if you're on blue side.
And we have seen teams actually disrespect Suning Gaming's mid laner and not ban away the Kassadin anyway, try and counter it and still give them opportunities to get him fed. What we have noticed is that Hacker and Fen as a duo do roam around the map pretty well when they get unlocked from their lanes or their positions on the map. Their dives bottom have been very sound, and they've managed to find Fen opportunities to get fed. And when presented with that, he does make it work. He's very much that assassin 1-3-1 type of player, and if allowed to be that, to be fair, he's against Rookie, he has looked good.
But for IG, now there's kind of this split dilemma. Do you actually take away things from Fen or try to prioritize sculpting a matchup for Rookie just to deny the potential carry of Hacker and Fen? Or do you throw all of your bans trying to dig your bottom lane out? Because we know that Fury and Yoon like to go for things like the Kog'Maw and the Rakan. They're huge playmakers. They'll scale wonderfully into late game. Suning Gaming, you said it, Pulse, they're kind of like a vanilla 5v5 late game LPL team. And IG really can get caught off guard because the later that you go, if it goes 35, 45, 55 minutes, it doesn't matter if you have someone like Rookie. That's a 50-50 coin flip on who's going to win the team fight.
Sure. And I think Suning Gaming are in a good place right now because you don't have to be doing something crazy, right? It was the old saying, it's like you don't have to be SKT to win a game. You don't have to play an incredibly smart game. You just need to play your own game well. And Suning Gaming do that. They do actually have some good games. They take some games off of stronger teams, but right now they are just very, very much a vanilla team in my eyes. I do want to touch on jungle though, talking about like Ning and Hacker. Do you think there's a difference there, and is it that Ning is stronger?
I mean, frankly, I haven't gotten enough exposure from Hacker to really weight him very well. Ning is definitely on the bottom tier of junglers. He just sometimes turns completely invisible. He's still trying to find his own tempo and pace.
Yep, very true. But all right, let's get into Champion Select. So Suning Gaming and IG going head-to-head for Game 1 here. Syndra, Cassiopeia, and Orianna. So yeah, I wonder who they're targeting here, Rusty. On the opposite side, IG banning away Thresh, Galio, and Zac. So pretty common bans for the red side, but looking towards that first pick now from Suning Gaming, Elisa's still on the board that the junglers want it, but Caitlyn also very high priority on this patch.
And this is the amusing thing, you know, we mentioned Kassadin for Fen. Yes, it's up and available, but if I was Suning Gaming's mid laner, I was playing against Rookie, Rookie's on the red side of the map, so he's going to have last pick. I probably don't want to be Kassadin. I just probably don't want to be a part of that champion in that lane at all.
Yeah.
I might pick something much more control magey and try and prioritize that. And you can see the respect being paid already with those 3 bans you mentioned. I mean, conversely, IG just getting rid of the strong meta.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I don't think you really want to be in the mid lane at all if you're facing down Rookie or Fen at this point in time. But then again, going back to comfort is always an exceptionally strong thing, you know, for mid laners, especially when you're going up against someone the caliber of Rookie. Going back to comfort, going back to your one-trick pony champion is often the way to try and at least get yourself out of the early laning phase. And there you go, Kassadin locked in. So here's the play-by-play analysis. At least also for the jungle there for Hacker, as we also mentioned. Duke also locked in the Kha'Zix for Ning, and then Lulu comes in as the flex for IG as well on top of that.
And a lot of the speculation we're having here is you're playing against Rookie, but we've already mentioned with Suning Gaming, they play for themselves. They'll play their own style. They'll pick for themselves. So giving him his best champion, you're right, it's the best way to play this out if you are Suning, but the higher priority going towards the Caitlyn is the thing that I do like from them. Of course, giving Fury one of the strongest champions in that meta, try and support him with a good support. We know that Yoon's Rakan is incredible, and he's going to have the opportunity to play that here.
Rookie gets his hands on Jace. It could also go to the top lane here for Duke, who is coming in over the Shy, so it seems like Duke could go off the bench now and hopefully here to stay. I do like watching the Shy play, but Duke, in the end, it's Duke. So his skill ceiling may be a little bit high from what we've seen for now. Zyra banned away from Suning Gaming's Yoon, and also taking away the Rumble from Duke, since this Jace is still a flex.
For me, a lot of this is the pump fake of we're going to pick Jace and hope they don't ban Fiora as an example, and then give Duke his winning top lane matchup because Jace will always be mid. But it can go top if you pick something bad into it. But remember, with all the bans right now, there's still just banned away the Renekton. I was going to say J4 as well, one of the better top laners, still going to be there for lane priority. And that's what the Rumble ban also indicates. So I'm curious that they go for the Shen ban after Rumble when someone like J4 is still up and available.
Yeah, exactly, and Fiora is still there as well if Duke wants it in the top lane. Kog'Maw locked in for West here for IG. And that also signifies that the Lulu will probably go bot lane now, of course.
And that also sheds light on the Shen ban, also getting rid of that. When you really look at it, second pick, second rotation of a Lulu is very indicative of the AD carry we're playing as a hyper carry. Super early notice on that fact also, so it's not a surprise that Westall locked that in. It's not a surprise that Suited Gaming have counters to it as well.
Heck yeah. Lock in the Blitzcrank there for Yoon. Just like, what? Thresh is the better version of that? Well, you banned Thresh, so give me Blitzcrank. Let's go. Let's get those hooks down onto the Cogmore, make sure he never really gets rolling. It just seems like a twin threat kind of strategy fit here from IG. It's just like, you know what, our top side of the map is really where our strengths are, but if you just go Cogmore and you happen to just be 35 minutes into the game and have 2 items, then fantastic. Join the team fight.
Yeah, and the AD carry and support of this team is still mechanically very sound, very capable. West is a good AD carry. He's a Caitlyn player. That's why it's such a high priority from Suited Gaming. Of course, the risk is that you have to support him now, as there we go, finish team comps.
Finished comps with Jarvan for Little Owl on the top lane, followed by Kled from Duke as well. So pretty cool to see this. Duke has played a couple Kled games, but usually goes elsewhere. I wouldn't classify that as the quintessential Duke pick. I'd say that's more like a 957, maybe even a Xiang at this point. But for sure, Duke locks it into the top lane.
Yeah, and he's going to be picking it into the J4. Renekton being banned away from Xiaoal is one of the more curious ones that we've lightly touched on that fact, but he has actually looked really good when he plays Renekton. So I respect the ban. Forces him onto a Jarvan, which is arguably just a better matchup for Kled, because Renekton's a bad matchup for Kled in the first place. He was going to set himself up a little bit more for success here, Duke. Get him unlocked, maybe still get through that laning phase fine. Once the big item spikes where he can come bottom with the rest of his team and get a Cogmore rolling.
And just get in there. On the opposite side, Fen has his hands on his prized Kassadin pick, and we even spoke about pregame, the fact that some teams have been disrespecting him a little in the mid lane, just allowing him to have the pick, and then he just randomly picks up 2 kills in a skirmish or a fight, and then he's massive. So we could have another one of those games, which is a little scary, but that being said, I do have the faith in IG. Could is always the key word, the operating word here, Rusty, that it won't happen because Rookie will be able to contain him. Then again, IG never really know what you're going to get from them. It's always been the story.
Yeah, you never really understand where IG are going to be before the game actually kicks off. You watch them play and you're like, all right, this is the good IG. Let's see if that continues through the whole game, because when they do look good, they can be a top 4 team, at least within their group. Right now, with the composition they've compiled, still scary if the Kassadin gets going. But the Jace pick, Rookie's got himself a Hex Drinker AD carry user in the mid lane who should never die to Fen 1v1. It is about the junglers, the ganks, and if they roam around the maps, and perhaps the teleport usages from these guys. It's the team play that gets Fen rolling.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, Jason to Kassadin, pretty bad matchup for Kassadin. He's just going to be knocked around for a lot of that laning phase as well, just kind of beaten around the head, and won't be able to block any of that magic damage since Jason doesn't really do that. So have fun in the mid lane, but yeah, we're onto the rift here. IG against Suited Gaming, and this should be just an easy game for IG. I say should, because Suited Gaming do occasionally just come out with a really good game.
They certainly do, and they're a very hard to predict team, yet at the same time, they play pretty much the same style. It's just about, wow, suddenly today they decided to play it incredibly well instead of playing the exact same way incredibly poorly. They've picked themselves into a risky position, though. Honestly, with a Blitzcrank at Elise as well, like they've picked the hardest possible champions that they can for themselves, as West is having a laugh next to Fury.
Well, luckily he hasn't gone for any of the emotes yet. He's just dancing. So I hope we don't get to
we don't
hear
have
that.
to hear that at all.
That's pretty bad. Fury's probably just going to take a bunch of auto attacks to the face. So that is what we call a one trade. What are we saying about the worst bot
And
lane?
this is what we call a one trade.
Yeah. That could have been quite bad.
And they got the ward, winning in every small way possible. Absolutely blasted.
What do you reckon this question is, Rusty?
I don't know, but I can tell you that by IG having a substantial percentage win, it's something about who's going to get the first something in this game. I'm going to say first blood.
First blood? Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I think it will be... You know what? No, I think that Suited Game will pick up first blood, and it will be Yoon getting a hook onto someone.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm inclined to go with that, but at the same time, I have a sneaking suspicion that it'll be
Jungle
Ning
Gang?
in a 2v2 mid. So that's where we'll go. All right, we'll see what happens.
Look, I knew that was the smart option, and I even said it before you did. However, I have faith that you will just randomly hit a hook. And we're seeing that vision. Indeed, no one can see Hacker.
Interestingly enough, they could see Hacker. They at least saw the red buff get aggroed, and then Hacker also saw the rubble left from the ward, and so he knows that the vision had just died, and they get a bit of information there. So Hacker is now spotted, but he knows that he's been spotted and can readjust himself, and a bit of a mind game will then start to come out from that, perhaps.
Ah, I did not see the ward die, but that just makes sense. Ning is actually going for a pretty full clear, honestly. He's going back to his Merc walls on, on top of that. And Hacker's coming down. Back into his own jungle. Looks like he took crap there, indeed. And will just keep farming his own jungle. So maybe a little bit delayed on his initial ganks. Ning is already going back to base.
Yeah, not actually going for an initial gank at all, it feels like. Going from Raptors, he's got his Gromp up. He might go via mid. And actually, there is a Jarvan coming from top lane to mid that will coincide with the Elise being there. Unfortunately, one of them gets spotted, and that is the Elise. So Jarvan had a free way in, free gank.
It's actually hilarious just looking at the stat differences between Rookie and Fen. It's like first and thirds on everything. There's a hook into the bot lane. West may have to flash away from this because he's put inside the trap. Piltover follows after. Headshot as well. Last little auto attack. Doesn't quite pick up the kill, but does chase him down. And Megan also falls back. So at least one out of the two there. Definitely hit the hook and cost a lot of damage onto West. Has to burn the heal, but not the flash.
You don't quite get the hit. Oh, another hook.
Onto Megan this time, looking for the trap, but Megan just managed to skirt around it before Fury in fact turned into a squirrel himself. He'll have to heal away just for the extra movement speed.
And notice that Yoon is standing next to Fury to prevent any kind of isolation here. Very good 2v2 play coming out of the side of Sunin. Unfortunately for Hacker, every step he takes is being watched, even recalling in the other bush, whereas a ward's still available. Ning now gets the proactive moves. He can go towards what looks to be the middle lane as there's no jungle. But so far, Yoon, he's hitting those hooks, and that is a dangerous play that they have to deal with here for IG. That Blitzcrank, he's warmed up.
Yep. And following after the Power Fist and the trap combo, very annoying to play against.
Absolutely. It's actually a lot easier to hit than a Thresh Caitlyn combo where the play can be really annoying. The hook can be really annoying because it continues to drag you and pull you towards people. Often we see Caitlyn's, even in this level, miss that trap.
Yep. It's just a little difficult to predict exactly where it's going. You've got to get the angle right with Blitzcrank. You know they're going to stay in place, so it's a little bit easier.
That's the one.
Mid lane, Ricky's actually getting drained out on mana.
Hello.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Hacker's just always on a ward. However, Duke got out in the top lane, and he just got dismounted from Skull. Literally the worst timing in there from Duke, and he'll go down for first blood.
Hacker actually just does a drive-by and says, see you later, Ning, I'm going to gank the top lane.
Yeah.
You have fun with your scuttle crab. And Xiao is doing a lot of work, it seems to be, in this top lane. That had really nothing to do with the Elise.
Yeah.
Getting de-scarled in the first place was all Xiao's doing. The Elise was just there to pick up the scraps, and Ning didn't really have anything he could do in that situation.
No.
Duke was very pushed up, and he was pretty much just going to die either way.
De-skulled. I like that. I mean, that's a good term for losing skull.
I don't know what else to call it. Dismounted,
Dismounted,
I have said a couple of times.
But de-skulled, I think, sounds the best.
You got to get creative sometimes.
Yeah, de-skulled. Fen going back to base, and will teleport back into the mid lane. So while he's down in farm, he'll pick up this extra mini wave, will put him a little bit back towards Rookie. But yeah, this is essentially the matchup where Jace doesn't do magic damage. So have fun with that North Sphere.
Yeah, the big breaking point for the Jace, whilst he has the range advantage early, he'll still have to push the wave in most of the time with his Shock Blast combos, is the Hex Drinker. He can freeze the wave now, and there's absolutely zero kill threat, namely because he is against an Elise and he has it.
Yeah.
Having two magic damage dealers on the opposing team, being able to rush one of the most efficient magic resistance items just because of the shield being there, he can honestly be close to a 1v2 from raw strength alone unless they get the immediate cocoon on.
Rookie just took so much damage, jumps in, Fen tries to trade back.
Gives him a tickle.
Gives him a bit of a tickle, and Rookie's absolutely fine with that. He's got a health potion on top of that as well. So, for now, it's all even. However, Hacker is waiting around. How did he actually get past that ward? Okay, so that's definitely a tilter right there for Rookie, and he's still alive somehow because of this, how the Hex Drinker tries to get behind the tower, but they are going for this dive. Fen drops right on top of his head. Goomba stomps him to death. Had to kill over to Fen, so all because of Hacker going past that ward. I actually can't believe he managed to skirt that.
Yeah, that's the risk with placing a control ward in that pixel brush. You're better off having it in the side of your lane if you're going to hard push, especially against an Elise. And like that is just really good use of vision from Hacker. As Ning, he's going to catch the wave. He's not looking for a gank. Fenfen's not a threat because he's out of mana. So honestly, good moves coming out of Suning Gaming. The one condition that we stated that Rookie would die in a 1v2 was if the Cocoon connected, and it was graciously gifted to Hacker by Rookie checking the bush.
Well, Rookie was also playing towards the bottom side of the lane because he had a ward there. So he's just like, I'm definitely safe because I know if the jungle is coming from this angle. Just kidding.
I mean, the same thing applies with if you place that ward in your side lane brush, they can skirt through to the pixel brush without being spotted. So really, that's just... It's not a mistake by Rookie. It's well done by Hacker. But this is continuing to happen. Look at that ward's vision.
Oh, man.
The only way he gets spotted is if he goes to the rafters.
Okay, Rookie. Well, you're going to have to back away because Yoon's on his way. He's got flash as well if he wants to get this pull off. And might as well just go for it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So Yoon is just going to wander around a bit. Maybe wait for level 6. Maybe just go back to the bottom lane.
And you know he's coming back. Yoon's got his Moby boots. Rookie has no flash. Where else would a Blitzcrank want to be? And look where he still is, just quietly.
Yeah, I think he got spotted on the way out there from the Pixel Brush ward once again, but... Oh, no, he's coming back.
He has no reason to be bottom. Caitlyn's recalling. He's got some free time to just hang out.
Yoon, scurrying around the jungle, having a great time as Blitz.
Yeah, get out.
That skin is actually obnoxious. Right now he's just playing defense over this red buff. Fen farming away, but Rookie getting the bit of poke damage onto him while he can, still pushing up, which is dangerous, though he has 2 members of his team on the bot side of his lane this time. And looks like they are moving towards this dragon, at the very least, getting some vision over it.
Yeah, they shouldn't commit to the dragon as Caitlyn's already on the way back. They should have started immediately at the recall timing if they were looking, but Kha'Zix wasn't really either way. They just get the vision, get the control, a ward on the red buff. They'll know where the Elise is. If she isn't at the red buff, she has to be on the top side of the map. So Rookie can now play safely towards the bottom side. Even with the movements of Fen right now, should indicate they're trying to go to top lane, and Duke's responding to that accordingly. So everything's pretty stock standard, honestly, from the side of IG. It should be a Mountain Drake started, you'd imagine, with all this information of them going top, or it's a hard push in a lane.
Yeah, you would expect. I mean, top lane's already pushed in. Hacker's there if he wants to push this tower. I mean, ganking a scald up Kled.
Well, Xiao's hard pushing it. There's no way that Elise is anywhere other than top lane. Duke's actually gone back to the turret. He is still Kled, who has Skull and has Flash, so to actually die of that, whilst it's achievable with Elise having Repel, risky. And so they actually just waste so much time where the Drake's going to go completely uncontested. Nothing gained. Not even a Rift Herald looked at.
If anything, Xiao Al maybe got a couple CS advantage over Duke. Most of that has just opened up from the 1 kill. Mid lane, Rookie is still massively ahead, in fact, almost 2-3 waves ahead of Fen. And yeah, in the bottom lane, it's just Farm City for Fury and Yoon, as well as Wester Megan. And I think the best thing for IG's bottom lane is the fact they've just kind of survived. Like, outside of the start of the game when Yoon hits 2 hooks, it's like Wester Megan have equal farm towards Fury and Yoon, so they're actually not in a bad situation.
And of course, the longer they scale, the happier they're going to be. And ultimately, with a Blitzcrank on the enemy team who's not going to spend his whole time in laning phase, it defeats the purpose of being the Blitzcrank, then you are pretty set, honestly, for IG's bottom lane 2v2. Rookie's still farming, well, you mentioned that. He's actually going to probably not grow a lead any further, unfortunately, just based off how this lane has been going in mid now, with the straight-up armor purchased, catalyst purchased.
Oh,
gaming.
That was pretty cool. Ward into
Duke has teleport. This
TP.
is risky.
And IG are buying time. This is getting riskier and riskier by the second now that Duke has just arrived.
First. What are you peanuts doing?
Duke
Get out of there.
has to arrive though, because at the point in time where he stops the teleport, they instantly engage. So he has to go. Rookie, why would you recall that? Rookie, he doesn't have flash. He's gonna die here. Ning just chucks in a couple void spikes, but
Yoon makes sure he gets the kill as well. That's what you do as Blitzcrank. Yeah. Everyone take notes. Have to secure it. Otherwise, that kill would never have happened. You're right, Rookie, yeah. Not too sure what he was doing, why he was recalling that, but he dies for it, and now the pressure that wasn't really there bottom lane is still there. This Duke's not in the bush. He's baiting. That's adorable. He's also not in vision, so...
Yep. So he's only baiting himself.
Oh,
but
no,
he's
they're
going
fighting.
Anyway.
They waited for the recall.
Oh, apparently he is in range onto Yoon. Gets the bear trap in the rope. He'll have to flash away. Hacker turns around. Lots of damage. The hook. The knock-up. But Ning's gone invisible. Fenfed teleports back into the fight, but they take out Ning immediately. So down goes Ning. Rookie dies before that. However, the tower's still alive.
Everyone's thinking there is a lot of mind games going on here, a lot of tricks happening, but Sin Gaming are the only ones actually getting victories from this. The Blitzcrank hook's good. The Cocoon, the fact that Kha'Zix is constantly going to be a squishy champion, that Lulu has to ult him early, just catches him out of position. He was just a sitting duck and was always going to die there. And that's after they decide to go back in.
Yep. 2 of those kills went onto Hacker, and 1 of the kills is on Fen. What do we say in Champion Select Rusty? That if you give Fen Caston, then maybe he doesn't have the best laning phase. Maybe he'll just have a Jace picked into him. But out of these random skirmishes, maybe he just picked up a kill or 2, and then he's Caston.
And Rookie's not playing like the Rookie you'd expect. And I feel like it's not mechanical, that's for certain.
It's definitely decision-making.
Yeah, it's the decision-making right now. Getting caught out of position mid lane, yes, it was good from Hacker. Rookie didn't necessarily have to be playing like that when Ning wasn't nearby. It's just a needless risk to be walking to that area of the map.
Okay.
It was so, like, Fury had so much faith, the trap was already down.
Yeah, and that's what you need, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, the recall for sure, like, there was 0 reason to be there, especially when you know they were just about to dive your bottom tower. Like, where else are they going to go? Where else are they going to be?
This is a fairly, I will say, for both of these team standards, this is a fairly impressive vision-based game as well. A lot of this has been around creating and denying vision and skirting around vision to try and get ganks up successfully. I mean, that's a standard for junglers to have to try and do.
Yeah.
And it's good to see from certain members, but it feels like a whole team effort where everyone's trying to play the vision game as appropriately as possible, try and generate leads.
And Hacker's done very well because of that fact. It's like the main PowerPoint we're looking at from Suning was definitely bot lane from Fury and Yoon, but Fen and Hacker, like Fen specifically when he's on Caston, he gets a bunch of kills, like really when he shines, but Hacker I think is just kind of universally good.
Oh,
I've seen a lot from him. No idea how he landed that hook, but he gets it anyway. West is going to have to heal. Hasn't burned a flash yet. With Hacker coming down, one of them's going to have to at least flash. Oh, Megan! The worst bodyguard in the history of League of Legends.
He just saves himself. You might still have some wave clear from Lulu here with the Glitter Lance. That might help a little bit. The minions are all 1 tap now, but the turret's at risk. The Kog'Maw is dead with flash up. That communication. Oh, I thought that one was going to hit. Don't know how the last one hit, but that one should have.
The bodyguard jumped out of the way of the bullet, and
but
it hit the president.
They both have flash. So, like, maybe say I'm flashing or say the word flash.
Yoon gonna get knocked up, probably gonna be taken down. Yeah, he'll walk right back into them, but this might be a return kill. Ning goes down. Double kill for Rookie. All right, he's woken up now. He's looking for a third onto Fury. Not sure if he's gonna get it though. Fury's already back behind his tower.
Still very good now from IG to bounce back, actually get some kills. Very much an overextension and overexertion from the side of Suning Gaming to stay there at all. They should have backed away. They got a little bit too greedy for the kills. I'm going to say it was trying to get another hook off, basically. But IG, they get 2 kills onto Rookie. He's now gone from 0-2 to 2-2 and bought himself a Ghost Blade. So he's set up again.
Yeah. Don't even worry about the early game. We'll just forget about that one.
Hard
History
work
is written
of
by the
Suning
victors.
is undone.
He goes in. It's not going to be a kill or anything. It's just a bit of a trade in the top lane, though. The CS differential that was there before has opened up more for Xiao Hours. To be fair, Duke was in the bottom side helping the team, where Little Hours in top lane just chilling.
Yeah, just an extra wave, I believe, garnered from Xiao during all of that time.
Yeah.
Another Drake, though.
It's Mountain. Second Mountain. This would be massive for IG. So Hacker is here to contest, plus they have a Blitzcrank.
And they haven't cleared the pit. Rookie is clearing around the pit, but there is a ward in it. So they'll still have vision if it gets started, and they are. This particular spot it's Yoon's favorite.
It's a good spot. You got some good coverage, and you know most of the time someone's gonna walk through there.
I mean, we mentioned the vision a couple minutes ago. You can see how creatively it's starting to get placed in areas where it's not going to get cleared out. Just above the bush that Yoon is in, it'll spot him looking for the hook, and it won't get hit by the sweeper. So they actually waste the sweeper there trying to clear vision and hit that hook that's easily dodged by IG.
A good amount of power spikes though on Suning if they did want to contest this. I think it's probably why IG haven't just like rushed it immediately. Got a static shiv on Fury plus the BF sword. Mid lane's gone for the Super Soaker first. Jungle's gone for the Runic Echoes. Like, there's a lot of good spikes here for Suning.
I think the big one's the Black Cleaver as well for Xiao, because that just empowers Fury further to be able to do a lot more work, as Hacker's being very greedy with his clearing of this vision. Trying his absolute hardest to just get control of mid lane. It feels like mid is the gateway to the Drake in terms of control, because Rookie is the gateway to winning League of Legends for IG.
That is true. Duke will often facilitate, and sometimes Duke will be that himself. But this game, definitely looking to be more of a role play. Duke will combo Fen, but he's pretty low on mana, so we'll half health him, but we won't be able to knock him all the way down until he gets another blue buff at the very least.
Yeah, of course, from this position.
Oh,
you know what?
yeah, well, sometimes that happens. June just lands that one, and West, he had flash and won't be able to use it, so I guess he now gets to use Icathian Surprise instead, and it's the power of the God Hand, my friends.
When Yoon wants someone, he's going to get them. He's going to kill them. These Blitzcrank hooks, we said he was warmed up. Well, now we're starting to see it when it really matters. This means the bottom lane turret's theirs. It's going to be completely uncontested. That might actually translate directly to the Mountain Drake as well. At this stage in the game, that's what one hook actually does for your team. It can give you everything for free. No trades.
Man, a tower and a dragon from that one hook. That's pretty nutty from Yoon. And Suning Gaming, back in the driver's seat. Definitely feel like we've bounced back and forth a little bit. There's been a bit of scuffle in the car for that one, but 6-2, Dragon back over. And what, a 3,000 gold lead? If not a little bit more, looking to be 4,000 gold now. So, Suning Gaming, all good, all good.
Nobody on the board except Rookie for IG, where everybody has a share in the kills right now for Suning. Of the 6, most of them have been in at least 2.
Kaden just hit 2 items as well, so that's pretty scary at 18 minutes.
That was a lot of purchasing in one go.
Yeah, lots of spikes. Jungle picked up double pen items as well, looking towards the Andes. Very, very close, in fact.
Between Caitlyn and Kog'Maw in items right now is very substantial. I actually don't think Kog'Maw will be even useful in the coming team fights unless he's just untouched for the entirety of it.
Yeah, not on one item, really, compared to what Caitlyn's going to do.
She is probably just dead most of the time, compliments of Blitzcrank.
That's true. And Yoon's hunting. He's with Hacker. And Hacker has very much been very good at just synergizing with his like mid lane, top lane, just in those group ups, the 2v2s and stuff.
This is very good from Suning as well. They can choose to use this top lane if they want to keep bullying out the 2v2 where they are stronger. Or they can send their Caitlyn with the Blitzcrank mid, threaten the Jace, and get the hardest to break out a turret. So by the looks of it, by having Fen top lane, West obviously does not want a bar of it, yet he's stuck in a 1v1 asking for assistance. He's going to have to deal with this. And so the mid lane should be free with a Rift Herald placed. Should be.
Should be.
They're just busy jungling first.
Okay, well, Fury in the mid lane, yeah, that's a headshot, so how about that Runan's nerf?
I guess they don't need the Herald.
No, I guess not. I think they'll just take this one.
Why
And they'll just get a hook as well, and the Faith was there, the trap goes down, and Rookie was able to flash away from it. 0 reaction time. Megan has to flash out from the ultimate. Mid tower's dead, looking for a second. Fury's here, lines up the shot onto Ning.
And this should be a second for sure with the Herald here.
Who's going to defend?
You'll get hooked. Nowhere is safe.
Oh, they're actually just going for another one.
There's 15 seconds on Rookie. Everyone's here from IG this time.
There are 4 people this time, but well, Suning Gaming are actually stepping up. This is pretty rare from LPL teams. They're actually doing it though. About to take it. 3 towers and 1 Herald push.
That's massive. It's now an 8,000 gold lead cropping up out of the one play. Yoon is very much having an MVP performance right now on this Blitzcrank.
And this is what I really want to see more from LPL teams. When you have the Herald, because it reduces resistances on tower, just follow up. It's like a massive promoted minion. You basically have more than a minion wave. Just step up, you have pressure, hit the damn turret. That's what Suning Gaming did. Makes me feel very happy. Suning Gaming come away, as you said, 8,000 gold lead, well, 7,000 at this point in time. And 3 towers in the middle lane. Like, that is the definition of an open mid.
A lot of teams use Rift Herald for just the headbutt, because that is majority of the damage and majority of the tower taking. And because his health starts to whittle down, you don't get a lot from it after that stage anyway. But when teams really can use Herald to its fullest effect and stand behind him when he's hitting is when it's the most potent. So it is good to see from teams in the LPL finally doing that, but at the same time, they're allowed to do that because they got the picks first and they're able to generate these advantages. complements of Fury and Yoon working extremely well as a duo, always having the trap, as they are setting up for Baron.
I mean, primarily it's because Yoon's going to stand there, and then if he hasn't thrown at the hook, then someone's going to get hooked. So pretty difficult to step up on that one. Rookie still has his flash, so this time he'll have to pre-flash and not just trust himself that he can dodge it, apparently. Yoon is just landing all of these hooks this game.
He's having a bad day, Mr. Rookie.
Yeah. No, he does have both of the kills that IG have. They did get him into a position where he could pick up the Ghost Blade, but since then, he has a tier now plus that pickaxe, so it's not like he's gotten significantly stronger.
He's losing this.
Very much is. He's going to get de-skulled in a second, and now Xiao has Cataclysm, though Duke is turning it around, and he's about to get Skull back if he keeps wheeling on Xiao. And there it is. Here comes Skull. So
hectic interactions, honestly. That was just, there's just so much going on between those two.
Yep.
Can't keep up.
Welcome to Skull trades.
He gets Skull back so quickly.
Yep. It's when you have violent tendencies up as when you're just Kled. And you hit them, like, if you hit them with everything plus the pocket pistol, you basically have Skull back.
Yeah. The shame of that is that I was kind of looking at Little Al and was like, well, he can 1v1 him right now. You mentioned the ultimate. I was like, absolutely, just kill him. Hope it doesn't work like that, I guess.
Yeah. No, unless you can burst them in Kled, you essentially just have to kill Skull twice and then kill Kled.
Yeah, I mean, he had the stacks on Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
So I thought he did. Either way. This is the real danger zone. Here we go. Oh.
What?
Yeah, come on, mate. That was
a freebie. That guy didn't see you. Come on, you.
It's always the hard hooks that hit.
Yeah.
Never the easy ones. Fen also pressuring now. Remember, 2 teleporters, they're able to not just 1-3-1, they're able to 3-2 setup. You've got a Blitzcrank with a fed Caitlyn and an Elise to follow up with extra crowd control. So the 3-man unit of Sitting Gaming is actually absurdly strong, and they can just sit there and be a 3-man death ball where the other 2 can switch lanes, swap matchups, teleport in whenever they would like and however they choose, which is where the creativity can come out from the Sitting Gaming side to break this map just a little bit quicker.
Yeah. I mean, triple item Caitlyn is a force to be reckoned with, and especially at 24 minutes when Cosmos only just finished his rune, and it's like, the fact that she's a full item ahead of him is insane by itself. Okay.
He was doing that blind.
The pinky definitely just like grazed Kha'Zix on the way out there.
He felt the air of it whoosh past.
Oh boy.
But that is complete vision control as well.
Well, Duke knows that he's probably not going to pick up the kill, but he can be very annoying to Fen. Because Fen's never going to kill him ever.
Yeah, in situations like that, Duke's just playing out his 1v1. If IG start a fight, then only one of them can maybe teleport, which is a good outcome. But that's never going to happen for the side of Spinning. They won't start those fights up. They'll take the free objectives, and they're looking for a free Kled for their troubles, perhaps. He's in the wrong place.
Oh no. And here comes the God Hand. We're ready for a good power fisting. There it is, but does not choose to follow.
That was on principle. He just blocked Duke.
Yeah.
There was no one following him up. He had no reason to go in, but you know what? He did it, and he got him. He got him. Take that, Duke.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Outplayed.
That was not necessary.
It wasn't, but if you get the... Look, if you just joined the LPL like a couple weeks back and then you get to play up against Duke and you're like, I can outplay this guy. I have Flash right now. Of course you're going to go for it. It's one of those feel-good plays. You got to keep morale up, right?
His morale's up, Pulse. He doesn't need more morale.
He missed a hook onto Megan. He missed a very easy hook in the jungle. To be fair, he shot it where Megan, if he duked, then he would have hit it. But he was definitely in the bush.
Yeah, perhaps assumed that they had knowledge of him when he was on a control wall. I don't really know.
Yeah. Maybe he just had the respect that Megan would reaction move after seeing it emerge from Falcapore. I don't know.
Thankfully, Yoon doesn't need to have Flash as Blitzcrank to hit a hook when he's got Boots of Mobility and his W to speed himself up. There's nothing on the side of IG that can outright defuse the Blitz hook either. There's no Ezreal dash if it hits a Kog'Maw like Tristana because it's Tristana. That doesn't exist, so if the hook connects, people will still die on the side of IG. The Flash is just a nice to have.
They're just taking everything from this jungle. I don't think there's a single camp alive in IG's jungle that hasn't just been taken from Soothing. There used to be a minion wave there, but static shift.
One tap.
Yeah.
In saying that though, like IG are still farming quite well. So ultimately, whilst this isn't ideal for them as it's panning out, still isn't. Sydney's running away. West is still at 2 items, and he's now halfway to his third. You've got I'm going to say worth 3 items of gold there on Rookie. He's got 2 and then 2 component items. And there's 2 black cleavers between Ning and Duke, so they can start shredding people and setting Rookie up to be a hard carry for the team. And Lulu's just Lulu. They just needs to use the ultimate at the right time, polymorph the right person. IG is still scaling well, just the difference between them is incredible. I don't think they'll ever outscale the team that they're looking at either.
Duke will gradually erode the towers in the bottom side, so he takes out that outer tower right into the game. And actually, just speaking of the gold totals, you can see the difference between Caitlyn and Kog'Maw is about 2,500 gold. Top lane still advantage. Mid lane is probably the most even one, just because Rookie has been farming up a storm.
Even 2k in the support role is just such a large amount as to how much pressure Yoon's going to be able to exert.
Yeah.
Extra vision. He's got his 3 control wards ready to go. It's got to be for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, where else are you going to place it? But it's just to keep encroaching on the vision line, keep taking away these trinkets because you have that extra gold to spare. Of course, they're creating a death bush with Blitzcrank. Here he comes. He's starting this one off. Xiao coming in with the flank as well, looking for the Cataclysm.
Oh, the damage!
The damage onto Western Rookie is disgusting. As Megan instantly drops. Duke's already descalled. Down goes the second kill for the double for Fen. And he was looking for one more, but that's 3 kills over to Suning. At least the inhib, if not the Baron from this.
Really good skirting of vision from Xiao to get himself into the backline. Yoon is scaring the heck out of them, and suddenly they get all of the kills. The teleport's going to be there for the Jarvan. It looks like they're just going straight up for the end of the game here.
If Yoon lands a rocket, a rocket grab, this could just be the game. And apparently, Ning and Rookie are just not stepping
just
up
over
because
anyway.
Fen just standing in front of the spawn pad. They can't even step up at this point in time. And Rookie simply doesn't have the damage. Nexus exposed. 28 minutes on this one as Megan respawns from the spawn pad, but it's not enough. Suni Gaming take game 1.
And it felt all too easy for them. It was just a walk in the park, walk into the Nexus, take it out, and Rookie is just left watching.
That was almost unreal. It definitely felt like that one moment where it was like, okay, this game's starting to even out, and then Hook lands, and they just take bot tower, they take Dragon, they just take everything they own, and then the Herald goes down, and they just take, again, everything in mid lane. And from that point, it just seemed like Suning just had the game, and like, while, as you said, IG were farming well, like, it just didn't matter in the end, because a Hook lands and one pick goes down, and they just do so much damage. Like, Xiao came in, landed a 3-man ultimate, and almost, like, one-shots the ADC, so pretty crazy stuff from Suning.
They were farming nothing but minions, IG, whereas Suning had the rest of the map.
Yeah, pretty intense. Well, welcome back, Fruskian. It's barely been half an hour, so welcome back.
Yeah, and everything started in the bottom lane. So I said it on the desk before, West and Megan, the weakest bot lane in the LPL, and they were ripped apart by Fury and Yoon. Constant hook after hook, and it just built up. Everything collapsed into the bottom. West and Megan were already on a back foot, so even by the time that reinforcements got there from IG, it was at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And it was kind of can't say that word.
Culmination.
Thank you. Been talking a lot today, of all of those factors that led into that big Rift Herald fight, which is where everything fell apart for IG.
Yeah, it was definitely the Rift Herald. I mean, it was more the fact that like Rift Herald just got dropped in mid lane, and then they took 3 towers from it, which was absolutely insane from one push. But it was also the picks that Yoon just kept on getting through that entire game. It was just like no hook would miss, apart from the easy ones.
And the thing that I want people to pay attention to is the itemization differences. Check out where Fury is comparatively to Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw has just completed his Blade of the Rune King, where you have an eye edge and a static shiv. So it's not only the Rift Tail, it's not only the picks, the fact that IG are completely out of position. Even if they were in position, Suning Gaming are just so far ahead. But it's just the Caitlyn right now. After this Rift Herald takes down 3 towers and this gold lead just balloons out of control, suddenly everyone is going to be ahead, particularly Xiao, which then translates into that massive flank where he pretty much just instantly popped West, and that was the game.
Yeah, the scary part past that is that Xiao was already ahead as well. Like one small Elise gank in the top lane, and then suddenly he's ahead of Duke, and he was holding his own and beating Duke anyway before that. So ultimately the bottom lane does super well, but it's like the top lane was holding its own. Mid lane wasn't losing to the Jace too hard. They were all surprisingly against the star players of IG doing well.
And we talk about kind of this idea of disrespect. You know, usually it's OMG or Icon in particular. It's maybe a little bit disrespectful, but leaving Fin's Cassidy up. We said it multiple times on the desk. He said it in interviews. He didn't expect be able to get casted in again after his great performance on it last time we saw Suning Gaming, and they just gave it away thinking that Rookie had the answer in the Jace, unable to slow it down.
Yeah, he gets his second rotation as well, and it's like, all right, Jace, fantastic in the mid lane, and then Rookie starts trolling a little bit, like dies in lane. It's like, okay, well that sucks. It was just a mishap on the vision, and Hacker played it very well, skirting around the vision. Then recalls in the jungle, randomly dies again. Mid lane gets hooked, still had flash. Like just these small things from Rookie kept adding up, and if you take those away, then that isn't pressure in the bot side. That also isn't triple towers being lost in the mid lane. So it's just these small things from like your star player on the team and the one who's been consistently playing as well. Because like Duke in the top lane had to be subbed out for a couple games. I don't know what happened there for a couple weeks. Comes back, bit stronger. But then Rookie, like we expect him just to have good plays and games all the time.
We do. We definitely expect more from Rookie. I don't know if there was a lot in this game that he was able to do, particularly with more so the way of how Suning were playing it out, not so much what Rookie was doing. I think he was just playing an average game of League of Legends, and Suning were prepared to take him apart or just take the map apart from IG, and they handled it very well. So they made it look like, frankly, that Rookie was making big mistakes, but I feel like in any other game, he wouldn't have been picked up for making those.
Sure. So it seems like you're telling me that like it was down to how IG were playing. So does it change from champion select, or is it literally just how they play it out? Could this same game happen again with the same champion picks and then IG just play it better?
Not the same champion picks. I think that IG need to prioritize a winning 2v2 just to keep Weston making a flow, and then just everything else can stay exactly the same. But, you know, Elise or the jungler is getting off good ganks in the top lane, getting Xiao ahead. It didn't necessarily end the game right there, but really, again, how it all fell over into the bot lane and just how little Kog'Maw was able to give to his team back, I think is kind of the big hole there. I think Kalista Braum probably a much safer option for those two.
Yeah, no, it's safer, but at the same time, I still think that if you play the same champions out again and just dodge this guy's hooks, you win the 2v2. It's just a blitzcrank lane, and Yoon was actually unstoppable.
I mean, already there was respect towards him with the Thresh ban, but then he just picks Blitzcrank anyway. And then plus you have the caster in the mid lane, like everything, all the pieces just kind of fit in this game. And Yoon did hit some incredible hooks, to be fair. But I just feel like if you give him another hook champion, he's going to do it against you. Like, I don't see IG just from the way they were playing, unless we just have an IG game and they just flip-flop and they go from this and then you just win a game. Like, sometimes that happens with IG, but, like, it was just the danger of Yoon randomly being around the map and the hook could just fly out from Fog of War and just grab somebody.
But it's also the fact of, like, how Blitzcrank wins and the fact that it's all about the mechanics. He either hits the hook and he wins or he doesn't. There's no, you know, like, big
There's no in between
matchup there where, oh, he's got the push pressure versus these are the trading windows and the trading patterns. So in that respect, it's like Yoon is just a better player. And he just hit the hook because Megan and West couldn't dodge. And they would just kind of sit around their creep line where the creeps weren't there, so they had nothing in front of them, and they're just waiting for the wave to push. Just back up to your tower. Just sacrifice maybe the 3 CS that you're waiting to try to pick up and let the tower crash in and get something in front of you.
And even more fundamentally, just use your flashes or coordinate who's flashing. The whole team should do it. It's better to use the flash and live than to not flash and die to a blitzcrank, which then gives them turrets. And that happened multiple times in that game.
Well, definitely feels it has to be back to the drawing board for IG in this one as they head into Game 2, because Suning Gaming did take Game 1. We're going to take a small break before we head into Game 2. Welcome back to the LPL, coming at you for our second game here in this series between Suning and Invictus Gaming. Suning Gaming take game 1 over IG, and it was all a little too easy. The game was over under half an hour, and you could actually say that the game was probably over at 15 minutes. As soon as that Herald went down and all towers just dropped in the mid lane, it was only a matter of time it had to feel. It was just, as I said, it was just too easy. You could just sit in the bush, just wait for someone to come by, hook them, pick up with the objective off.
Yeah, but it was snowballed is what it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was snowballed off of great mechanics and great individual performances from key members on Suning Gaming, but it's not the type of victory where you sit back and be like, okay, Suning Gaming are definitively the better team. You're like, okay, hit the drawing board. Let's see if you can do it again. Like, give me your next best shot.
Yeah, and you'll have to imagine some of that will be coming with a different draft phase. Or at least you would expect, depending on what IG choose to ban. There are certain things that were a major nuisance, I'm going to say, in that game that might want to be removed, such as Blitzcrank.
There's one beginning with
Yet,
B, yeah.
I don't know if you'd ever ban Blitzcrank, because you can just pick better champions into it.
What about a champion pick beginning with K and ending with Acidin?
Yeah. I'd like to see that banned as well. I think that's the more expected ban. But Rookie also has Jace that he can pick into it and be perfectly fine. So I don't know if... again, a lot of this is they should ban these things against Suning Gaming, but IG individually might just say, we're good enough, it's fine, and then lose to it.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I think it's kind of this point of, it's almost like Dan Gaming and Suning Gaming. You just want to get them off of their comfort picks. Like, they have fun playing. You can see them, they're bouncing around, they're laughing on screen. Fin's always very happy in interviews whenever he gets to play the Cassidy, so just deny him his happiness. Just make him sad from the get-go.
That's the game plan, honestly. It's not even wrong. That is what you need to do against this team.
You will cry in this lane. You're across from Rookie. Learn your place.
All right. On top of that, the Shy is now being subbed in. Goodbye, Duke. Back to the bench review. So, good thing, bad thing for IG? Yes, no?
Both. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
The Shy subbed in Pat's Megan. He literally put his hand, like, it's okay, son, I'm here.
It's good.
I've never seen someone do that in real life. I thought that happens in anime. It doesn't actually like happen to people, but apparently it does.
Yeah, it definitely happens. The Shy in particular, though, being a hard carry top lane, he's similar to Duke in the way that you'd want him to play League of Legends, which is win his lane, which is why it's very confusing that Duke gets subbed out for someone that can do the same thing. Yet, from what we have seen of the Shy, he has looked actually pretty solid.
Yeah, he has. He's definitely a typical solo queue player. Though in the break, Rusty was saying that Duke was one of the problems. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so...
That is exactly what I said. He is one of the problems, but then you also said it wasn't the biggest problem, perhaps, that was running around.
Beep,
Yet,
boop.
if you fix a problem, maybe that is what IG need. The rest will be easier to shore up if one of the problems is fixed in the first place.
And it does fundamentally change how IG play. Typically, when the Shy's on the Rift versus Duke, they play a lot more to the Shy. You're going to see things like the Galio become a higher priority so they can start rotating up to him versus something like a Jace or a Zed that Rookie would normally look to pick up. Whereas when Duke's on the Rift, he's playing more so towards the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're probably expecting something along the lines of a 4-1 or a 1-3-1 if you have the Shy on your roster.
He is literally a Korean Riven main that played Riven in a show match last week.
Did he get dunked?
Yeah, he lost to a Yasuo main.
Yeah.
It was, I think, the best Yasuo in China or something against
Oh,
the Shy.
really?
So that was... I'm just quoting what I was told.
Well, rest in peace, the Shy. Let's see if we can do a little bit better this time around. I would love him just to bust out Revan Randomir. That would be fantastic. We'll see you after the game, Frostgearin. Thank you very much. And we'll get into Champion Select for IG and Suning Gaming. So, Thresh, Caston, Elise. Makes sense as IG's bans. Definitely had to take away the Caston there. Feeling pretty good. Leave open the Blitzcrank. So, it's the sensible choice right there. Suning Gaming take away the Fura from the Shy. Cassiopeia from Rookie. Zac from Ning. But leave open the Galio.
Yeah, they leave open a very risky champion. Of course, when you're against IG with the Shy playing, you would say it's going to be a mid lane Galio. There's no way around that. It's not really a flex anymore, unless they decide that the Shy is no longer going to be the one style that he is an expert at, which is split pushing, playing the Fioras that have been banned away from him. So that's Rookie's champion. They can now pick into it perfectly fine, and they can also not be surprised that that is how the pick's going to go.
Cassiopeia. Caitlyn picked up here for Fury. And Rek'Sai for Hacker. Priority seems to be going up worldwide right now for Rek'Sai. We've been seeing it in the LPL on top of that as well. So Hacker going to get that one early on into the draft, while Kha'Zix for Ning here. So actually not revealing too much outside of also locking in the Rumble early. So that will be the top side of the map completely locked in from IG.
And whilst it's not a bad thing that they've gone for the Rumble with the Kha'Zix here, they've completely left their bottom lane. They haven't touched it at all. And so now you have to look towards the fact that they're against a Caitlyn and potentially a Karma and say, well, it doesn't really matter what you pick at this stage, I guess, so it's fine to leave it till last. But then Sin Gaming can just ban away the most important ones if they choose, whether it's Ashe and Varus or something removed or whatever they choose to get rid of. In this case, it's not going to be an AD carry.
No, it is not. They are taking away Bard from Megan. Though they did also pick why do I keep saying Cassiopeia? It's Karma. They all begin with the K sound of the C sound. Karma in the mid lane here for Fenfe. Could also go down to Yoon as well for Fury.
Cannon also removed. Once again, support seemed to be the focus. I would be curious to see if they ban another one. They may as well. They've committed to a Bard ban, which is a little bit niche.
Yeah.
Something like a Lulu, which is still there, whether they're concerned or not. Could just get rid of the style choice that IG have gone towards. Very hard to kill a team that has a Lulu with the Galio there.
Rakan also taken away from Megan. They were not banned from last game, but last time around, bot lane was also picked up very early from IG, to be fair. And Jarvan aimed at Xiao Ao, so another big pick for him. Just leave open the Renekton though, and he does have the pick of the litter right now if he wants it.
Certainly does. You'd wonder if he goes towards it. I don't think he needs to, but then it's a free pick anyway.
Yeah.
His lane can be revealed. They can save mid lane till last, but at the same time, it could actually just be a flex with the Karma into the mid lane, so it could be a support that they're picking last, which again is why you would pick your top laner now.
Yeah, which is going to be Kled instead for Xiao Ao in the top lane here, going up against the Shy. And IG look towards their ADC and support now. So a bunch of supports have been taken away from them, though there are plenty still available, such as, I know, even the Zyra. Megan wanted it right here.
I would actually laugh if it's an Ezreal, by the way, Pauls.
Why is that, Rusty?
Blind picking his counter to Blitzcrank.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's gonna be Varus here, and just the fact that he's picked up Varus, a champion with no escape, almost tells me that Yoon might just pick the Blitzcrank here and then you flex the Karma to mid.
Fen is an assassin player though. Karma's not exactly in his wheelhouse as to what you'd want to see.
Blitzcrank.
Yes, but Blitzcrank. But it's also a much better bottom lane secured by IG in response to it. So Blitzcrank aside, they've got a very strong, well-rounded 2v2. Blitz can take all of the Braum rather can take all of the hooks if they exist. You'd still expect Karma goes down to that bottom lane and the Echo or whatever you choose it to be mid. Something that has wave clear would be a good way to go. Or that.
Huh. Definitely not where I thought Ewan was going to go, because that now means that Fen will be on Karma regardless.
Yeah. Caitlyn Lulu's strong.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good 2v2. It's just, you know, you're used to seeing aggression coming out of all of these young supports. You've got Fury and Yoon. You just saw some really good things coming out of those guys. Yoon's a Rakan player. Now he's got the Lulu where he'll be defending Fury the entire time against a very strong kill the Fury composition that IG have got.
This means mid lane is going to be the most neutral matchup ever. Karma's going to wave clear, Galio's going to wave clear, and then they'll both jump out of lane phase and we'll get some skirmishes.
Karma does hard win that early game though.
True.
Because Galio will run out of mana. His wave clear isn't all that sound. He has to walk up an auto attack to complete any kinds of wave clear. So Karma will have some early control. And then you would look towards the jungle positions then and say, well, can our jungler get around the map? Of course he can. He's a Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
He's these unique gank paths that are capable of him from what was a very smart pathing jungler in game number 1 is going to be something we have to look towards with Hacker here in the second.
Yoon's already got some fans in the audience as well. That's pretty cool. Soon in Gaming have already come into the LPL strong. Picked up some wins here and there. Have firmly just kind of cemented themselves in the middle of their group. Maybe now they get the chance to go up just a little bit. But Fury and Yoon are definitely the stars of the lineup, plus the other players who have been on the lineup just kind of cemented there as well. In the jungle and mid. Maybe Fen and Hacker become the starters and stay there forever, but
certainly seems like they are. There's no real signs of a Voidless coming back. We're not going to really be seeing that anymore. It looks like the aggression, the playmaking that is there from their mid and jungler in their current iteration just seems to be the best way to go. Yet they haven't drafted for that, which is the most curious part. The star players aren't really going to be on playmaking champions. The mid laner who's an assassin player is not going to be on an assassin. Hacker is the only one playing something realistically, for his role as one of the big playmakers, a standard playmaking champion, even then it can't knock up everybody anymore. Rek'Sai's changed.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that we didn't just keep up the aggression from Suning. I mean, like, let's be honest, we look at their lineup and it's team fight. Like, they're always going to do this. Suning Gaming, 100% of the time, will go for a composition like this.
I don't think this composition constitutes what I would call team fighting. Because the crowd control that they have right now is a Kled with a Rek'Sai knockup that hits one person. They've got Lulu's W and Karma's Tether. Like, Caitlyn. None of those are actual crowd control team fighting tools. You don't have any bigger Moo type ultimates. You know, there's no AoE CC. There's no committal crowd control. It's just lots of damage and lots of support. So the team fighting to me is hoping that IG come towards them. But if they do that, then they've got the Rumble Equalizer, Kha'Zix W, Galio Zone Control with a Varus ultimate and Braum with the door. Like, IG are good going backwards or forwards.
What do you classify Suning's composition as then? What does it do?
I think it's Siege. They have the possibility of some flanks there as well. Their objective control will be perfectly fine. And in the way that I say Siege, I mean, also disregard what's happening at level 1. I think their areas of control when they're set up first is superior. So it might be sieging in a scenario around a Drake. Might not be.
That could have been almost bad for Ning, though he does get the big Raptor in the end. Fenvin was holding on to his Mantrid Q. But yeah, we will have to figure out how this composition works out in the end for Suning. Just knowing their MO and how they just play the game, I have to assume that they will just group anyway and go for fights, even though you may not classify this as a direct team fight composition.
And the one thing that's consistent is they'll protect Fury. And Fury's the big carrier of the team. He's got the Lulu and the Karma there. They'll be trying to keep him alive. Xiaoel, when he's playing Kled, looks super comfortable. He's made some big plays. We saw the backdoor coming out of Suning Gaming one time. 5-man unit running behind their Kled charge. They know how to play their champions. They know the limits of them, for the most part.
And Hacker's just farming up his jungle. He was completely unmolested as well, just because all the pressure was around Ning pretty much in the early game, and he had a couple of small Raptors taken away. That being said, he's still level 3. He's taking 3 camps, taking 3 camps, going towards his blue buff now. And Hacker is probably going to be close to, has just gone level 3, so he's a little bit behind Ning. Just through jungling speed.
That's like, Fury just places a trap, and West goes and stands on it like the nice guy he is.
Yep. I mean, there's another one there right now, so West,
he'll find a way to get it.
Move forward.
He's gonna, I hate that trap placement so much. You just can't see it. You cannot see the trap.
There it is.
Got him.
Got him. Yep. It's definitely annoying. You have to move your camera all the way to the left. You can only see it on the edges of the screen.
Then you can't actually click with your mouse placement, which is the stupid part about it. So it's just such a good thing for a red side Caitlyn to be able to do something like that. On blue side, of course, you don't have that problem.
Yeah.
The map looks a little bit different with that perspective.
You can still place it behind the tower.
You can.
But that one's more obnoxious because that's typically where you would stand if you're on blue side to try and farm the creeps on the tower.
That's the auto attack range to the ranged minions. So
yes.
You kind of have to stand in that position. Minions will also naturally start to block you, and that spot under the turret is where you'll naturally path around the 3 ranged minions of your own wave. Just dirty.
Yep. Fury just took a bit of aggro there for some reason. And Hacker is waiting behind. I highly doubt they're going to go for a dive here, but Hacker knows he's pretty much defended if Megan and West decide to rotate, just because Fury and Yoon are constantly pushing up, so they will be there very quickly.
And they're going to continue the hard push also. The Vision will spot Hacker if he committed to anything bottom, but diving a Braum with 4 summoners there. Thankfully, it's an Ignite Braum, so you'd imagine that if he did, he's obviously not, but if he did, there would still be a trade, whereas an Exhaust Braum would diffuse any kind of dive. But you're better off actually just keeping this as the 2v2, letting the pressure sit there. So Doran's shield on West is just trying to hold on for his life. And Fury and Yoon just have absolute control, uncontested and unrelenting control at that.
And this game definitely is highlighting the big problems with Fury and Yoon versus West and Megan. There was such a big gap between their skill levels. In game 1, definitely in the early game when those 2 hooks landed, but following that, like, the farm was actually equal from West, and as a Cockmore, that's absolutely fine. Okay, to be fair, Blitzcrank was roaming a bunch, but still, like, getting a Cockmore to that position is fantastic. This time we're actually seeing Fury and Yoon just stomp all over Megan and West. I mean, they're staring them down. And West will actually just stop his, so only Megan goes back to base in the tag team. And Fury and Yoon do actually take this opportunity to go back to base.
No, they won't. No, they won't. Ready? He has Ignite.
Well, West turned into a squirrel, ignited as well. Fury jumps forwards extremely aggressively, ready for the headshot, turns it around. First blood over to Fury, and it was just too easy. Like, we could see that coming from a mile away.
So, okay, yeah, we have God vision, so definitely from what we could tell, that was a big mistake from West. But the way that was played out is Megan's recalling is, hang on a second, you two just stop, try to talk.
Not going to kill him. All right, go ahead, Rusty.
Like, West was looking at that lane, he's like, okay, Braum's recalling, it's a good item breakpoint for everyone to reset. They're getting their BF sword for the Caitlyn now anyway, so ultimately, they've just gone back. I need one more wave or I can't get the item spike that I need for myself.
Yeah.
And he waited 10 odd seconds, which is longer than the recall takes to be completed. It's not like he made the outright wrong call, because Yoon and Fury were actually going to recall until he stepped up. It's just really unfortunate timing.
Bit of trade mid. Good stuff. Hacker's going to find Ningen. He's going to jump away. Fantastic. And top lane, haven't even spoken about that one yet. Little Owl is getting slightly burnt up by the Shire's Flame Spitter. Gets descald. And we'll probably just go back to base here, yeah. For his first back.
Lots of money in the bank.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll buy himself some nice items, and the fact that he is pretty much equal, just slightly ahead even in CS to the Shy, bodes really well for the side of SNG Gaming.
Pretty good. We were talking about mid earlier, and you were saying that Fen on Karma should hard win the matchup against Galio early, though there is a CS differential in advantage to Rookie.
It'll never translate to a kill, it's just lane control, which is the primary purpose of that. Karma will always have the push until, I'm going to say level 5 odd, or the first recalls. Rookie also having an early teleport, went for the Dark Seal. He's going to be well and truly up in that lane. The biggest win is that Hacker gets that extra control. He did have that. He was able to push and invade into the enemy jungle. You can see the CS discrepancy between these two. That is rather substantial for the jungle role this early on. So it still plays out as expected, but from this point, there's never going to be a dead Rookie.
Yeah, pretty much. It's Galio, so he's going to stay alive forever. And despite IG actually getting this pick, SNG Gaming are still in a very good position for themselves. Always feel very skeptical of champion selects when you leave Galio open, give it over, and you don't get anything of massive high priority on your first rotation. But SNG Gaming are doing fine regardless of that fact. Bot lane is almost 30 farm behind, which is like gigantic. It's huge for West Fury.
Not just that, top equal. Jungle is with the discrepancy that it currently has, as mentioned. Like, just by farming and playing out their laning phases, SNG Gaming will get to those big item spikes relatively quickly and slightly ahead of their opponents in IG. And those 2 or 3 waves, the difference is an extra Drake taken or an extra turret taken or whatever it ends up becoming. SNG Gaming have the ability now to just walk up and take it.
I mean, 1,400 gold is insane. I mean, there's been a first blood and nothing else. And 1,400 gold just from farming. Xiao is in great position right now. The Tiamat has been picked up by Hacker as well. He's just gone back to base and is basically doubling the farm from Ning.
Also respect that he went straight for the Tiamat opposed to completing his warrior enchantment. He actually went for the Tiamat before upgrading his jungle item to anything else as well. Just kept it at the, I believe, machete at the time. So now he's starting to get some vision. He's actually going to be able to set up with his team, not just clear camps quickly, which was his purpose in the early game. And that purpose has come into the gold lead we've mentioned, but now they can start to make the plays. And these two obviously working together coincide with the wards for the jungler, as well as the sidestone for you.
Clearing this one away. And there's no buff for a while here. They are looking towards the bottom side. Megan will see them on the ward and also throw the Winter's Bite towards Lulu. It just gives more free time over to Fury, who is firmly 30 CS ahead now.
And Rookie's pretty much in range for his ultimate, but the vision by Sunin, you saw it completely just littering the jungle of IG on the red side of the map. There is a semicircle, basically. He's going to watch where the Galio gets in ult range. So they don't know how far they can push their limits.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that vision, whilst there's no red buff to take, is a deterrent to prevent IG from counter-ganking. It means they'll just continue to 2v2 lane, and the turret will fall just from that 2v2.
It's just a full semicircle of vision in that jungle for SNG Gaming. Bit of aggression in the top lane. Shy's gonna equalize.
I don't know about that.
Owl. If you're gonna equalize that, would just equalize the minion wave more than anything.
Yeah. Don't think that was necessary ultimately.
Though he has shown Xiao Ao who's boss. So there is that.
He is the alpha.
He is the alpha. Xiao Ao is the beta.
That was a Kled ult to go back to lane, for those that are afraid. That was the teleport by Rookie because he heard the ultimate. So,
That's mind games.
That was accidentally the funniest thing I think that could have
Xiao
happened.
just destroyed Rookie.
He ulted from base to get delayed, and they immediately freaked out. Like bottom lane, they
Oh
know
my God.
like the vision is set up.
Yep.
I'm getting dove. There's no way around
Yep.
it. Rookie's like, I've got to preemptively get in there and defend. And guess what? It was just to get back to lane, and the turret's falling anyway.
I mean, you can understand why Rookie did it. The fact
Oh,
that
you
like,
don't
they were just
blame
like,
him.
Suning Gaming placed all this vision in the jungle, and it's just like, this was the setup that they had going 2 minutes ago. Man, Suning Gaming played this one out really well.
You don't blame Rookie for that. At the same time, you do. Because the Shy, maybe he wasn't talking about teleport timers.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a reason that they were afraid of the Kled being there because he had teleport up when he didn't. He was ulting to get back to lane because he didn't have it. He has teleport now, of course, so Sunin are able to do what they are now.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and take this Cloud Dragon. It's just like the old expanding mind meme, where it's like bronze players will use ult to get back to lane, and then other players will hold on to their ultimate when you're in gold to you know, use it for pressure.
Even fundamentally in Korea as well, when it comes to juking spells, the one thing all the Oceanic players that went over there said was they don't juke. So you always miss expecting them to be good players, but they are so good that you're expecting things they don't do.
Exactly. So bronze players and challenger players will do the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's the respect that you have.
And everywhere in the middle jukes.
Yep. Very, very interesting. But Ning's going to find Yoon in the river. He's going to have to flash away, and the Fisher catches him, so he is very, very much dead. It's going to take them a little bit, but the last taste that fear will get the kill there for Ning. So 1 kill on the board now for IG.
The reactions were good from Yoon, but he was never going to be safe as the Shy. He just flashed the wrong way.
Yeah, he's still in tether range. He's got Rookie here to help him with the taunt. So they'll find
Big
both
taunt.
of them. Oh, that's a big equalizer on top of the taunt. Forces the flash from Fen. Fen Hacker takes a lot of damage. Pops the ultimate, jumps onto Shy. In comes Rookie with the knockup. Fury turns up into the mid lane. Though he doesn't have a massive power spike right now, so he does a bunch of damage. Bottom lane, hello, Wester's just arrived with the Herald.
That's going to be actually a really nice trade out of IG. Compliments of the Herald, able to trade the turret that fell earlier. That was with a dead Lulu. Ning's down there, gets the pick, and look at how that immediately translates. Nothing past it. You would expect that this Herald doesn't even crash onto the next turret, and West is perhaps overstaying a little bit.
Flash taunt, in comes Megan as well. Fen definitely set to fall here, though he does get a lot of health back with that mantra. He's just CC'd to oblivion. In comes Hacker, in comes Xiao Ao, and they still haven't killed him yet. Rookie finally gets him, but he's underneath the tower. Headshot. Finish off the kill there for West. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hacker has located Megan. He takes out one, but now he's locked up. Colossal smash for the kill. In comes Yoon for some revenge onto Ning, though he misses a good lance, so that's the end of that one. A 2-for-2 trade across the board.
Yeah, West overstayed. We mentioned that just before he died. Not too sure why he did that. Yet at the same time, Megan was going mid lane for the gank, so everything starts to equalize. Trades still exist. Suning Gaming are pushing mid at the same time as the Shy going top lane. And so we are in this back and forth battle with Xiao Ao.
He's caught underneath the tower, however. That will stop the tower growth for a second, though. Oh, Ning was thinking about it. Yep, Xiao Ao respect flashes.
Yeah, not a unnecessary flash by any means.
Nope.
Just does not want to die. The Shy was also missing.
Ning will
As we get to see how West overextended in the bottom lane. Pretty much just what it is. Kled was also down there with a teleport, which is why you're hearing the music come from him. And meanwhile, Fen died in the mid lane. We just get to see the kill we missed. Riveting.
Fantastic. Well, 3-3 now. Suning Gaming are only 2,200 gold ahead, so significantly less than they were before. And we're basically back to even in this game, while 2 kills went onto Rookie, 2 kills onto Fury. So you tell me which team really benefited from that one.
I like how Fury just extended the terrain there as well for Megan, who was, for some reason, really aggressively stanced.
Yeah.
Just had to keep walking past the turret in a straight line until the trap line ended. Who benefited more, though? I'd still say it's Suning Gaming, simply because their AD carry is 2-0. In saying that, the tank of IG, Rookie, is going to be very fed. He's going to be nigh on unstoppable. Yet, with the current build running around for ADs, you could auto-attack Rookie, and with your Static Shiv rapid-fire cannon, still crit everybody else around him. And be reasonably okay with it. It's almost like the Sivir effect.
Yeah.
And you hit the tank and the rest of them still feel it.
Yep. Definitely does a lot of damage. And Nick will head into the jungle. Probably take away these Raptors. He's not even on any vision right now, so soon in gaming. Unawares of this. Hacker will turn the corner and find him. Hello, how's it going? The Raptor will indeed reset, so Smite comes down. And Hacker gets away with that one. So the Shy will always attack you.
Yeah, he's always going to go forwards, and that is why half the spells against him will miss. It's because you expect him to run away.
Yep.
Yoon is overextending for vision. He's lucky to not push any further. IG are death pushing. They're not going to get mid though. They're against the static shift Caitlyn. You really have to wonder, what is IG's plan here? You know, there's no Cloud Drake to have. There's no Baron or Rift Herald available. It's 16 minutes in the game. They're just farming. And are they okay with just farming?
No Fen. Shy's got the ultimate as well. He lays down the equalizer, though half of it falls into the wall.
Why is he ulting?
I don't know. But in the bottom lane, Xiao Ao is getting chased out by Rookie. He's going to descale him. No, he's not.
You're not going to catch him either. The Kha'Zix was coming around, so that was actually a very good ultimate coming out of Xiao.
Yep. You can actually just see as well that he clicked on the map. You can also, or clicked on the screen, because you can click on the map as well to use semi-global ultimates like that, so to get extra range. But he actually knew that he didn't necessarily need to move that far, so he just instant used it.
Everything settles down.
All those small mechanical things there for Kled. But yeah, we're basically back to just Farm City right now for both these two teams. Abyssal Mask picked up by Rookie.
People have finally worked it out, Pulse. Is that Adaptive Helm just is not as good.
Heck yeah. Of course it'd be Rookie to do it first. That makes me very happy. Because Adaptive Helm was like the first item he picked up like for a good week.
Yeah, it was Rookie and Doinby, I think, are the two Gallios that have decided that it's good now.
Yeah.
And rightly so, because it is.
Yep.
But every time we've seen a Galio build Abyssal Mask in the LPL, they've won again.
Shocking. I wonder if there's a correlation. Nah, couldn't be. For the Adaptive Helm. Fen pushing up top lane. How's Fen even doing? Haven't seen him in ages. He's just been sat in top lane for like the longest time.
Yeah, he's just side laning now. They've actually set themselves up in this 1-3-1 with a Karma on the team. He's not going to be protecting Fury. Fury's even gone for early QSS, and Hacker is playing around the split pushing Karma. So still adding relevance to a champion that wants to protect others, has the Athenes for exactly that purpose, is very close to the Ardent Sensor also on top of that. And when those two items are completed, Caitlyn's going to be a very big deal.
Mid being shoved, but there is a good amount of wave clear coming in from Suning. The Rookie is just not budging at this point in time. Hacker comes out, Equalizer has drawn the line in the sand, though he has also poked out Fury, so that is good.
Fury, of course, has a... Well, it's Bloodlust. You just saw a chunk of his health return back to him when he crits. So unfortunately, with a red buff and with Warlords, whilst the damage was nice, the Shy just uses his ultimate off cooldown.
He actually does. As soon as it's back, he places it down. And it feels like the cooldown on his ultimate is lower just because he's there every single time.
But this is not ideal from IG. Unless they're diving, they're not hitting the tower. And they don't have a Rumble ultimate to dive anymore. They don't have someone that's going to dive in for a Galio to go onto. So realistically, you're looking at a flash taunt coming out of Rookie as they're engaged right now. Or flash ult from Braum, I suppose. Varus can hit his, but QSS again is there for the Caitlyn, and he's the one that has to die.
Or Ning jumping into the back line by himself and Rookie jumping on top of him. There's a couple ways for IG to make it happen.
They're just not ideal.
No.
Not when diving a turret against all of the wave clear that is there.
None of them are good. And Sydney Gamer is just so happy right now. He's just like, sit here, wait for the Caitlyn to get big. You got mid lane to facilitate.
One more item. Well, two more, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, now he's gone for the QSS, so it's going to take a little bit longer. But it's not like he's going to rush. IG aren't really
But the QSS is, like, the difference in items between these ADs is still there. The QSS is a luxury purchase because of how far ahead he is.
Yep.
And he'll still probably get to his items, breakpoints before that of the Varus. In fact, he probably has a lot of money now. You have to imagine.
This is going to be an exciting trade in the bottom lane. Xiao Ao runs away. That's the end of that one. So Rookie has TP, Xiao Ao as well. Top lane, Fen's top laner now. Good stuff. He's not gone for the elusive tank Karma build, unfortunately.
No, he understands how to build for competitive.
Yeah. Look, one day, it's going to be good.
And we all know
Season
who's going to tweet
18.
about it endlessly.
Man, I'm still waiting to cast my Mordekaiser game. Been picked 3 times now.
You're waiting to cast a lot of things that nobody else plays, Pulse.
What? It's been picked 3 times in this split.
Not in this region.
Not in this region. That's what I mean. But at some point, I have the faith that we don't have a lot of top lanes who pick weird champions. We have a lot of mid laners who are very much innovators, but
yeah, our top
not a lot
laners
of
are all
top
Fiora
laners.
mains or
Yeah.
Maokai mains. And of course, one of them is not meta, and you can tell which
Yeah.
teams are winning now.
Yeah.
It's the Fiora mains usually. Not IG though.
Turns out carries are pretty good at this point in time. Yep. Mordekaiser won't ever really find himself in mid lane. Neither will Alawi, unfortunately, so wrong region. Just have to wait until a new top laner comes in.
You know,
if Cat played top lane, this would be great.
Mordekaiser is actually a decent pick into Galio mid lane.
I could see that. Yeah.
You can't really poke a Mordekaiser out of lane. He
No.
matches the wave clear over Galio very well.
And if you taunt him, then he hits his Q.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he maces you.
Exactly.
A mace does a crazy amount of damage. You can zone people away with the third proc.
You're also closer to the Drake then if you're going to play that champion.
That's true.
Which I guess
Yeah.
is one of the only things I'd ever play it for, is to have a giant controllable dragon.
Yep.
They are looking top. Remember, the Shy finally has his ultimate again.
Ah, there we go. Used off cooldown once more. Ning jumps in, takes their fear, but he was actually near the minion. Okay, the flash comes in from the Shy. Make sure he dies.
he completed
Teleport
it.
coming out from Xiao Ao. It's 1 versus 3, but he's got the rest of the team coming as well. They're still outnumbered. Flash, Torn, knock up, Justice Punch, and Xiao Ao has to flash out of that one.
Yeah, has to use the summoner. So IG are pressuring, but there's no minions, so they'll have to wait for another wave. Megan's just trying to eke out all of the 10 damage hits that he can onto the turret. They get the nice pick onto Fen, but he has teleport, so they've got the summoners most importantly and the teleport most importantly from Xiao as they now move over to threaten and pressure the Baron area. However, they're against the Rek'Sai, they're against the Prey Seeker and the Tremor Sensors that will be able to keep tabs on their opponent. IG, it's a nice move. It's the kind of move they need to make if they want to win this game. From the 1-0 deficit they found themselves in. So they're at it again.
They found Xiao again, and this time he doesn't have Flash, he doesn't have Skull, and he's very much 6 feet under as Fen completes his TP onto the Rek'Sai tunnel. And they will turn up. So IG are in a position to continue to pressure Baron, though Hacker is still alive. Makes it a little bit harder, but it's 4 versus 5.
And Fen's back, which means it'll still be the 4v as you mentioned, but with Xiao dead this time, not just flashless, the repeat offender of the Kled could be what costs them the objectives. As IG have kicked this one off with intentions.
Well, more than anything, I think they are looking for a pick, and it's onto Yoon right now as he goes down, but on the opposite side, Rookie is going to Heroes exit from that fight. Ultimate comes down from the Shy, but he's very close to dropping. Fury will find a headshot on towards him. Fen chasing after, but he's taking a lot of damage in. Oh, Rookie! The Justice Punch gets blocked up, but the front line takes so much damage. Fissure comes down. This is going to be a whitewash victory now for IG. Fury's the only one alive, though. He is full health, and a Caitlyn. West getting chased down here, but is now out of vision for Fury, placing down these traps. Ning waiting in the bush, and found him. Kha'Zix looking for this kill. Jumps over the wall, takes their fear for the kill. And he gets the reset on the jump before Xiao is able to arrive as the cavalry.
IG are just too tanky and Fury is not quite at his damage break points yet. Of course, if he had those items, that would have been Sin Gaming's fight to take, but Rookie does not die, and Ning's able to get that 1v1 ultimately. So IG, they bounce back with authority after taking down Xiao. They start the Baron, they beat the fight, and everything still looked okay, surprisingly, for Sin Gaming, because Fury was alive, and he is majority of the team composition's damage. Well, he has it now. He didn't before.
Yeah. It's Fury, well, he's getting there. But once you throw items, if he's in that situation again, you know he's probably killing everybody. But at that point in time, just simply didn't have the damage. And Ning in the bush, being stealthed 6-0 and 2 with the Black Cleaver, gonna kill you. So it was not a fight that he could particularly win. But yes, indeed, Ning is gonna be the answer for IG. Everybody has a line of Ninja Tabis for IG. While they find Hacker in the river, gonna get the knock up and walk away. So he's fine. And Fury will take his own red buff as well.
Once again, setting up for the major objective, but at the same time, the Mountain Drake is going to be there, and if someone could sneak that Drake through, it's going to help a lot more when it comes to these Baron fights, especially if you're the one hitting the Baron. IG, you would have expectations that they'll go over and look towards that. Perhaps just Ning and the Shy will be able to two-man that one for themselves. We'll have to watch what happens.
Find out next time on IG versus Suning Gaming. Fury's still on 2 items, though he just had that QSS over West, though that team fight and the tower pickup definitely allowed West to pick
he's gone
up.
for the on-hit.
Yeah, he's gone for Blade the Rune King and Gwinsu's, and at this point in time, he's got comparable damage to Fury until he picks up his 3rd item.
Rushing the Gwinzu's 2nd, though. Usually it'll be a Hurricane, I believe, after.
Yeah, he thinks he's got
But of course, with the Hurricane changes, I suppose he's just foregone that item. It's not bad. His damage output was massive.
a lot, yeah.
Which is very single target.
Down goes the Dragon.
He's going to blast Shower, actually. No resistance items currently in top lane builds.
He's going to die real fast. Haka knocked up, just a punch. No team behind him, but it's just a little bit. Ning jumped in onto the ADC, and that's going to be the equalizer to follow up. More like zoning ultimates for now. It's a crisscross of the fissure and the equalizer.
Yeah, X
down.
marks the spot for IG, but it doesn't actually result in a kill. There's no booty to be had there. They're just going to be able to reset. Sitting Gaming, they're happy with that. Every time. These ultimates just get burned. And no one's able to translate into anything. It seems like the ultimates are the meaningless part of these fights. It's getting Ning on top of the target, getting the Shy there to burn them down with the Flame Spitter, but most importantly, pulling Suning Gaming towards the Baron and winning through vision control.
I don't think I've ever seen so many equalizers from a Rumble in like 25 minutes. It's like every time I look at the Shy, he's dropping equalizer.
I've seen it in lane swap metas when he does it to clear waves, but not to apply 1 tick of damage to somebody.
Yep.
Not sure about that one.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like they can return fire. It's such a long-range ultimate.
Yeah.
Got him.
You don't return fire as the equalizer's down, though.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Caitlyn principle. I'm not saying it's good, but it's when you just like hit someone with the ace in the hole, because the amount of times where you actually get the finishing blow of that is so little. That
I'm not going to give you an agreement on that one, simply because the equalizer is actually a team fight spell.
No, I get that. I'm just saying.
Ace in the hole is like, I'm just going to do 300 damage to you for the sake of it.
I'm just saying that's what the Shy is thinking.
Well, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
He
but
needs to stop thinking.
It is fun watching the Shy play, because he plays like
Get him, Baron.
solo queue.
Get out of my pit.
Megan didn't really take much damage from that. It wasn't as exciting as, say, Yoon going by and also taking a bunch of hits from Baron, but still, bit of damage. Soon we'll take everything they can at this point in time. Still 3,000 gold advances to IG. You have that extra dragon. Next dragon's also going to be mountains, so we've been blessed by so many mountains in this series.
With that Mountain Drake too, it'll be a lot easier for them to secure the Baron. You've got the on-hit Varus. And if he starts actually hitting the major objective, it will melt very quickly. I have to kind of keep tabs on where West is going to be at any moment, because they can just try and sneak it away.
Yeah.
Or once again, try and make those picks catch Suning Gaming on the way to it.
Well,
here comes the sneak.
Let's be fair, Megan and West can actually duo it.
Absolutely. Guinzoo's Blade of the Ruined King build destroys it. And they're just zoning. Ning's showing himself, which means no, they can't be doing the Drake. Kha'Zix is super important for taking it down. Well, guess what? It's dead.
Ning just hops the wall, gets the smite, and man, Suning Gaming caught their pants down, immediately has to just move back to base. Extra movement speed from Karma coming out there, and it's just like, well, I guess we screwed up.
You have to wonder if there's even counterplay, though, and if they did screw up, or if they just had to watch it happen when a Galio and a Kha'Zix that are that fed are just going to zone you away from it.
On this one, Rusty, I would say the former, just because they didn't move at all from mid lane. They were pushing up, but they were never even leaning to one side of the lane.
Yeah, just running off assumptions, of course.
Yeah, of course.
If those people are visible, then surely they're not doing it, but they should also respect that it can be done.
Yeah.
And they'll know that for next time. They've got their item spikes as of now, which is unfortunately about a minute too late, given that they wanted to obviously contest the Baron. IG with the buff, very easily able to maneuver their way through the jungle now, and it looks like they're setting themselves up for the Shy's lane. The one pushing wave, they'll have mid and bottom, and Galio's ultimate will be in range, and it's also completely avoiding where Suning Gaming have vision right now. You can see that on the map.
Yep. Bot lane being shoved in here by IG, and the wave clear is still there from Suning. There is a massive minion wave, so they're able to instant clear it away. Definitely need to get Fury out of this fight as the equalizer again goes down. This one more of a zoning ultimate, so they can pick up that tower. And that's the biggest thing. If IG are able to actually break open these inner towers, it is a job well done, because Suning Gaming are very happy to just sit on the laurels, pick up this farm.
Rookie's getting some back scratches.
He's definitely doing that. West apparently just lost all his health, and Rookie will make his way out now. Still just waiting for Fury to get bigger. I don't even think he's 3 items yet. He's very close to it.
He's got his 3. He's got his 3
He's
now.
got 3?
Yeah.
I saw him with the Zeal. I didn't see him go back.
Yeah, I think after the Baron got taken is when he picked up the rapid fire. So he's got those 3, but not enough to kill the tanks yet. So he's got a lot of... You can see the items now, but without the last Whisper, or without something that can destroy tanks, then he'll be doing damage. It's just not, I can win an entire team fight amounts of damage. And that's with a Karma and a Lulu to try and support him. He's about 1 item off.
Yeah, that front line is pretty tanky. And 3 of them with armor, everyone with Tabi. Definitely does need the last Whisper on that one. So maybe slightly regretting the prior choice to have gone for the early Quicksilver Sash. Maybe would have just wanted to accelerate his build even further, because that could have been, actually could have been the last Whisper by itself at this point in time. But hindsight 2020.
Also just not a big fan of his trap placement. They are far too spaced, everyone can walk between them. I like the approach of zoning off most of the lane and forcing them to walk down a narrow corridor.
Yeah.
So that a Karma can burst them.
Just creating a bottleneck.
But he's not bottlenecking them, he's making them weave. They're slaloming.
Well, it's like game where you have all those pins and you drop like a circle down and then they fall into like a bucket for points. It's like on that American TV show. I see it like all the time.
I have
like drop the thing down.
I know
and it
exactly what you mean, but I can't even explain it better than you are.
Yeah, and I didn't explain it very well, so whatever that is, that's what he's done to IG. I need an American in here. I just asked an Aussie and I'm English. So
yeah, I have no idea.
We're the worst 2 people. Wait, you have Frost Current, right? Okay, we'll just wait till Frost Current comes back.
I actually don't even know how to explain that.
I want to say it begins with P. Something about plink, but what? Plink. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's the sound it makes. But mid tower just went down for IG. They go towards the dragon now. Another mountain dragon. Let's see what that third one is going to be. Well, next one's going to be Elder. I can tell you that for a fact. There you go. And IG go back to base and probably just wait for the next Mantra objective, because they've taken bot tower, they've taken mid tower. The only one that's left open now is top tower before they start sieging those inhibs. That was a lot of items just picked up by IG, by the way. That was BF Sword in the jungle. Needs to large rod in the top lane. Looked like a completed item from West as well. Warden's Mail in the mid lane, like, they just got significantly stronger.
I thought it was going to be a Guardian Angel for Ning as well, but he's also got a longsword beside that. So you'd imagine a Hex Drinker with it, and now his item purchasing has just gone all over the shop. But he has a lot of items. And that was pretty much a standard Baron play. It wasn't a big power play. You're not blown away by it. The gold lead, you can see it. It's a solid 6,000. But it hasn't been game-breaking just yet. And that's the concern for me here. They've still got that Caitlyn scaling up.
Yeah.
Who's got the last Whisper now. And the Baron has worn off. So you will start to see a lot of priority from both of these teams towards just the Caitlyn in general.
That's true. But IG have the tools. You have a Galio who's massive. You have Shy who's always going to have his finger on the trigger with the ultimate. And Ning's going to be jumping on his face. And Ning is the big one, 6-0 and 2. And has just all of the items.
5 Ninja Tabis from IG as well, so they're very much all aware of what the game plan is.
Yep. They used to be in a perfect line, Rusty, but now they're not.
Item costs.
Yeah.
I always thought it'd be cool if we could rearrange to how the players rearrange their items, if we could see it that way, not in order of high to low.
That's true, yeah. That's also true because all the players move them along for like hotkey reasons, or move their small items to the end to like the 7th slot or whatever.
Yep. Actives in 1 through 4 for the most part, unless you have separate buttons like T for Trinket.
Yeah, yeah. Do people actually do that?
Yeah, a surprisingly large amount of people put Trinket on T.
Is that just because of the finger position or because it's T for Trinket?
I don't know. I'm not one of those people. My Trinket button is number 4.
Mine is my 5th button on my mouse.
Yeah, so default, right?
Yeah. No.
5 or mouse.
On mouse, yeah. Purely because of Lee Sin mechanics, because you can use your mouse with one hand and then instantly do like the safeguard for like combos for Lee Sin. But I actually don't know how many other people do that apart from me.
Yeah, I still do the combos without that, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. You just do it on the left hand, but.
Good turret there from Xiao too.
Yeah, he was just in bot lane, took it away. It's a nice little grab from Suning. I mean, it's not going to mean a huge amount, but it is really nice for him. The fact he's able to go all the way to the bottom lane unanswered when there's a mid tower still open.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
I mean, it's money in the pocket. You can still see the completed last Whisper item for Fury, so he's still ramping up. And not just that, the Gargoyle Stone Plate for Xiao means that whilst he's not necessarily a tank with his items, and whilst he's going to get completely shredded by what West has picked up for himself, those big 4 items there, he's still going to be able to at least last longer if he's around 3 odd people. You know, double the time that he's alive, basically, by doubling his health bar. That's super important, because the longer he stays alive, the longer Fury's going to be able to hit behind him.
For sure. I'm just wondering when Rookie picks up the gargoyles and at what point Fury just stops doing damage to him.
I mean, it's not doing damage now.
I mean, that's true, yes.
He'll be doing even less.
Yeah, definitely needs some little bit of shred, I have to feel. Fen's going to block off Ning as he comes in from the side, but the fact that Xiao isn't here right now is a little bit scary. Hacker jumps over the wall. He really wants those Raptors. Fury makes me a little bit anxious when he's on the front lines. Baron has just been started. This time they haven't gotten the pick, though they are still hidden. Hacker's going to see them this time, and he knows they're on this one. He doesn't see the health just yet. Shy just got chunked out, but the Baron's already down. Hacker,
They're
he's
looking
trading
for
off
the
with
fight
Rocky,
still.
In comes Fury. Watch him right now because Ning jumps right on top of his face, but down goes Yoon, and Fury gets chased after. He's also dead, and all the damage is now completely out of the window for Su Ning. There's 4 members for 0. Hacker the only one left, and he's on the retreat. And that fight was just too good from IG.
Yeah, they've already got the Baron as well. Minion waves stacking up in the top lane. It feels like they empower these minions, and they bring them straight to the Nexus for the side of IG. They've got 20 seconds on just a second person being alive. I don't think they have enough time here. Suning Gaming, everything will drop too quickly.
Yeah, you have to assume this is pretty much just going to be game unless Hacker can pull off a miracle, but I don't know in what
He's
form
just
that takes.
disappeared. He's trying to take the minions.
He's doing an SOFM right now, but it's not going to help him. The minions are already here. They do too much damage. West is alive. Everyone's still alive. Pops the ultimate, and Rookie's just showing off. Nexus about to fall, and Fury not yet alive, so Suning have no answer to this push. IG take game 2.
And it took them 37 minutes to get the victory here, Pulse, but they never really looked like they were going to lose, even with the Shy's antics. Amazingly, top lane didn't make the difference as to who wins this game. But IG do get game number 2 back.
They do, and we go to a game 3 after that. Suning Gaming. I definitely want to, in a second, go back to Champions League, but for now, just watching that game, it's just a bunch of small moves from IG, such as like sneaking the Baron. Also, the second time taking that with no contest. And it's yet another game where the Shy comes in and IG pick up a game but play better. And it definitely seems like coincidence, but if it starts happening enough, then you need to start considering the idea that the Shy maybe brings something else to the team.
They just played around their power spikes very well. They knew when they were strong enough to two-man a Baron, and that was when they decided to take the fight, or at least sneak it, and it was there for free because Suning Gaming weren't able to respond.
It's also a player that I feel like maybe IG can talk to more, because every single time you see the Shy, he's just like, he's joking with the players, he's talking to them. So it might just be something around that as well, but it's difficult to tell. Of course, we are just outsiders looking in. Welcome back, Fresco, to the desk. Hello, hello.
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
First and foremost, I want to talk about this composition from Suning Gaming. I call this the Mad Max Fury Road comp.
Okay.
Because they basically make Fury into a race car. Look at all the abilities that they have to augment the movement speed. In fact, Suning Gaming have played this multiple times. It's kind of their second play in their playbook.
Yep.
They usually like to play either the Fin gets casted in, and if he doesn't get casted in, well, it's time to throw everything onto Fury. So it's always fun to see it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this time around.
No, it didn't. And it got to the point where he just fell a little bit too far behind, had the QSS, and it's like, great, I'm not going to die, but I can't kill anybody because there's 3 tanks stood in front of me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, Rookie got the early kills. The Galio snowballs ahead. It's like Rusty said. You're now not 3-item power spike Caitlyn. You have to go for that 4th item because you need the armor penetration. And even at that point, it's like, well, we're just too far down, guys. They've got too many damage threats. But speaking to the other kind of extensions of Invictus Gaming's composition, you know, I agree with you. I don't think that there's anything inherently about how the Shy is playing the game that is swinging these into wins versus how Duke plays the game. But this composition is all about playing around monster objectives. Like, you have the Kha'Zix, you have the Rumble, you have the Galio. It's a perfect comp to lure someone into Baron. And if the Shy is just the more competent or comfortable Rumble player versus, you know, the fact that Duke's not quite reaching for that, that may be an answer there.
Yeah, perhaps. But again, I don't even think that in this case, watching the Rumble play was anything substantial. I think what he did do, though, was pressure out Xiaoel, who I would say, as we've watched this split progress, has been a surprisingly large part of what Suning Gaming need to make the plays, you know, to use the Kled charge to start the team fights. Without that, their composition didn't actually have engage. So by using the ultimates, even if it wasn't successful, he was at least pressuring, which I think was the right thing for IG here.
I also felt in this game that the respect was maybe in the wrong place for Suning Gaming, at least for their picks and bans, because they ban away the Fiora in the top lane against the Shines. It's like, alright, fantastic, but you leave open the Galio and nothing really there to trade for it. I mean, they got their composition, they played for themselves, but it's Galio going over to the mid lane for Rookie, and he just never died, ever. Like, then if he was okay, he got pushed in, but he still came out with more farm than the Karma.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like, ban the Fiora still because it's the Shy. You banned Cassiopeia and Bard and, like, all of these other things, and Galio is obviously going to get picked as a high priority.
Yeah, Bard was second rotation though, Rusty. I mean, like, the Galio was first pick. So,
course,
yeah, I agree on that one.
also
Cassiopeia is definitely one you could look towards instead of the Fiora.
Yeah. I mean, they should have probably banned that one away. There's not much else you'd add there, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I don't understand why Galio was left over or why Cassie was there. Usually, if Cassie is banned, it's indicative that you're going to pick up the Kassadin there because she has a good matchup into him. But Kassadin had already been banned, so Finfin knew he wasn't going to get his champion, so why ban the counter?
Yeah. And that was good because we saw the respect come out there. They did ban the Blitzcrank, they banned out the Kassadin, which was what we wanted to see. I mean, it was knowing IG, it could have been one or, right? It could have actually just been Blitzcrank right there, but happy to see the Kassadin was taken away from him. It did seem like the win was taken out a little bit out of their sails because of that, but I don't think that was like the core reason why Suning Gaming necessarily lost that game. And it was also IG playing better overall, and I just go back to fundamentally just them playing slightly different as a team with the Shy coming in.
I mean, the big thing that lost in the game is that they got 2 free Barons, and they were completely uncontested. And you guys brought it up in Cass, you know, you don't know if Suning Gaming is letting that one go or if it's just that they're caught with their pants down and they're completely unawares that it's happening. But if you look at their comp and where they fell behind, you know, it's pretty hard to face check into that area, again, around IG's monster objective team fighting composition, because even if you check in safely, it's so easy for IG to engage on you. So they did what they could, and they tried to play into the lanes, pressure IG out with their siege comp. Unfortunately, they just eventually got baited into this, and Rookie is just a monster.
Yeah, this was pretty much the last fight right here, or... No, this was the fight earlier, actually, yeah, where this one came down. And you're looking at Fury, you're like, oh, Fury needs to beat the carry right here. And if he had one more item and it wasn't QSS, maybe he kills everybody, but he just simply didn't have the damage, and then Kha'Zix murdered him.
Yeah, it looked good at first, but Fury's put maybe 12 bullets into Rookie, and he's just totally fine. He's eventually going to back up. Fury will chase them off, but then he face checks into this guy here.
Yeah.
The Kha'Zix kills him, and they get the Baron.
8-0-2, Ning had a killer performance. And Ning, still hit or miss for me, but when he hits pretty hard. And he was the answer for the Caitlyn in the end. It was just like, regardless of how well the Caitlyn does, however fed she gets, she's not going to get more tanky. It's going to come from the Karma, and Ning was always there to find him.
Yeah, of course, always able to couple up with the Galio to protect him. There was a massive frontliner in Rookie standing next to the damage dealer of Ning, but you're right, I think the 8-0-2 summarizes one of the better performances from Ning, which is converse to his game 1.
So yeah, better game from IG. I don't know if that will carry on to the third game, though. I'm not sure what the answer was. It's weird watching a game like this, because I'm like, IG, yes, you won, but I don't know particularly why you won. I mean, I know why you won, because you picked up 2 Barons underneath the noses of your opponents. Great, but like, I don't know if this happens 100% of the time. That's going to be a question for after the break, because we are going to take a quick one as we set up for Game 3 between Suning Gaming and IG.
Can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing.
Welcome back to the LPL coming for Game 3 between Suning Gaming and IG. Invictus Gaming do manage to take Game 2 in honestly a pretty weird game. And I'd say going into Game 3, I think it begs the bigger question, which is, we said at the very start of the series that IG are definitively the better team, but they just lost Game 1, and then Game 2, the way that they win doesn't definitively make it look like they are the better team.
Yeah, and this is the classic curse of Invictus Gaming. You never really know. Like, if you just... They're like a USB, where you put it in the first time and it doesn't fit, then you flip it over, try to get it back, and then you turn it back around, you're like, it was the first time all the way around. Like, and you just keep flipping it. You're just waiting for it to connect. And that's what I feel like I've been doing with Invictus Gaming my entire life.
Yeah.
At least they're consistent in that fact, aren't they?
Consistently
In
inconsistent.
the worst possible way for themselves. But they did win game number 2, and I think a lot of that came down to the drafting strengths that they had in that game. They got the Galio. Rookie is a very good Galio. And again, we said game number 1, well, IG need to change what they were banning, and they did.
Yeah.
And now we're into game number 3, and it's Suning Gaming's turn to change what they're banning, because ultimately Galio shouldn't exist. Yet, we're also swapping sides of the rift, so everything changes again.
But it feels like we constantly fall into this trap where it's almost like LGD-esque. There's certain champions that Rookie gets that just makes IG better. A couple of seasons ago, it was Corki. When Corki was massively big, it was like, okay, Rookie got Corki, I guess IG are going to win. And now, okay, Rookie got Galio, now it's going to be Victory. And it's these champions that can get out to those side lanes, so Rookie doesn't just beat his lane, he beats the map.
Before you go, Frost, do you know that American TV show where they drop the discs down through the pins and it drops into a pot?
Look, that's how he explained it on the cast.
And he got it.
Sure either.
Yeah.
I don't
He doesn't know what it's called.
TV.
Okay. Plinko! It's Plink. I knew it was. Okay, I knew it. I just didn't know what the end was. Thank you very much, producer. It was Plinko. That's what the traps were doing last game. Fantastic. Don't do that. It's not good. Anyway, Suning Gaming IG going up against each other one more time in this best of 3. Fiora, Cassiopeia, and Oriana. So again, bunch of mid lane bans and a top lane ban towards the Shy. Galio, Zac, and Thresh aimed at Suning Gaming. And first pick Caston. So Caston was left open.
And again, this is because we've swapped sides of the rift. When you're on red side, you've got Zac, you've got Galio as mandatories, and Thresh is probably the strongest champion right now, and especially on Yoon. So it does leave open the Caston.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where as much as you want to ban it, there are situations where you honestly just can't. And blue side Suning Gaming will just target ban the entire time.
IG will get the Caitlyn though, so big priority for them. At the same time, they also pick up Elise, so still 2 very strong picks went over towards them, so it's not all bad. Suning Gaming do lock in the Rek'Sai for the jungle, so Hacker also gets a strong priority for him. And Fen will lock in Ashe for Fury.
Yeah, they're going to give him the Ashe an extra bit of engage for the team, which is something I'm going to say that they definitely needed. This doesn't sway the effects of what Yoon will play in his role respectively. I still don't think we'll see anything like the Blitzcrank this time around. But it's always going to be a lingering possibility for the side because once again, the Kassadin already early indicates the 1-3-1 pressure that they want to have for themselves, and now they're able to execute on things like that.
Yeah, Jace comes in here for Rocky. Back over towards the bans now. They need to ban out a support and also top lane as well for Suning Gaming. So they'll look towards this one now as well.
Jace obviously a comfort pick for Rookie into the Kassadin. He's gone for it twice in a row. We've spoken towards why. It is a good matchup. And there you go.
Blitzcrank.
Take that.
Aimed at Yoon, of course. Still, you probably will go towards a more defensive support now, like Lulu, which still is open alongside the Karma for Yoon. There still are aggressive supports open for him if he wants it.
Rakan is always going to be a possibility. Tahm Kench as well.
Bard was banned last time around.
That's
Also a
true.
chance for him to pick that one up. Jax taken away from the Shy. Took off Fiora and the other duelist, I guess, so it makes sense on that front.
And what's next? You know, what are they going to ban away from the Shy next? Is it a Camille? Is that how deep we're going to go down the rabbit hole of banning champions from him? I don't know if it's that big of a concern. You can just pick yourself the Renekton, and I think that's why the Jax was banned.
Yeah.
The Counter-Strike obviously works through the Renekton W.
Yeah, Kled ban here against Shout Out, makes sense. Renekton is still open if he wants it, so is
G4.
Jarvan, yeah, I was going to say.
Gragas if you want to play a tank in the top lane.
Sure. All 3 of those champions are perfectly viable here. Lulu was a final ban against Megan, which makes sense. I mean, they want a priority on Jace, but at the same time, can't really let West get that alongside Lulu as well. It would be pretty disastrous.
And you can't fault this decision, Pulse, of going for the Renekton. We've already discussed with the Jax being banned from Suning Gaming. That's why they're able to pick it for themselves. But at the same time, now you look at what you've got on the side of IG. It's a Renekton with an Elise. And if you're familiar with certain teams known as KT, you'll see this composition does work very well for ganking certain lanes. Yeah. It's got a lot of pressure there.
Yes, it does. And maybe that lane might just die 3 times and get subbed out. Suning Gaming lock in the Zyra here. And they are thinking about their top lane. There's still a bunch left open. J4 being one of those, which I wouldn't be surprised if they just picked this one up.
Naira is one of those picks that can be locked in against Renekton, but it's not ideal. This one is much safer a choice. Of course, has just always got that wave cleared there. You shouldn't lose your lane, even if you get pressured out. There we go.
There we go. Rakan finally shows his face. And it'll be going over to IG side. So right now, Rusty, last time you said it wasn't a proper teamfight composition from Suning Gaming. Is this a proper teamfight composition from Suning Gaming?
They've got an Ashe Zyra this time around, so the engage is more reliable. They've got the arrow. They have disengage or defensive type of team fighting as well, with not just the Cataclysm, but with the Zyra ulti. So they have a lot now in AoE, in terms of AoE. Crowd control, also the one big thing that was missing from them in game number 2. So I am a lot happier with what Suning Gaming have put together. But as Frostgren mentioned, this is the Kassadin composition that they'll put together for themselves, not the gotta go fast type of composition. We're not Sonic. We're going to stand and deliver.
It's just another one of those games where Fen gets his Kassadin, and it's just a threat that I never feel like should just be given to him. Because if he just happens to pick up kills, which is exactly what happens in game 1, he just goes off and has a great game. But you could just ban it away. But
I'm not going to contest that fact. That is a certainty. He is a very good Kassadin. Even he said he's surprised that he's getting it. But I don't know if I would ban Kassadin over Thresh.
Yeah.
From when you look at this team as a whole, I know there is take him away from his best champion. Take Fen away from his Kassadin, you might have a better experience, but I don't want to deal with Yoon on Thresh if I was playing against them either. It's just so many risks, and you have to get rid of your Galio, you have to get rid of your Zac. You have one choice. They just chose the Thresh.
I think just the fact in the end, like regardless of what they do, the fact that Suning Gaming has 2 massive threats in the first phase of bans, especially if their opponents are on red side, speaks towards them. The fact that you have to take away something from Yoon and something from Fen is very frustrating to play against.
It makes drafting a little bit harder to execute. It's not a standard draft. You've got your focus, you've got your target bans, and it means that when you're on the red side of the map against Suning Gaming, you are going to have a harder time. And that's just a big part of how the meta has shifted in general. Red side having to have these bans. If anyone's got a pocket pick, well, then they get it now on the blue side of the map.
All right, full composition locked in. And we are getting ready to head onto the rift one more time between Suning Gaming and IG. It looked like this could be a very fast 2-0, but IG do eventually pull it back. The USB goes in this time around. Had to just flip it a couple more times. And we go into game 3, and it's so difficult to call. Like, which IG is going to turn up? It's never a which IG is going to turn up on the day, which is a statement thrown around about so many teams. It's which IG is going to turn up in this 10-minute segment.
Yeah, between games, is it the same IG even from a victory to the next? They're a very erratic team to try and really understand. The Shy playing is this invisible buff for them, apparently, though, as they seem to be just a little bit more consistent with him there. And Rookie, he's going to have his good matchup. Your bot lane still got your Caitlyn for push. Elise is one of the very good gank-oriented junglers. And the Elise also has a Renekton lane to gank. There are a lot of possibilities here for IG, yet converse to that, we have mentioned that the 1-3-1, as they start to scale for Suning Gaming, is strong. Their team fighting will still be there, and their laning phase is only weak in one of the lanes, and that is the mid lane, where Hacker should be able to help at least a little bit there to compensate for the weaknesses. The rest are perfectly fine. Zyra, Ashe should actually just hard push bottom lane and might actually beat out Megan and West, who are a little bit more engage reliant with their 2v2.
I mean, with the matchup, I definitely would say that would be the case, but it is West and Megan, and sometimes just regardless of the matchup, Fury and Yoon have just been able to exploit it, so it just doubles down on that fact.
You can already see the early push, though, coming out of him. That's how you win this lane in the 2v2. You also unlock some free time for Hacker to perhaps go for the early Scuttle Crab if he chooses to, but right now he should go to the top side of the map. And the question for me is more so, will he look at a red buff just to get vision onto Ning per chance, or does he leave his top lane open to be ganked? Because you can see Renekton hard pushing. He wants to reset that top wave to leave it open for a gank.
Yeah, it's just showing it in. Hacker going for pretty much a full clear right now. Rookie shoving in mid as per usual in this matchup against Fen. He's doing what he can, just trading back null spheres. Not as effective against Jace as all these champions, but we saw this in game 1 as well. Rookie will go towards that Hex Shrink on his first back.
Fen having a really hard time last hitting this time around though. In game number 1, the CS was pretty close to equal. And this is absolutely not.
He's just getting punched around by Rookie. Yeah, nice knockback there as well. Ning has cleared his top side and is now contesting Scuttlecrab. Does manage to take it away while Hacker also getting his blue buff contested.
Get back in the bush.
Yeah, Shout I was thinking about coming down, but the Shy
it's like playing ping pong.
Has a bead on him. And now Hacker asks you to start trading with Ning. He'll put down the damage as well. In comes Rookie.
Another aggro change, but
yeah.
they...
Hang on, did that go over?
That was Hacker's smite and Ning's smite, I believe, at the same time.
Yeah, Hacker's was too early.
Yeah, Ning won.
Ning heads into the jungle. That's a bit of damage. Maybe drop him to around half if he goes for the Venom's Bite, which he does not. Doesn't want to commit too hard. Though, he is just still annoying the jungler because Fen, I mean, he's level 4. Like, he has to walk into melee range to be really useful to stop Ning.
This though,
Xiaohao comes over the wall. The 3v3 is broken out in River at 3 minutes for some reason.
What's
the Shy
Rookie?
drops low, but he gets the kill. Flash after. That's a 1-for-1. Ning dropping low. He'll go up into Repel. Now Rookie completely out of mana. Needs to get those auto attacks down. Venomous Bite not going to be enough for the kill. Rookie, one more auto attack. Now Fen looking to chase down Rookie. Level 3 versus level 4. Both have used Flash. Knocks him away. Slow down in from Fen. And over time, it feels like Rookie may be taken out. Fen, another 5 seconds left in his queue, and he gives up the chase. Rookie makes it out alive.
And this is what you don't want to happen when you're playing against his Kassadin. 101 has double buffs. The CS is now equal. And you know what? Rookie still got the kills. He's 101 himself. They just traded heavily there. The end result, though, is that the Kassadin gets closer to 6 and has double, so will still control this middle lane. Rookie doesn't have teleport to match this, has Ignite. So he's trying his best to clear before the teleport can come through from a Kassadin to bully him out of the lane, making the most of a bad situation. And ultimately, whilst that looked good for IG, they bully Hacker out, they get the smite battle won, they have the advantage from range poking early, the fight still comes across, and Suning Gaming equalize.
And while I know that you need to take away the Thresh from Yoon, we've seen the power as Megan jumps in there and completely misses Yoon with Fury. It's Kassadin. It's Fen's Kassadin. If he just happens to randomly pick up kills and skirmishes, this is going to happen. And now it's something you actually have to actively keep down instead of being like, fantastic, Rookie was actually demolishing him in the mid lane.
Yeah,
he had like 6 farms, like 19. Like he was unable to farm underneath that tower. Now he's ahead in farm, has a TP advantage. Rookie now just returns to lane and will probably equalize this one very slightly. But, I mean, that never would have been a thing. He picks up Dark Seal. Okay, no, he sells it. Picks up Dark Seal. And picks up Catalyst, okay.
The thing is, though, and what we need to acknowledge is that it wasn't the wrong call from IG. They were pressuring through the jungle when they have a winning mid lane, and the Shy was pushing top lane on his Renekton.
Yeah.
Jarvan will be there, and he'll be healthy, but so will Renekton. And then you look at mid and say, well, Fen, he should be behind. He shouldn't get there first, but he did get there first because of where the fight was happening.
Yeah.
And it's not that Ning was doing the wrong thing by invading, it's that he kept invading and kept going, and just kept going literally to auto-attack. Not to pressure out a jungle camp or for a purpose. He got the blue, he could have left. But he didn't, he overextended. And this to me is just the sign of a young jungler coming into an experienced team.
Yep.
You know that you trust your allies to collapse and help you.
Yep.
But was the collapse the right idea, or was it the right situation to actually be collapsing?
And you definitely feel so powerful in that situation when you've taken away the blue buff, you have the advantage in terms of levels, and you have doubles, and you're like, 100% I can take this, I'm a ranged champion. Though in the bottom lane, Yoon, Landstaff jumps out of the way of the grand entrance, and Fury chasing up with the damage as well. West turning it around, Yoon drops, and Megan will get that kill on towards Yoon. West will finally fall as well for that 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the Shy about to go down. Pops the dominance, but it's not enough to keep him alive.
Fen's here.
Ning tries to make it over the wall, goes up, but what goes up must come down, and Fen's going to find him. Just a matter of who this kill is going to go over to, and it's going to be Fen. And again, we find ourselves 7 minutes into the game, and for some reason, Fen's Kassadin has 2 kills.
And the Kassadin gets there before the Jace because of where the fight is happening. This just does not cease to amaze me watching Invictus Gaming play League of Legends like this. Diving that deep. Why is a Renekton there? And why is Elise going there as well?
I have absolutely no answer
Let
for
your
you.
croc die.
Just let him die. He's Now Xiao Ao is 2, 1, and 2. 7 minutes. Just picked up his Tiamat. Jungle goes back to base and has already completed Warriors in chat. We're going to see that one more time. Actually seeing the start of this trade.
He was proxy farming.
Of course he was.
Why was he proxy farming?
Because he's the shy, Rusty.
It's still good that Hacker was there. To be there in the first place, he was preemptively obviously available, and this repel, unfortunately not going to save him at all. There was no explosive plan to go back towards, which you'd have to assume is what he was looking for.
Rookie misses the Shock Blast combo, and Fen may put damage back on towards him, but no, it doesn't jump in with Rift Walk. Paying respect to Rookie on that one.
Has a stack of the ultimate already used as well, so it would have cost a lot of mana to commit to that.
Yeah.
And is better off using that mana to try and get some extra health back with the trade of the Catalyst. He wants to stay in this lane.
Oh, Hacker comes in anyway, and now they pick up the kill. Oh, no, they don't, because Rookie gets the 1 kill. Chasing after the ultimate, he burns out from the red buff anyway.
Unfortunately for Rookie, he's not going to be able to dodge that, but at the same time, still gets that trade, and it's not the Rookie is weak. We've been mentioning this. In the 1v1, the Kassadin still has a very bad time. You can see the lethality purchase there from Rookie.
Yeah.
Very close to his Ghost Blade, you'd have to imagine, opting towards many a sword before anything else here. He will still win the 1v1. It's less about that 1v1 as Hacker is able to at least come in and ensure trades there.
At the very least, they got an assist on top of that, so small advantage to Suning, but it's also still keeping this Kassadin down. He's not getting out of control just yet before he looks for these roams. Though you do have to question how the Shy is playing. Like, he is definitely just farming behind the turret of Xiao Ao, who has now gotten 2 kills and 2 assists. While he managed to get a 12 CS lead, it definitely was not worth it. That means that IG just across the board are ever so slightly behind, just 1,000 gold at this point in time. But it's those item spikes that are going to come first from IG, from Suning Gaming. Flag drag comes out, he's out of mana though.
And I mean, ultimately it is those small details that are starting to add up. And as an example, the fact that Megan got the kill bottom.
Yeah.
Not that West got that kill when you look at Fury and he was able to pick it up. So whilst it's not ideal that they traded 1-for-1 Suning Gaming, they still get the kill on the right person. And that's just one small detail. The 300 gold now that goes to the AD that can spill over, and they're looking mid again.
I've seen this one before. Rookie does have the flashes out of the arrow coming in from Fury from the bottom lane, but in comes Hacker, takes that kill. Teleport was coming down, has been completed by Xiao Ao.
And he's going to go for Ning.
Potentially, probably needs to flash this one. Comes up, jumps towards the
Xiao Ao has flash.
They're still coming for him. Ning is not going to be able to get away from this one because Megan tries to assist, but he's taken out.
Oh my
my god, the damage from Fen almost just drops Megan as he's walking by. And now West in a very much unfortunate position where there are 4 people coming towards him and Hacker's just standing underneath the turret.
He's actually
Attacking
doing
on the
well.
tower.
He's
I go,
alive.
what? How do you survive that? The rest of the team, surely he should have died there.
There was no mana on the Jarvan. Fen's coming in.
Yeah, Fen's coming out there. And that was,
there he goes.
Right, so he does finally die, and West definitely feeling a little bit frustrated by that one.
Hey, the Caitlyn has heal, just for the record. Probably should have lived there. But manages to get that far, put a lot of effort into making sure they kill him. So really, Suning Gaming, it's the right move.
Yeah.
They get the bottom turret with it. Everything still goes well for them. But at the end of the day, a little bit confusing from IG still.
Yeah, a little bit confusing from IG. They will push the top tower here with the Shy, who is just sitting in top lane. I'm still very surprised that West managed to survive under 4 people diving him.
They
still
just,
dies,
yeah,
but it's fine.
They had nothing to actually secure him, right?
Yeah.
Renekton, sorry, not Renekton. Rek'Sai, no ultimate. Kassadin wasn't there. Ashe, no ultimate. Zyra, no ability to go forwards. As top is still fighting a little bit. It's having a biff.
Yeah, the Shy was like, this is a good situation. I have full Fury. I can pop the ultimate. However, he's only got a Phage right now. He hasn't gone back for items, so he doesn't have that much damage to actually do much against Xiao Ao. Now, Herald being started off by IG. Is anyone around to contest from Suning Game? Well, they're going to spot it with the drone.
Yeah, Xiao Ao is here. The Ashe has rotated, and Zyra is also nearby.
Yeah, just the fact that they're nearby actually stops IG from going for this one. Fen is waiting in bot lane, but he is sat on the ward. So
has got teleport as well. So what they've now done is at 11 minutes into this game, with the Rod of Ages completed, that always seems to just be the timing for Suning. They will always do it around the Rod of Ages spike. They send Kassadin to that side wave, and this is a great position for them. With the Ashe sitting in mid lane, very easy now to just rotate or to throw arrows to either lane you choose. Alternatively, you bring your whole team mid now and collapse with the teleports, and it's harder to miss the ultimate when you're throwing it down the lane opposed to across lanes. Throwing it from mid to mid, significantly higher chance of connecting.
Yeah. Shy, again, trading with Xiao Ao. But he has Ning here this time, though there is a TP coming out
Arrow's on.
from Suning Gaming. The Arrow locking up for a long time. That's going to be the kill onto the Shy to start this one off. Double knock-up out from Megan. Hacker waiting for the Spider to come back down. And it's going to go over to Fury, who just happens to be on the top side of the map. Another 2 kills over to Suning. And that means they're in the perfect position to take this Herald.
Yeah, they're in the perfect spot after IG were originally looking towards that, but caught in the river. I don't even know if that's where the arrow was meant to go. Yoon.
Under attack, in comes Megan, and he somehow survives, flashes the wall, and Fury's also there.
Yeah, they have the heal from the Ashe one more time, but Suning, they're still pushing top. They're still getting the Herald. That was Invictus Gaming's attempt at a trade, at a response to at least consolidate what has been a really unfortunate start of the game for them. You can see the gold lead growing and accelerating at a very fast pace here.
Absolute disaster for IG. Almost a 4,000 gold lead for Suning at 13 minutes. It feels like we are much longer into this game, but it's only been 13 minutes of gameplay. And Suning are already so far ahead. IG are going to start off another objective that this time they may be able to finish, though Yoon and Hacker are beelining it towards the area. They should be able to take this one, surely.
I mean, you have to expect so. It looks like they're going to be able to come in and contest this, however. There you go. They're pushed away.
Wow.
Dragon's still aggroed if Rek'Sai can get in. He's not going in. They don't even care.
Hang on. Yeah, Suning Gaming didn't see the health on that one.
Zyra was attacking it.
Yep. I mean, IG just had to respect and assume that more people were there. I mean, Hacker was already quite a ways back, but IG had no way of knowing that. And Suning are just taking everything from IG.
That's a static shiv for Fury as well. He's committed to the meta. Doesn't want his Blade of the Ruin King Ashe. He's all about this.
You know what I'm looking towards, Rusty? It's the mid lane. Because he has 5 kills.
Yep.
He has a finished Rod of Ages, and he's working his way towards the Zhonya's Hourglass.
Which, namely, is not going to be a Lich Bane. So he is looking for more of a team fight orientation here. Lich Bane is all about the split pushing, about the turret taking.
Yep.
Whilst he's stuck in that side lane, doesn't actually have teleport right now. He will immediately start rotating when it matters and start trying to get himself involved, especially at the point where he has the Zhonya's finished. He's a little bit away from that, though.
And I feel like a broken record, Rusty, but I hope this is the last time that he just gets his hands on this cast. And I hope other teams are watching this. This is like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to leave it open. Maybe just go for a random skirmish that we weren't even planning to go for at the very start of the game. I've said it so many times, but when I see Fen this fed, I can't help but say it again.
And as much as I want to agree with you, if you look at Invictus Gaming, converse to that and say, who's at fault here for the reason Fen is 5-1? Suning Gaming have done good things. I'm very happy with the proactivity that has been there when they're camping mid lane. They're trying to empower Fen. A lot of this still comes down to them picking and choosing the wrong fights that then allows this Kassadin to set himself up, not to have other people set him up to do all of these great things. Because ultimately, if IG played the game out properly, the Kassadin should not be 5-1 at 15 minutes.
100% agree, Rusty. It shouldn't happen, but it does. And that's obviously a problem with IG. But people make mistakes.
Exactly, Fen. That's not quite Cogmore level.
No, but it's up there.
But that's a very guttural, ugh.
That's the first time I've heard that. And I hope I never hear it again.
The void sounds very different.
Yeah.
With it. Yep.
Yep.
You know, crows sound different in every country as well.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. The ones in Australia are very annoying.
Is that because they mimic the people?
Not quite. We do sound annoying though.
Mid lane being shoved in here. Here comes the Herald as well. And this should be taken away surely by IG, though. Herald will get his fill of mid lane tower, and that's going to be cracked open here.
And they break the turret against the Jace. Of course, one of the harder lanes to break, especially when you look at the mid lane 1v1 matchup, but it's the Ashe living in the middle lane. All this realistically means is they've broken the hardest mid lane outer. They've also set themselves up to place deeper vision, moving towards whenever they decide the Baron is going to spawn. We're only 17 minutes in, but from this point onwards, with all of the outers, all the turrets and structures down, they can just hard advance their vision and create easy picks.
Xiao is going to jump on top of the Shy. Does a lot of damage, so Shy has to respect him. Here comes Rookie, who's waiting for Fen to come out here. Immediately places down the egg line, flashes over the wall. Rookie is angry. He wants this kill so bad. Here comes the entrance, takes him out. Oh man, Megan really he saw how hard Rookie was going. He was like, look, I got you. gonna make this kill happen.
That was 2 full ticks of Ignite basically needed to secure the kill under the Kassadin, but he
2
was level
flashes.
10. He's going to have to go down eventually. Rookie was well and truly prepared because Fen hasn't changed the way he's playing this side lane in the past 5 minutes. Predictable pathing, predictable placement of his character. Might have to reassess now that Rookie's got him downloaded.
He does, though that was 2 flashes and 2 ignites, so they won't be able to do that for another 5 minutes, though it was very, very deep, very good, I guess.
Most importantly, the pressure's not there from the
Yeah,
Kassadin. They
it's gonna
can't
stall them
actually
out.
1-3-1. They can't set up and gank top lane. They're looking for Ning, though.
Ooh, nice dodge, but Xiao Ao's here now. And all the CC comes down, but it actually misses Ning. He gets the flash out, and he just was slightly off in the timing to instantly get him down as he dropped back from the rappel.
Yeah, it's a very deceptive animation timing, I think, when you look at Elise the most, because she's coming down, but she's not actually targetable at that stage, so that's why everything misses there.
There's only a couple frames, yeah.
Unfortunately for Suning Gaming, they don't get what they're after.
Not in the end, though it is 18 minutes. We haven't even crested the 20-minute mark. Baron Nashor isn't even on the board for someone to go towards. And Fen back in the bottom lane. And Rookie in the same bush.
They pretty much have to send Rookie for him, though. As much as he'd want the Shy to be there, there's no threat to be seen from the Renekton.
Yep.
And then you don't really want Jay stealing with Xiao when he doesn't have a teleport. So Rookie's sitting on an awkward side of the map. I think's the real big loss here for Invictus Gaming. And he has to walk his way up all the time.
Well, it's going to be another contest over red buff. Xiao Ao gets knocked up, but he's very tanky. Shy will follow after, gets the lockdown, and it's going to return the Cataclysm. Hacker coming in from the side as well. We'll take out that kill with Xiao Ao. Western Ning trading off against Fen. Just get the trap damage, but Fen shakes off pretty much all of that damage. And red buff, I believe, went over the Hacker in the end. Mrs. Prey Seeker and walks right into Rookie and Ning. He thought he checked it, but unfortunately you're blind when you're in the ground. Funny how that one works, and Hacker will go down.
And that's what he gets for missing a Prey Seeker. Very well juked by IG, very good awareness to stay in the area and just look for a kill. Some consolidation on the flip side, maybe preventing any further snowballs. There's a Baron in 15, there's a Drake in a minute 20. And the pick, the red buff, it was nice to have. Well, that just goes back to Ning now in the first place. They're not going to have it.
One of those moments you'd love to see it from both angles to see if IG were actually standing still, because I think they were in the bush, so Tremor Sense wouldn't spot them in the first place.
And then he threw the Prey Seeker, I believe, and they would have had to move at that moment and then come back in again. Yeah.
So, yeah. It's just the small things. It's the arrow.
Oh,
Does actually nail Ning off to the side. And that's going to be a long, long stun. So Fen catches up. Lands both of those. Dodge onto the Cocoon as well. And that means Fen very easily able to pick up this kill. That was just a straight outplay onto Ning.
Good arrow from Fury. I think he was aiming for Rakan, but just finds himself in Elise. Who knows?
Definitely aiming for Ning right there. Oh, he was aiming for both of them. If I miss one, I'm definitely hitting the other. But still, Fen, what a fantastic sidestep. And it was just a clarity to be like, oh, I know he has Cocoon. Once he throws
it's the
out
one
the Cocoon,
thing that has to miss if he wants to secure the 1v1. So that is very nicely done from Fen. Super fed.
Yes.
Too fed.
Fen definitely feels to me like a momentum player. Like once he gets those kills in the early game, he just feels so powerful. And then he starts performing better in everything that he does from that point on. And you're even getting away from himself as well. There's so much gold to spare on the side of Suning Gaming.
And of all supports, he'd want to catch that wave. Zyra's up there.
Yep. Will probably be working his way towards the Haunting guys now as well from what it looks like from Zyson build with that Ruby Crystal. Though 13 kills to 6, and it looks like it could be another one on the board as Ning trying to escape this one. TP coming out here from Suning Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Ning just evaporates. Fen just literally squashed him.
He just got put to sleep.
Yeah.
Ning is having a very rough game 3 right now. So with that pick, Suning Gaming, it's not the best idea, but it is an idea. The Baron is on the table. At least force the teleport out of the Shy. Like, they just kick it off in vision.
Yep, as you do.
They want IG to know.
I mean, Rookie's here. West is here as well. I mean, a lot of IG are ready and able to contest. The Shy is only now teleporting.
There's the teleport.
Quite late. Fury quite low. Nice return arrow. Negan going to be locked in place as the Cataclysm comes down right on top of Rookie, buying time for the Baron to go down. Right now, that's the only job that Xiao has. The Shy is trying to jump in and actually just disrupt everyone. Should be able to take down the Ashe, but with the spike coming down, that's a confirmed kill onto the Baron from Suning Gaming, though it's a matter of just how many people can get out alive with it, because Fen's dead. Hacker's trying to escape. Yoon's dead. And Hacker, I don't even know where he is. Oh, he's running away from the Shining. So
he's having a really bad time trying to live.
It's a pity. that he can't use Void Rush to escape because this is 7-12. So it's going to take a long time for this to actually be the kill. There you go. 5-0. IG don't get the Baron, but they get a full wipe.
And they don't just get one turret, they get two. They've got the Infernal Drake there if they choose to walk the distance and secure another objective for themselves. And now we've got ourselves into an equal footing game. You can see the goal difference between these teams has shrunk to non-existent. Pulse. Tragedy for Suning Gaming that they overcommitted themselves, overexerted themselves to the objective. They didn't need to. They could have played it slow, take the teleport back away. They didn't.
The classic Baron throw. If there's any way that you could possibly come back into the game with your IG, it's just wait. Because sometimes your opponent will go a little too deep on top of the Baron.
Young teams in the LPL.
Young teams everywhere, actually. Actually, just teams everywhere. That's people will always fall into the trap.
The NA region.
Yeah. It will just happen. Just go for that Baron. And a lot of the time, like, a team will need Baron to like crack open more towers or deeper towers. And then ultimately, that's a chance for you to come back into the game. If the jungler's up, then it's a possibility. Or you have more people around the area.
I mean, of course. Yet, I don't know why Suning Gaming will take one pick as a sign that their composition can just smash it. They don't have a Blade of the Ruin King Ashe. It's the crit build.
Yep.
They have a Kassadin as their mid laner. Does okay damage, but didn't go the Lichbane route either. Has only just got the Sheen. They needed Jarvan to be hitting it the whole time, and whilst he was, they had to start evacuating the area, and by the time they did, half left, half committed to the Baron, and it was a giant blubbering mess.
Yep.
Even things like Fury got knocked up by the Baron, like the full knock-up size. And then suddenly there was a Renekton dashing at him as he got knocked up. So he had to peace out and flash to safety. Not really safety, he died.
That was definitely not safety. Fen is waiting in this bush just in case Rookie happens to come by and wants an extra wave, but doesn't look to be the case, though he is going to find him right now.
You got a sizable CS difference between mid laners as well, whilst the kills are there for Fen. He spent a pretty long time trying to generate picks and grouping up, rotating more so than anything else. It has just added up to a bit of extra gold in Rookie's pocket and equalizes the difference between them. As
it's an arrow from Fury, a big
dead.
engage, and West is still alive. Flashes away, and this guy has 9 lives. Okay, it's down to 8 now. As Megan is trying to escape from this one, but he's slowly being killed by Xiao Ao and Fury, and dead to the hands of the Ashe. 2 more kills over to Suning, and this should open up mid lane for them now.
It's quite hard to keep tabs on where Hacker goes as Rek'Sai, the submarine shark now. He's no longer just underground. He disappears. Suning Gaming, they've got their 2 kills. They've got the bottom lane down. The Shy and Rookie are flanked by Ning, and they're going to try their best to hold, but that's hard to do.
Yeah, when Fenfen's off to the side looking for a pick as well, quite hard to make that one happen. That's a lot of damage actually coming from Rookie when Yoon has no armor. So mid tower goes down, mid inner over for Suning Gaming. Hacker wants to take over this blue buff as well. That'd be fantastic to get it away from Rookie. Though, doesn't happen. He did have Smite though, so he actually could have taken that one away. Regardless, we'll retreat from that one. And this is just, Fury from the shadows. How's it going?
Of course, Megan tried his best. He was engaging onto just the Ashe. Didn't see the other parties collapsing at the exact same time, and he wasn't able to prevent the damage from coming down. The initial tick from the Rek'Sai is all it takes to be eligible for an ultimate. There's Rookie and Fen.
Hello, how's it going? Fen trying to retreat from this one, and the Zion's going to buy some time. Fury and Yoon off to the top side, take down West. The Shy in winner 1 versus 3. He's actually winning this one as he takes down 1. Meanwhile, Xiao Ao getting chased out from IG, and it's a battle of the top lane to see who can last the longest. And the Shy somehow still alive. Megan is chasing down the Hacker. And we'll get the taunts off and the Cocoon to follow up on top of that one. Fen's on the retreat, and Rookie needs to line up the shot. He's looking for it and finds it. That one's an ace in the hole, and that's 4 kills over to IG at the expense of just West.
And Invictus Gaming bounced back because Suning Gaming wanted it. Every single time this game where IG have actually got the kills, they've found the fight they needed. It's not on the back of them doing something proactive themselves. It's waiting for the mistakes to be there, as that was a dead body. Invictus Gaming now pushing the mid lane. They're going to have a gold lead.
Invictus Gaming coming back from some sloppy play from Suning Gaming, because honestly these trades could go either way, but there's no reason to go for them in the first place. Shy will take the bottom tower, continue to siege up.
And the difference here as well is that IG are getting fights when it looks like they're overextended, and for all intents and purposes they pretty much are.
Yeah.
But they're able to just out-execute. They collapse quick enough that the reinforcements will be there in time. And then when they win that fight, they're next to an objective. And being next to that objective means the goal difference, with how quickly it shrunk at the Baron play as an example, was massive. It brought them to equal, and suddenly 2 extra turrets fall down after that last fight as well. IG well equipped now. They should have their items.
West has also gotten big, and speaking of items, he's on triple items himself. Mid lane rookie on basically 3.5 until that turns into Aurora mana. Top lane's huge. Like, IG have gotten all the items they need and are fully able to match Suning Gaming in these fights. And Fen, while he had a fantastic early and mid game, is starting to peter off just a little. He doesn't have the burst to instantly pop the target he wants to.
And even avoid stuff for Ning. He has gone all in on I want to do damage.
Yeah, 3rd item on the Void Staff. Who was Magic Wizards on that team? No, none. Well, a bit in the top lane, jungle.
There is some. I think it's like a preemptive Void Staff. If he's going to have the money, he may as well do it now, because his role in the team is going to be, in a large part, a damage dealer for them.
Yeah, here's the only magic damage. Good reactions on a repel. And he will not be caught in his grasping roots. Everyone needs to form a defensive line around Yoon.
He actually lost that trade when they used an Ash Arrow.
Yep. Can confirm, and Suning Gaming have to go back to the drawing board in that one.
The Zyro is just getting dismantled by Jace, and that is a big part of this as well. You poke him down with such a fragile champion going towards the AP build. You know, Elise has Repel, can afford to try and outplay people. Zyro doesn't have that outplay. He is more reliant on the team being in front of him and just having a wall where he can do damage from behind and can protect his AD carry from behind. But they keep getting him. They keep weaving those shock blasts in, picking on the target that will die first.
Suning Gaming are very much aware of the fact that Baron has respawned, and so is Infernal. It looks like the Shy is going to go ahead and solo this one. He does have Blade the Ruin King, so it won't take him forever to kill this one. Ning coming down, a little bit scary, because Suning Gaming, if they knew, might just beeline it towards them.
We're obviously looking at a Jarvan who has teleport available, but he's going to go back bottom, so whilst they may have known, they weren't able to actually make the trade, they weren't able to respond. Not this time.
Just lose on both fronts on that one. And 2 Infernals now over to IG. That just puts them in a significantly better position than they were just a few minutes ago. And credit to them, it takes a team to be able to catch a throw, but Suning Gaming have definitely thrown many balls their way for them to catch.
IG are catching them all, at least. This Blade of the Ruin King build you mentioned as well is the second one we've seen, just hard committing to that split push, 1v1 pressure, that dueling strength that's there. It's the current equivalent of a Trinity Force in top lane users.
So you have to go through all that health that you get from the classic build that is Black Cleaver and Titanic. Like, if you don't have it, it's just like an extra, 800 health that you just cannot get through. The Shy's teleporting now, and it's going to be IG starting off the Baron.
They will smash this objective. So much damage.
Yep, West is huge. The Shy doing a lot of damage on the single target. Fen around the outside, and everybody's clumped up. It's a little bit scary.
Hackers there.
2,000 health. It's going to drop, and it will be the smite coming in from Ning. Xiao coming in from the top side. They already dropped Hacker, and Xiao Al literally is walking like lemmings right now because Fen does not have a way into this fight, and Xiao Al is literally left to the wolves. Nobody from Suning is going to be there to help him. If that Shock Blast had landed, Yoon would have dropped on the spot. Fen jumps in behind him, allows him to tighten this one up, and the Shy is on the hunt for some Zyra right now. Fury gets to slow down from Ning, but takes a big Shock Blast in return. And West, massive headshot for the kill. Fury gets behind his tower, but losing 3 members, and the Baron over to IG. This could indeed be the game.
They've got the minions, they've got the Baron buff, and now they're pushing down the mid lane. It looks like they are, with this one minion, going to try and end the game.
Oh, the hero minion. You've got another one behind him as well. In comes Fen, but he's locked up instantly. Down goes the mid laner, down goes the ADC. And with 2 towers remaining, and the 2 towers going down, down goes the Nexus. And IG finally find the series.
That was a shaky series, to say the least, Pulsed, but Invictus Gaming, when it came to the crunch, they out-executed the younger opponents of Suning. They got the team fights. The Shy showed up to play in 1v3.
Gets a handshake from Ning as well. A job well done on the day.
I'm sure Ning says, thanks for the carry. My job was to repel the arrows while you guys did the damage.
Yeah, it pretty much was, but it wasn't pretty. Definitely was not a pretty series, though it was a win for IG. And there are still smiles on the faces. Though I don't know how Duke is going to be feeling right now, even Rookie in the mid lane, because it was not particularly their series as those 2-star players in the lineup, but everyone else seemed to pull together and make it happen.
I mean, honestly, if Invictus Gaming can win a series without Duke on the roster and without Rookie playing extremely well. You can't help but still feel like that is a positive for Invictus Gaming, albeit doesn't feel great.
It's just different.
It does mean that they're able to win without having to have Rookie be like DoinB does for JD, you know?
Well, it's a different scenario because in this one, like the backbone of the roster has pretty much just been crippled and has pretty much fallen apart right now, whereas the new players are doing well, then great, but you have a different identity, you have a different team. It's no longer the previous IG, it's no longer 2017 Spring Split IG, you just have a different team. And if they're picking up wins, then great, but where does the ceiling lie? And that entirely changes if you're then looking towards those players. Welcome back, Fruskirin, to the desk. What did your L5 see?
I mean, Shy played well. Excuse me, the Shy played well on the Renekton. But I feel like you guys are underselling Rookie a little bit in that series. I understand that it's good for Invictus Gaming fans that it's not all on Rookie.
Yeah.
Guy was still a god on Jace. And he was definitely hard carrying a lot of those team fights.
I mean, by no means called him bad, to be fair. We're just, you know, there's more than one option for the team, which is the biggest win of all, I feel like. And like Rookie, you'll see it in the damage of No Doubt, did a lot of work. He was, you know, as we mentioned in the game, destroying Zyra. So there was nothing to protect the AD as soon in throughout.
My only concern is that nothing happens without Rookie. And so while it's nice that Rookie can set up the dominoes and someone like the Shy can come and knock them over, or Ning can show up, you know, he had that great game number 2 and push them down, there's still no one who's setting up the dominoes other than Rookie. Like we saw the attempted dive from Elise Renekton top and it was just completely blundered. And it's like, get Rookie involved and then things start going well.
I mean, it's always going to revolve around Rookie and Duke. Now you take Duke away from the equation, you're going to have it from somewhere else. And of course, it's going to go on the shoulders of Rookie following that one. But it still wasn't the most immaculate game from Rookie. I mean, I don't think anyone can contest that. Game 1 was not amazing. I mean, game 3, yes, he did a lot of work. And you're looking at me a bit funny there, Fruskirin, but he did get picked multiple times. You cannot argue that Rookie just got picked multiple times, and that led to a lot of bad moments for IG as a team.
Yeah, because no one else is doing anything, and then it's the DoinB scenario. If the best player on the team ever makes a mistake, then suddenly that mistake is magnified because he's the only guy who's playing consistent. Like, I go back to this idea that when IG play best, it's because Rookie finds that signature champion that can impact all the lanes. It was Corki before you got here, Pulse, and then it was Talia, and then it was Galio. What do all of those champions have in common? A super heavy ability to roam. Because Rookie can always just win his lane. Yeah, it was a little bit rough, but Fin was gifted so many kills this time around. But it's about how Rookie wins everyone else's lane. And like, I don't want to look at this series and be like, oh man, IG are so much better. Now they have the Shy and Ning can carry. It's like, no. This is still very much about Rookie.
I mean, there's also the Syndra phase of Rookie as well, where he chooses not to just roam. He also chooses to win his lane. And I feel like, again, that's where the Jace was more directed towards, just to counter the Cassidy and to say that the strength of Suning Gaming is when Fen plays his best champion, I'm going to try and beat it. I'm going to take it out with my matchup and best him in the 1v1. And he does get caught out of position as a result of that. But that's also because he has to be doing that or playing that way because he's purposed to win the lane.
And I agree that he has to be the catalyst for the team because without him, nothing really happens. And you even said it yourself. He is the person setting up the dominoes. He has to be the catalyst.
Yeah, highest kill participation of any player in the LPL right now. And that's pretty absurd. Like, you expect that kind of mid laner to be higher up there, but he's like astronomically higher than everyone else.
But when you remove Duke from the equation, what does IG become? Is it a better team, a worse team, a team that's roughly the same? Like, I don't know if the ceiling then drops for the team because you remove Duke from it.
I think if you remove, like, this is a weird way to answer your question, but if you remove Rookie's ability to impact side lanes, that's when you get really messy games like this. Like, this series was very much still very up and down. It really came to Suning Gaming kind of misplaying a Baron and then IG cleaning it up. That was really the catalyst that led them back into it. Whereas if you watch IG's victories when they have the Galio, when they have the Talia, it looks so much cleaner. You're like, wow, IG are actually really good. Why don't we see this all the time? Well, they don't lock in those champions all the time. I feel like it's a very clear blueprint of how IG need to play the game, and they just don't actually realize it themselves. So I don't care if it's Duke, I don't care if it's the Shy, I want Rookie to be roaming around the map.
It also looks like from IG's perspective that it doesn't matter who they're playing against. They always fight a battle against themselves at the same time. And if they're playing against a better team, then fantastic. Like if they manage to defeat their own inner demons, they pick up that game as well. But the fact that they are suffering against a team like Suning Gaming, who self-admittedly do have a lot of room to grow. This is, of course, their first split. They're here to stay. Yes, they've got a lot of time to grow. There are good parts of that team. Hacker and Fen have good games. Bot lane, clearly their strength, but it's a lot of suffering. And as we were just mentioning, has to come back to Rookie, and there was no reason for him not to pick up the MVP here, but it does highlight issues with IG as a team, as a larger whole, because as we head into our runners playoffs, into Worlds rather, coming into the summer, into the summer split. IG, I don't know if they make a long run at this. I don't know if they turn into a top 4 team by the end of it, having the inconsistencies that have plagued them.
And this is, I agree with you, this is the Baron play that I was talking about that really turned everything around. Fortunately, at this point, I just feel like IG are the better Jingdong Gaming, in all honesty. They just have a bit more tools. I will say that the Shy plays this phenomenally well. Rusty, you talked about this on Cassie. You know, Fury eats the full knockup of the Baron, and then Renekton just, like, rocks up into the backline and zones them all out. But it's, again, the Jace doing so much damage and being with the rest of the team as well.
I think the scary thing is about this game, from this exact example, is this is when Suning Gaming lose themselves the game, fighting their own inner demons in a way to come back to what IG have. And that was simply just a game of League of Legends where Invictus Gaming didn't have to do anything special, didn't have to be creative. They just watched as the game was won for them. They just needed to pick the right moments to say we are going to fight.
And what's interesting then is if you compare these two series that we've had back-to-back, so you have Snake and Jingdong, your two bottom-tier teams, and then you kind of have the next rung up with Invictus Gaming and Suning, and I personally think that the previous series was so much better in terms of just gameplay that we saw from both teams. So suddenly, like, the standings for me are really wonky and not really truthful to where these teams' true strengths lie.
I mean, we were talking about yesterday how, like, there is a divide opening up, but I definitely think that IG and Suning are on the south side of the wall. I think on the north side there's...
We're slipping down the ladder.
Yeah, I don't think there's a clear separation, but it needs to fight the way out of it right now.
All I can imagine is like Suning and IG, they're Mufasa, and they're like hanging onto the wall, and then here comes Jingdong and Snake, and they're just Scar.
Jesus.
Yeah. Got deep.
It's what it feels like. I don't know what reference you want to go with. Like Game of Thrones also works, but I guess you have to invert it because they're definitely with the White Walkers right now, just trying to fight out and get south side of the wall. But yeah, it's struggle street for both teams, honestly. And I don't think this series necessarily said good things about either. I think maybe better things about Suning Gaming, if anything else, because once they get their casting, once they get all of their ducks in a row, it's like fantastic. We pick up wins, we get fights, we get skirmishes, and for some reason we get kills as well. So maybe it does say good things about Suning.
Absolutely, but Suning are also at completely different stages in their lives. You know what I mean? Like they just came into the LPL, like, oh boy, first day of school, let's go.
Right.
We're playing our favorite champions, Mom. I packed my favorite lunch. I got Kassadin and 5 kills at 15 minutes. It was awesome. And then like Rookie and crew are, you know, the seniors in high school. They're trying to get their portfolio ready for college. They've missed all of their deadlines for applications. They're like, what are we doing with our lives? Yeah.
Suning Gaming learn a lot by doing, and they are allowed to do that because they're new. So I agree with the analogy. As crazy and as deep you went, they are.
I was just writing fan fiction over here, like, don't mind me.
Illustrating it. They are able to learn by doing, and being the first split, knowing that their spot in the league is safe.
Yeah.
It's not that bad of a thing for a new team to come in and experiment like that. But Invictus Gaming, I mean, they should be better than they currently are for consistency if it's always plagued them, and they need to just work that part of them out.
Yeah. But it's always going to be a question of, like, how long is it going to take? Like, we watched our whole spring split. We're now, like, coming into cross-conference of summer split. World is on the horizon. It's just like, when does this stop? You have Duke and you have Rookie. Go on.
The song of my people, Invictus Gaming fans. We are still waiting. It's been 4 years. Eventually, it'll happen. It'll just click.
They got to Worlds once, and everyone that is an Invictus Gaming fan saw them go to Worlds and said, okay, this is not the moment, but we're going to hope that it is just in case it is. But we're not going to really if anyone asks. And that about sums them up.
Yeah, at least we have one team, right? Like OMG, with that team, it's just like, come on, when are you going to get together? And it's been like a year and a half, and now it's working really well. And we're about to see them as well in our next series, which will be our match of the week as they take on Dan Gaming. Stick with us. It's going to be hype. Welcome back to the LPL, and for our match of the week, OMG versus Dan Gaming. This is set to be a hype match, and while Dan Gaming didn't start off the week strong, they're up against OMG, and you know sparks are going to be flying here as we head into this matchup. But I think I just want to start the conversation off on talking about like the players and the lanes, because I think there's a lot of cool matchups coming into this one, specifically bot lane, pretty hype.
Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere else to start with this matchup. You could definitely look at Icon against X when OMG plays and say that this is a sick matchup because Icon's going to try and kill him. But this 2v2 in particular for me is just super cool because you've got the proactivity of Cat and Choo Choo and the very aggressive, I guess, nature with how they'll draft themselves, how they'll rotate around the map and try and make the plays. But they're against an oppressive 2v2 of SMLZ and 5. The Caitlyn's the #1 go-to AD carry there, always pushing in, always pressuring, and always trying to take down, just slowly whittling down their opponents. Basically is how OMG will play it out. Yet 5 has he's changed it up a little bit. He's been very exciting lately. He's got his Bard. He's doing some
I
cool
knew it was
things.
going to go to the Bard. I was like,
Bard.
he's going to talk about Bard.
It's a sport main next year. Of course he's going to say that.
I have to talk about Bard.
We were trying to make lists because I was like, where does 5 actually stack up right now? I made the joke that I felt like this game was almost like a promotion match between 5 and Cat because I feel like both of them are about to enter the cusp of like top 3 supports in the league. I mean, obviously you have Mako sitting at the top. You know, PYL comes to mind, maybe not in second, but he's definitely returned to form. But Cat and 5 have been putting on phenomenal performances. Both of them are heavy playmaking supports with really kind of wonky and very wide champion pools. And we couldn't say the same thing for 5, you know, 2 splits ago. He used to be an entirely only Thresh one trick, which Thresh is in meta now. He's never going to get his hands on it, but he looks towards things like the Bard.
I mean, honestly, you couldn't say that about anybody on OMG like 2 splits ago because everybody just looked like they're ramping up. But like, I actually thought that Xiang was definitively the worst top laner in Spring Split, and now I think he's like, if not one of the best top laner in the summer split. So much has changed for this team in the space of like 1 split, 2 split. It's honestly just straight up impressive. Also, I'm just happy to see Cat play against SMLZ. I wanted to see what that interaction happens because SMLZ is going to be like dodge, but then Cat's just going to like somehow predict it. I just think that interaction is going to be so awesome.
It definitely is, and I think the fundamental point coming from this as well, which is curious, is we've crested over to almost like a new generation, a new age of players, which is where this opportunity comes up for 5 to be a great player in the league now, because behind Mako, you've got some players that have been around for a while, but they've never all been able to contest Mako's position, where usually there was 2, 3, 4, you had your Martyrs running around, and in the AD carry role you had Uzi with a million other ADs, well suddenly you've got SMLZ now as the #1, so we have hit this really cool new age, a new style of play that seems to come along with that, you know, like Dark Clearlove assimilating to the new style of LPL jungle that he has to contend with.
And ultimately, Dan Gaming are just kind of a bigger extension of that. You know, they're kind of like little mini OMG or mini Team WE where they're really about their 5v5, but they're a bunch of unknown names, and they're just making a splash in the LPL, and they are the real deal. There's actually a great article that came out by Kelsey, and she was talking about, you know, Dan Gaming's blueprint for success, which is their 20-minute Baron. It's kind of a gimmick in a sense, but the coach has gone out and said in interviews that Baron is a huge priority for them. It's the soul of the team, and there's no special setup about it. They just abuse the fact that teams don't have 20-minute Baron vision in the LPL, and they just rush towards it anytime they see an opportunity, and it works for them.
Well, we're going to take a look at Dan's roster, and they do have a new top lane this time. It's not Lies, it is Moyu in the top lane with Karen, Gung in the mid lane with Choo Choo and Cat in the bottom side. So, bit of a swap up here from Dan just to test out a new top laner, which is interesting because they're all facing down OMG this time around with Xiang in the top lane, Jiako in the jungle, Icon in the mid lane with SMLZ and 5.
I think what's awesome here for Dan is that we've always looked at Lies and said maybe he is the weak point of it. Like if you have to pick a weak point on the team, it is going to be Lies. He had an okay couple of series, you know, through this split and their victories, but this is a new opportunity for them. And they're against Xiang, who didn't look that great, suddenly looks great, and they could actually find a way to maybe get some victories if Moyu is a very good top laner that we don't know about.
We don't know yet, though.
But the curiosity is, what does his champion pool look like? Because the big thing about Lies is, his mechanics not the cleanest, but he had a very limited effective champion pool. He's pretty much been patched into the meta because Rumble is a big deal and he can play the Rumble, but does this new top laner completely open up a different dynamic? Are they able to play things like the Fiora, like the Camille, and challenge like the Renekton?
Yeah, or is it just going to be the Shen? like lies, basically, right?
And while I love watching Dan, like I'm a big proponent of Dan Gaming, I think they are very fun to watch. I don't want to put a damper on that. However, at the same time, when does the fall happen? Because they have come out of the gate swinging, they take down EDG, they light a fire there, EDG starts like rampaging through the LPL, fantastic. But they keep up picking these wins because there was almost a little bit of an element of disrespect. And when does the fall happen? I feel like OMG might be the start of that.
I mean, it's a tough schedule. We don't expect Dan Gaming to be the favorites going into this. We didn't really expect that against RNG either. But the question is, have OMG been paying attention? Because RNG and WE built the map for how to beat Dan Gaming. You know, they were persistent on their vision. They never opened up that early 20-minute Baron. They didn't play side lanes without teleports and weren't able to rotate fast enough. If OMG just hang around that buff, that seems to be Dan Gaming's one big weakness and their one big strength.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what that said. Are they incorporating like DAN into that side, but it just says fighting? Okay, got it.
Five Danning.
Five Danning.
That's what I read there.
Yeah, look, the T was on the other side of the sign there. Give me five is a good one, though. I appreciate the give me five signs ramping through the audience.
Let's see some high fives in there. Those are some great signs. The fans are out in force today. Good stuff,
OMG,
fans.
cheer up.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the all-Chinese rosters next to RNG, and especially this guy on your screen, very popular. Icons.
Today.
Yeah, explosive on and off the rift.
Okay, so yeah, we're about to get into champion selects here. So, what are you expecting in terms of priority? Does it change between these two teams? I feel like the supports definitely rise up in priority for their picks.
It changes depending on the side of the riff we're on, firstly. When you're on the blue side, you have to adjust to what the bans are going to be. You can see it right now on your screen, and you have to kind of reassess here. Which role is it Cat that gets priority? Or are we just going to pick our 80 carry as an example, get things from SMLZ, and then just pick a Tom Kench myself anyway?
A bit of a smattering, actually, honestly, because we have the Caitlyn Cogmore and Caston from Dan Gaming, and OMG will ban away the Zach, Galio, and Thresh. So there is some priority towards Cat, and it's the first pick for Kalista, actually.
Wow, we are just flying through these bans. That said, it does leave the Jhin priority open. We know that that is SMLZ's kind of signature pocket pick. He was one of the first 80 carries to bring it over into the LPL, and Jin's in a great spot on 7-12. The versatility of his build path and the power of Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon, if he chooses to go that direction, just make him an unstoppable force. Though as I say that, he's like, nah, left turn.
Well, he's one of the few remaining Xayah players as well. I know that Xayah was cropped up as probably the top 380 carries available to be picked, and everyone slowly stopped playing her. She was played less and less, and he has still played it. Very recently, in fact.
I mean, to be fair, in the LPL, well, he's actually going to swap away from the Xayah entirely, but it's only been played a couple of times because LPL was slow to move towards it and then very fast to move away. So there was only like a handful of games, maybe less than like 5 or 6 of those, excluding the one that we saw the other day. It's going to be a Varus anyway for SMLZ in the bottom side, while Elise locked in for the jungle. So good to see the Elise priority here from OMG.
You have to imagine that if this Gragas does get locked in, that it's probably going to be a flex pick between Karen and their new top laner, although, again, we're very unsure what his pool is going to look like.
It's very hard to get Gragas wrong.
Yep.
When you talk about laning phase, something like, again, the Gragas or the Shens or a tank in the top lane is usually the safest bet. Even J4 at the moment is really easy to play, at least through laning. You can't really mess that up.
Yeah, even with the changes to Doran's Shield, Doran's Shield and also Doran's Ring. Why couldn't I think of that? That was too easy. Dan Gaming also picking up the Talia in the mid lane for Gung. That means OMG can pick up their mid laner now if they want it and hide their top lane and support.
Yeah, they can actually react accordingly here, knowing that Dan have, for some reason, super early in their rotations, gone for their mid lane and not their support. They didn't go for a Braum or something that you often see with Kalista.
I think it's just trying to prioritize Goong on one of his effective champions. Well, we don't know their top laner's pool. We do know Goong's, and it's pretty small. He's a very good Talia player, good Ahri. Jace is often banned away from him, so probably didn't want to go through second rotation of bans where he starts losing a lot of those priority picks.
He's also a good LeBlanc player, though, so it is most curious. I think we know what Moyu plays now.
He's a dirty cheeser.
LCK's done it as well.
All right, Renekton banned out against Xiang. Pretty standard. Xiang just like to play the meta stuff. And Kha'Zix also banned out against Karen as well.
I just love how we immediately get a feel for this guy as soon as we see the Akali ban. We're like, okay.
He's one of those players. That's good stuff. There's a chance he could play some of the weird stuff like Mordekaiser.
I think that just means we'll get a lock-in of Fiora from him now.
Feeling a carry as well.
I can't wait. All right, Dan Gaming, last ban. Will they also soften up the top lane pool? Jarvan's still up there.
Jarvan,
Xiang.
Rumble, Kennen,
I would ban
Camille.
Nope,
just me.
none of. Definitely didn't mention the Kled, and it's going to be Kled aimed at Xiang. So big pick for him. And then, yeah, over to OMG.
And you would think this would be the top lane lock-in just because they've had so much priority in trying to nail those down during the bans.
Yep.
No surprise.
Here's Jarvan.
But this is why I also said Fiora. They didn't ban the Jarvan, one of the easiest picks into it, obviously, when you're going to riposte something. So that's one of the possibilities. In saying that, he is a part of Dan Gaming. He doesn't necessarily get to choose his own draft. There is a coach telling them what to pick. There's always opportunities for tanks. He might still be the Gragas, even though they banned Akali away from him as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, so it's just a Gragas into the top lane. I was expecting something a little bit more spicy. Nice face tattoo there. Temporary tattoo, of course. And looking towards potentially well, it's going to be a support, but depends what the support's going to be. Rek'Sai for the jungle, though, for certain. And you were mentioning the Braum, and Dan Gaming are considering it. And it's going to be locked in for Cat.
I was excited for a second that we might get another repeat Nunu support.
Excited?
Yeah.
I hope never again.
Nunu has definitely been rising up on the global ladder in terms of priority, and I think he's actually in a good spot on 7-12. But, alas, we got the Braum.
And we got a hot fix in 7-13. Take that, Nunu.
Get him
I
out
like
of here.
that Braum is going to be picked instead. We mentioned it very early in the draft as well, right? It's good into the Varus. It's pretty good into the team composition that OMG's got for themselves. And it works well with Kalista. And just gives a bit of extra engage, honestly, for the whole side of Dan. Which is one of those really important things for their comp to be rounded out properly.
It's also great in making sure that Kung's able to be useful on that Talia. As we saw earlier today, Braum can really throw a wrench in Talia's plans by absorbing and blocking that wall.
It's actually crazy that it's taken this long for us to see that piece of tech come out. Like, the fact that, like, Talia and Braum be out for, like, so long, and we've seen them in the meta also for, like, a crazy amount of time.
We just never really saw them together, though.
Yeah, and in saying that, you also don't often see Braums prioritize the Talia wall as what they're going to block. Yeah, there's usually other things coming at you at the same time, which is where your priorities will stand. But that was pretty cool to see.
Even accidentally, you know. But still, yeah, pretty cool in the end.
But as we take a step back and kind of look at the big picture of these compositions, I want to start with OMG because you've got Elise, LeBlanc, Varus, and Rakan. There is so much pick potential around this comp, and we already talked about how Dan Gaming are really big on skirmishing over vision points, and particularly around that Baron area. OMG's composition, if it's in position, can really punish if Dan Gaming try to overreach or put their hand in the cookie jar for that Baron and clamp shot.
I think we have to emphasize that that pick is around, as you mentioned, the Baron, maybe the Drake, but it is all for vision. It's not for structures, it's not for sieging, and it's not for going near Dan's 5v5 composition, which if you're trying to dive a Braum, a Gragas, even Kalista, like, it's actually just very hard to do. And that is a throw your face at OMG type of composition from Dan, conversely to that of OMG.
Well, they do like going in, so that is one thing we can say for certain about Dan Gaming.
Decisive and fast calls has been their motto in interviews, and they're now facing the brawlers of the LPL and OMG.
Yeah. Well, they'll meet them at every turn, which is the fun thing in this matchup, because OMG will probably not back down if Dan run at them.
One thing as well to note between both of these compositions that's super cool is when you've got high pick from OMG with the Elise Cocoon, the Varus ultimate, Rakan as well being able to engage, and LeBlanc, is that Kalista effectively can deny that by having the ultimate. So we'll be able to pull the person that got engaged on back, and Braum's really good at forcibly soaking that crowd control. So there is a really cool dynamic there that we'll have to watch as to how the Kalista does.
We'll indeed have to watch, but we are hitting the rift for Game 1 between Dan Gaming and OMG for our match of the week. And it is going to be explosive. You can say that for certain.
I mean, it's already a massive deal that we decided to take the chance on Dan Gaming, that we finally were ready to believe in them, to give them match of the week when they have another headliner title like EDG and RNG closing us out on Sunday. So, you know, they've...
Says everyone around.
I was right there with you, Rusty.
But
they've gone the distance so far. They've only had their clocks cleaned twice by WE and RNG. And so now their final challenge, the test, OMG.
Hey, they take him out. I mean, OMG have yet to lose a series, so Dan Gaming could be the ones to do it.
I mean, we'll have to see if Dan is capable of bouncing back after the defeat they had to RNG as well, because they did get smacked around a little bit there.
They did indeed. And to be fair, I definitely did tip OMG in this one.
Traitor.
I know. I used to
back.
have so much of the faith, but I've jumped back over the line.
So the other thing that their coach said in an interview is that Cat and Choo-Choo have no problem giving what they call a hard leash or a tempo advantage to their jungler Karen. They'll almost always hard leash for him, sacrifice their lane presence, just to make sure that Karen can get a faster clear and a superior back in terms of experience and items on the enemy jungler. It's then, what does Karen do with that advantage?
And then in the bottom lane, of course, it will give a small advantage to SMLZ and 5, who will be hitting that level 2 a little bit earlier.
SMLZ is getting bodied by minions right now. He needs to actually respect the Kalista poke.
Yeah.
This actually gives Dan a quicker level 2 as well. I don't think they'll be able to do anything with it, but
gonna try.
They're about to get it. So
I mean, the one nice thing that he has is the fact that Rakan decided to go the Spell Thieves as opposed to the coin, so he obviously wants to be poking with his Q a lot more to stack that up, which means that he should be getting more heals. Eventually.
He's doing a lot of work in this bottom lane.
Eventually.
it scales quite nicely with AP when you go for the Q. There's one thing to take from that.
Yeah.
The base is very low, but the scaling's okay.
The biggest thing to take away from this first couple of seconds of laning phase is the fact that Dan Gaming spent so long helping Karen and are still winning bottom lane, so...
Well, they also itemized, or not itemized, but took their keystones for it as well. The fact that Kalista took Fervor of Battle and Stoneborn Pack. The only thing they're missing really is the Ignite, but it makes sense why they have the Exhaust in this circumstance. But you look at that, you're like, I think they want to kill them.
Yep. Also nicely played by Gung. I mean, he missed it, but I like the idea of just sending out the Unraveled Earth, because if the Monk dashes over it, he's just going to take a bunch of damage. But still, in top lane, Moyu, a lot of eyes on him because he is taking over from Lies.
And that was Karen that placed the ward in front of him as well. I believe the purpose was not to counter gank, it was just to recall anyway. Just wants to get vision of where Jericho is. Because Moyu is having an interesting time in this top lane being pressured out.
And already, you're starting to see kind of that 5-10 second window that Karen and Cat did buy, or excuse me, Karen and Cat, Choo-Choo and Cat did buy Karen. He got the superior back, he got the early ward like you were talking about, and now he's going to be first onto his Krug camp. So will this transition into a bot lane gank while Jayco is still coming out of base?
You know what, curiously though about going towards the Krug camp is that if Elise foregoes Gromp to go straight to Scuttle, I don't think there's any real tempo gained by Karen unless he gets a gank off.
Yep.
And he's got a situation where he can gank, but this wave is almost too big to gank.
Five's going to get the knock up there onto Choo-Choo, and SMLZ will get a nice trade there in the end.
The ping did go down on Gromp, so they at least know or suspect where Jayco is.
No, they had him warded for sure. Yeah, I believe. It just died though.
Yeah. Karen's going to go ahead and take away the Scuttler here, and OMG will get the push into the bottom side. Sends out the Sentinel as well for a bit more vision, a bit more information on where Jericho is, but haven't seen him in a little bit now that he's going over that ward.
You can see the pings though, kind of just following exactly where he is, or at least suspect him to be.
Yeah.
And they're all very accurate. You know, he's near his wolves now. Based off the timings of the raptors spawning for Karen, you know that's where the wolves are going to start to come up as well.
But you have to expect, you know, what are his options in terms of ganking? You got Muyu, who's up in the top lane, just getting shoved in, 25% HP, so this doesn't seem like a viable option for Rek'Sai, especially if Elise is there, unless possibly counter-ganking a dive.
You're killing that tunnel if you're very aware and alert as a Rek'Sai.
Back up.
You're gonna know.
It might
No,
say,
he didn't
hey,
ping.
My tunnel's dead.
Oh, Moyu. You know Jericho's gonna...
Alright, this is...
This
okay.
is-
Oh, hello.
You went over the bush as well. Jericho's gonna find him. Karen backing away, and Moyu will take this opportunity to back up with him.
On the bright side, they found him. It doesn't matter too much.
Surprise!
That was... Okay, that was pretty weird. But, hey, indeed they did get the information in the end, right? Mid lane, Icon, a lot of damage down onto Gung. Doesn't have the Ignite, so it's not going to be a kill here. That was a really nice trade, and he's in kill range. Though that was a lot of damage back on towards Icon, so this would be the recall now from Gung.
And now everything's kind of stabilized and changed. But the point that I was going to be driving home is that Karen really wants to still pay attention towards this bottom lane. This is where a lot of their all-in kill pressure is. Still very early before any of the teleports will be interacting with them, so I feel like Choo-Choo and Cat need to reset this wave and start setting up something for Karen.
I think, whilst that's definitely true, and they'll be looking towards bottom lane because any Braum lane is probably the most killable on the map, the way Rakan can actually play the matchup out is really good at diffusing and denying any kind of stuns coming out of the Braum. You can go forwards, the second your AD carry gets locked up with a Q or an auto attack, knock them up, and then back away. The distance you can cover so quickly is actually very substantial and prevents any kind of engage after the first hit connects. to secure any stuns or potentially kills.
Chuchu is actually going for the first item straight into his Berserker's Greaves, also synergizes with his passive, so they'll get a bit more bang for his buck on that one, but also going for the double Durran purchase.
What she said.
Yep. Going pretty much even in the mid lane. Karen's going to go into a second buff now, and it's been a fairly quiet early game. No one's really just gone in just yet, and it's a fight over the control wars right now in top lane.
But there is a big CS discrepancy opening up between the top laners, and it's going to get worse because Xiang's going to be able to match a lot of Gragas' pushing power with the TMX.
He's gone for the W max here. He wants to auto attack Xiang all the time and have that extra percentage resistance. Hello.
Jiko and 5 sat in the bush, but the double knockup coming in. SMLZ around the side, putting damage onto Chuchu, but he's actually just not doing anything right now, as Dan is still wailing on the rest of his teammates. Gunk found Icon in the river, and he's come down the Weaver's wall. Icon disengaged, and the TP also cancelled. And after all of that, everyone backs away.
Dan really wanted the fight. They saw their opportunity. They just didn't quite get, again, the stuns to connect and for the stuns to be meaningful enough to secure anything past that point. But the pressure's theirs. Both teleports were used, which is good for Dan because Moyu has sustained while Xiang's doing well in CS. He's now not able to impact. He's not able to hard push or even reset his lane and have the threat of teleports there. And it gives more time for Karen.
This is a bit of an overreach, though. Goong doesn't have entire control over this mid lane, but I guess it doesn't matter because OMG very slow to react. There we go.
Finally they do. Karen is in a little bit of no man's land, but he's made it out for now. But Icon coming in from the mid lane, and the knock-up onto 2. Jiko and SMLZ following up, and all the CC comes down. Venom's bite for the kill, and Jiko looking for the second onto Cat. 2 kills, first blood included, over to OMG.
And I spoke too soon. I said that, you know, he was out. Definitely wasn't. Talked about the mid lane, and it's Icon that makes the earlier rotation and sets that up.
Yeah, and the whole team also rotating from the side of OMG, not just Cat from Dan Gaming. They needed Chuchu there if he wanted to keep his support alive, and they also needed Goong to at least look towards pressuring the smallest bit in middle lane, and they chose to go mid lane as their exit route. They didn't go down towards bottom. So execution mistakes from Dan, but you're absolutely correct. That was an overreach coming out of them to try and secure the blue buff.
OMG take the lead in the start, and we'll go towards this first dragon of the game, which is a Cloud Dragon, so it could have been a lot worse for Dan, but still, OMG will take that one to the bank, go back to base, take the first couple items, and both of those kills went over to SMLZ as well, so he's going to be very much accelerated towards his first item.
He actually got instant 700 gold as well. It didn't come up saying 400, then 300. It said 700. That guy smacked him.
Feels good. You'd never usually get that feeling outside of being Draven. But,
and first turret blood solo is the only other thing now, I think.
650, yeah, feels real good. Icon will clear this one out as well. So good stuff to OMG to start this one off. About 1,200 gold advantage to them. And yeah, it's pretty much just first items across the board. Goong also went for those first item Mercurial Merc Treads.
And at this point in the game, it's kind of rinse, wash, and repeat for Dan Gaming. Their composition is pretty binary in terms of how they're going to play this stage, so they're going to constantly be looking bottom, but now you're looking bottom into the 2-0 SMLZ. It's already that much scarier to like tempt this.
Yeah, no, and impossible, especially when they're 6, and SMLZ still has summoners as well.
That hurts.
Rakan's too hard to hit.
That is a Blaze the Rune King in 10 minutes.
Yep. Last time I saw that was like an 8-minute Blade the Rune King by Uzi on that Tristana when he put it out.
Yeah, that was
split.
I fondly remember that game.
Yeah, that game was over very quickly. And SMLZ, yeah, pretty huge. And if you had to give it to any player on this team, to be fair, there's a lot of carries on this team who I would entrust those double kills to. Icon, but definitely SMLZ included in that list. Definitely makes it work for the team. And especially when he's chasing down Chuchu and Cat, who had an exceptional start to their laning phase.
That is very good at empowering SMLZ, this whole team as well. And given his rise to fame, you wouldn't want the kills to be on anybody else on this team besides Icon. Even then, though, Xiang recently has shown that he is good enough to do what it takes with the Golders. They've got 5.
Well, 5 walks into the bush. SMLZ also gets knocked up, but a double knock-up once again by 5. And the CC chain out from SMLZ. Doesn't follow up with Jiko, though, but there's the teleports coming in from left and right. Triple teleports into the bottom lane. Xiang does complete it, but it's just the one kill onto Karen.
And we said that they were going to try to reach bottom. It was the only available play that they have. There's no kill pressure mid, there's no kill pressure top, but the problem is that OMG are already too big, and that's now gotten from bad to worse for Dan Gaming.
Yeah, the best answer is to not make the play at all if you were Dan Gaming in that situation. Yes, they thought they had the pick, but we already mentioned how good Rakan is at diffusing a pick onto SMLZ. He had his summoners. We also highlighted that fact.
I also like
that pays off.
What they were trying to do initially, though. I feel like you're absolutely right. They overreach bottom, but you had like Braum and Rek'Sai together, like, oh, we're just gonna find the one guy warding, and that'll be it. And then suddenly it's like 3v3.
I just don't like. Whilst it's a good idea, they don't have enough damage between a tank Rek'Sai this time around. It's not a Warriors and a Braum to kill anybody.
Yep, they were definitely hitting OMG. They definitely weren't taking damage, and that now means that another kill over to OMG. Bottom tower first. Tower has gone down in this game. Over to OMG. Top tower was shoved in by Moyu, but he's a Gragas, so he didn't even take out the tower. Actually didn't lose a lot of health at all. Barely down to 50%. Mid tower, a little bit of alone time with Goong as well, but again, no tower on that front. So overall, OMG just taking these small advances, small trades in the early game, and just gradually getting ahead.
But now it's how do they amplify that? So you can already see that they've swapped SMLZ and 5 up towards the top side of the map. They're going to retain Icon in the mid lane. He's already winning a lot of this matchup, and it should just be a slow rinse, wash, and repeat, moving our resources up underneath, contesting vision, and pushing down more towers.
Unless they can get the Herald, then it will be slow, because the Herald's the best thing that they could possibly have right now to accelerate that. If they can find an opportunity to use it in the middle lane, beat out the Talia, and unlock Icon, who is having a good time in the 1v1, free up the teleport user, again, one of the two on the side of OMG, then suddenly Dan's options get super limited.
You have a good 7 minutes before they need to move towards it, but they would like to accelerate as fast as possible. However, I feel like I've seen this play before in a different lane.
At least Choo-Choo's here.
Yeah, and 5 actually just checks the bush as well. It's like, I've seen this like 5 times already this game. I know that you're probably just sat in a random bush. So we'll check this one this time around. Cat will get the help from Karen to clear away the control ward, and Jirko is on his way to the top side, just in case Dan tried to go a little too deep.
Yeah, the natural reaction, honestly, from the junglers seeing where the pressure lies, but Dan have rotated. They're not committing to top lane where they have been. This is the first time they've actually faked it out and rotated to another lane. They're trying to pressure mid and break that turret, but you can see that OMG are immediately just going to respond and trade on the opposite side of the map.
They didn't even get mid.
But this is do or die now. Do Dan Gaming actually try to commit on this?
The answer is almost always yes with Dan Gaming. If someone's in range, Cat's probably going to go in. Jumps into 5, takes away the ward once again, backs off. Jirko still waiting in the sidelines, you can see, just in case. Goong is on his way up, has Weaver's Wall available to him.
I'm actually surprised with all of the rotations and bouncing around that Dan Gaming are doing between mid and top. They're not falling further behind in terms of CS.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. SMLZ going to be on the wrong side of that wall, though he doesn't have flash and does have heal, but it keeps him alive for a couple more seconds. Ultimately, it was always going to be a kill there, and Dan Gaming get themselves on the board.
He was racing against the wall, trying to get over it, so it knocks him the other way. Yeah. If he had his heal, he may have wanted to pop that for the move speed boost. He used it as an afterthought, and does get knocked back towards the side of Dan, who get the pick thereafter, which means the objective.
And we always applaud Dan for their decisiveness, you know, back and forth, just looking for the opening. Just the smallest of centimeters cost SMLZ his life. I believe a no, he didn't have shutdown bonus just quite yet. No. And the tower.
Almost. Xiang's in the bottom lane, though, just whacking away at this tower. And 5, hello.
From top lane.
What? What up? Bottom inner just drops at 15 minutes, as you do. And Xiang just happened to be there, so well played to him. He was just gradually pushing down the bottom wave while all of that was happening.
And they don't commit to a Cloud Drake afterwards either. It was there, it was potentially free to take because Elise is in the area. Jarvan with Rakan would have been enough. But I think that the Herald comes to as a higher priority for both of these teams. He is going to look at it now as a solo, though.
It's just free, I think, at this point.
Or not. No, you just want to hit it. Okay.
He was just trolling us, I guess.
Yeah.
Got a little bit scared.
Yeah. Alright, that's fine. So Goong taking his blue buff. I've got another 4 minutes on this Herald, if any team wants to take it. I have to feel that OMG will have priority on this one.
No, we're no longer seeing, just to come back to an earlier point, the Gragas Q-Max, because you can't go for 3 Doran's rings anymore.
Yeah.
And if you do, then maybe you can go for it, but even then the mana change is the biggest problem. As Icon.
Quite expensive. Like Icon takes a lot of damage in the mid lane. Tao's not dead yet. OMG have everyone here to mount a defense, so it's going to take quite some time for Dan to actually topple this one.
And it's a bit scary right now. Goong has completed his Morellos. Talia usually does a lot of damage come this portion of the game, you know, very mid-game heavy champion. And Icon has really yet to complete an item. He has a whole lot of things.
Yep, he does.
Nothing quite fits together.
You got to see the bigger picture. He'll get it in the
The
bit.
bigger picture is 5 minutes from now.
The old sword gun book combo.
Yeah, it's like the awkward phase in 2048 when you're about to lose the game, but then suddenly you just like turn it all into big numbers, and then it's all on the way up.
This is the one item I think in League of Legends that, whilst it doesn't necessarily make sense, still does, that a gun and a blade become a gun blade. You know, like the rest of them aren't really that
I played
intuitive.
that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Icon chasing down somebody, ball will jump away, so it's all good. The one that definitely doesn't make sense is the buck turning into a gun. So OMG pushing down mid, and damn, teleports coming in from both of them. OMG needs to evacuate the premises. Icon is on the dangerous side, though he does have his distortion available. So he actually waits in this bush, though it has been warded.
But big thing is Dan Gaming have priority in the mid lane and Rift Herald, so OMG's only option right now is to fight.
Oh my god, okay, knockup comes in, big knockup. SMLZ follows up as well, and Dan starts to evaporate. Knockups all over, and it's just knockup central right now. But in the end, Dan lose 2 members, and Cat is about to fall as well. He jumps back to Choo Choo, and OMG just lay down everything on the kitchen sink at Dan.
They commit to the turret, but 5 is an absolute monster with his Rakan engages. It's so easy for SMLZ and the rest of OMG to follow it up after that connects. But I tell you what, 5, when he hits, Rakan is dangerous with this team.
And this deflates so much momentum from Dan Gaming. Inside track on mid lane, they had the Rift Herald, they wanted to make the big play here, and then OMG just reminded them who's really in control of this game. Massive knockup like you were talking about from Rakan. Collapsed on top of by Jarvan. That's a great wombo.
They've released the Kraken though, they're trading.
Oh, here he comes. Oh, well that's...
Boom.
Man. There's only a little bit remaining. I guess they got it. That's fine.
I respect that Herald disregards champions and just keeps going on. He has his one mission.
Yep.
And he got his one mission. They broke mid lane, so Dan will be super happy about that.
I mean, he's pretty much like an intentional feeder in League of Legends. He's just that guy that runs up mid.
No, he's like 0 damage Tryndamere. Okay, knock up in the bottom lane, and it's just a CC train. Icon's eventually going to drop here.
Goong is about to die.
Okay, well, the fact that he turns around to lock himself in the Q animation gave me a lot of anxiety.
Still incredibly decisive from Dan Gaming, though. That's immediately pushed down mid, and while OMG are dealing with the Rift Tower, clearing it out, they've already made the rotation, had the setup creep wave, and this is what we continue to applaud them for. And it might get worse because in 20 seconds, their favorite thing comes up.
And they're already recalling for it. They're not committing to bottom. They're not going to use their numbers advantage because Icon has teleport.
But look at OMG. They've thought ahead. There are 3 control wards at 20 minutes all over that river. Like, you can clear the wards, but we will see you doing this.
Xiang's going to knock down another tower, though, in the top side. Mo is going to be here to try and stop him. Does he have anyone behind him? He does have a good one. Okay, not going to knock him out of the Flag and Drag and the Weaver's Wall. And Xiang is trapped in the box. Flag and Dragon can buy a little bit of time, but Mo's going to trap him in place once more with the body slam. And doesn't it feel bad that priority and Flag and Drag is probably the worst in the game?
That was some really cool interactions, though, out of Moyu to use his ultimate to time it like that. Obviously, Xiang was going to go for the turret and then try and flag drag out, but they catch him, and then Goong comes in to secure the kill with his ultimate. Locks him in place, obviously, as there's no drag there. It was interrupted by Moyu and Dan. How's that for some timing?
They're on the move.
They're keeping Baron waiting. I mean, they're like, what, 40 seconds late? What is this? Well, they got that kill into the top lane, so it could be them. Of course,
they don't care.
Classic 20-minute Baron for Dan Gaming. I absolutely love it.
Icon has teleport, but he needs to use it pretty soon. There's a Callista with Blade of the Ruined King. Nothing outsmites this.
Yep, she's tearing through it. 5 and SMLZ need to do something, but SMLZ's knocked up. Big knockup once more by 5. Icon's coming into the pit. He's coming, comes out to the fight. Actually secured by Choo Choo. Now the fight ensues. OMG, of course, have the advantage. Double kill over to Jirko. And now they look for the second and the third over to Moyu. Meanwhile, Karen make their way out. Mission accomplished of your Dan.
Without fail, every single time. This has become their MO, their gimmick. Moyu just needs to create space for his empowered recall, but there's at least 2 Baroned up champions. Run!
Ah, it's nope, gun-bladed.
Ah, Squall.
Yeah, well, okay, there you go. So 3 kills over to OMG, but still, Baron over to Dan Gaming at 20 minutes.
Yeah, and 2 Baron buffs remaining on their roster, which is okay. They did not all die. They did not pull what happened in the last game. They're okay, as long as Karen lives.
How do they keep getting away with it?
They might be able to use the Baron buff now. That's the real thing you have to look towards. It's good that they get it. That's great for them, obviously. But if they can't get turrets from this position because OMG already have control of the map, then it's super risky. If nothing else, it will give Dan control of the map just a little bit by having the buff.
And that'll help them catch up a little bit, or at least try to close some of this gold discrepancy between them. I'm not going to say that one composition just vastly outscales the either one. It will come down to execution for both of them. But this puts Dan Gaming definitely back into the game, even if they're unable to secure the towers, just because it forces OMG to respect.
Storing the game a little longer, and the Baron is just nice to have. The fact they have it on 2 players as well means they can put it in 2 different lanes. Alright, you calm down, Talia. And Cat's gonna go ahead and clear out this ward. And that seems like the next objective is gonna go ahead and be the Infernal Dragon coming up in 20 seconds.
And much easier to secure the Infernal than to try to approach any of these towers with the flanking potential of LeBlanc and Jarvan.
I think one step further though, look at the sidewave control from Dan Gaming. It's currently pushing top lane. Bottom lane's already pushed to the point where Icon has to respect it. He can't actually go there and clear the wave, but it is still pushing. So if OMG come in here, they can test this. They're going to potentially lose a lot in the sideways because if the fight loses, then everything falls.
We're waiting on top of it, and they're going to start it. Jericho's around the corner with SMLZ. One more combo. Locked and loaded. 5 is over the wall as well.
5 has an incredible flank
ready
here.
to go.
Here he goes.
He has the flash as well. Pops the quickless and
hits
everybody. Hits absolutely everybody in this fight. That's the slam dunk coming in from Xiang for the first kill. Goon goes down, but Jericho trades his life for it, but they take out Moyu and everyone else on the retreat. 5 is still alive and kicking after all of that. They take down one, they take down another. And Cat, the last remaining member of Dan Gaming, running to the wrong side of the map. And Icon has this kill in his sights. They could go Dragon right now, but they want Cat dead.
They'll get him eventually. 5 is actually a hero for OMG. These engages are exactly what they need. Without these engages, they lose the fights. Kalista was alive for so long throughout that, but because he's charmed, he can't start off by getting the Ren stacks. It's just a clean follow-up from the rest of OMG. Jarvan's job is just to throw his face at them and die for it, and it works well.
And it's just the fact that OMG have such a great read on Dan. Yes, Dan are super decisive. A lot of the LPL teams fall apart, but OMG match them at every single turn. Like you said, 5, there's no hesitation. They start up the Infernal, he immediately rotates in, finds a massive knockup. Again, we already talked about how the Wombo works. Jarvan piles in on top of it. Icon, with a completed item finally, is also then just doing massive damage as the cherry on top.
Yeah, because SMLZ and Chuchu are free hitting, the major difference is the engage tools, or who has more crowd control overall, which is the biggest win here for OMG. Ultimately, hang on, calm down.
Wall's coming in, and he's locked up Cat, so he drops the wall. But 13-5 now, and OMG are just picking up so many of these big 5v5 fights. Dan started, but OMG finished it every single time.
There's not a lot of difference when you look at CS between these guys. Obviously, Xiang actually has quite a sizable advantage, but mid's farming well, jungle's farming well. In terms of the clock, Chuchu's not that far behind. It just does come down to these fights to start to eke out the extra 5 CS with the 300 gold or 10 CS, or whatever it becomes. And you can see that now in the gold difference.
But the scary thing is how well the gold is spread across from OMG, and now they have the Infernal. So it was a fairly small deficit between both these teams, is now spiraled dramatically out of control in favor of OMG.
Next Dragon is also going to be Infernal, so OMG, if they maintain where they are right now, they could easily pick up another one of those Dragons, which would definitely help them out. But yeah, just lots of items across the board.
It's always going to be a
huge
huge advantage to any assassin player that you have, just because it means that LeBlanc will always have kill pressure or 100-0 pressure on the big carries from Dan Gaming.
Yeah, definitely is. Cat heading into this river here. Chuchu following up on Goong, and they just keep going. Behind, ahead, Dan Gaming always going to engage on you. Karen coming in here, SMLZ locks him up, So that's so much damage in from SMLZ. Almost instantly takes out the jungler, and indeed does so. Jirko locked against the wall, and Moyu does find the kill with the barrel roll, but the rest of the team is absolutely just disintegrating. Down goes the mid laner, and Cat's on the run. Choo Choo, yes, he's free hitting, but he's the only one left. He's trying to cut around Xiang and SMLZ,
so hard.
but SMLZ is raised, and Cat about to get aced on this team. Will hit the blast plant, open up to Rage.
Ooh.
It connects, but it's not enough damage. The whole
You
team
know he
is
wants
on the
it.
run.
He's got 2 Cloud Drakes. He's tried his best.
Oh, they're going to make sure he dies because OMG, they need to prove a point right here, and 5 gets the knock-up. Icon will finish him off. Surely, there it is, the ethereal change for the kill. 5 kills for 1.
And no dinner for Icon after stealing that one, unfortunately. No, SMLZ gets a good 4 kills, and big win for OMG once again. Just massive team fighting. There is not, even with 5 not getting the perfect engage now, that's just how far ahead they are. They will win because SMLZ is unstoppable.
Dan Gaming, though, live fast, die young. Like, they don't care. They'll just run, and they don't give you any time to breathe. And it's just stylistically unfortunate that they ran into OMG's fist.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that'll actually stop OMG from team fighting well, but you can see the amount of work that Choo Choo does. He's actually very admirable. He's kiting well. 5 is doing the best he can to dodge everything, but still, free hitting the entire time. The amount of rend stacks that came out that just couldn't quite be rendered were absurd. Yet SMLZ this whole time has just been free hitting and picks himself up at easy quadra.
That's just Dan Gaming. They run as fast as they can, and then they just got clotheslined by OMG. And now, what are you going to do? You're 27 minutes into this game, and I have no doubt in my mind that Dan are going to group up with a few people and probably run at them again. And it's fun to watch. It's endearing. But we're probably going to go to game 2 very quickly.
But it's also kind of why they've made this big rampage through the LPL. The fact that they force you to fight them. They have a high priority on the Callista in this draft phase in particular, which means if they get on the objective first, your only option is to fight them. You can't look for the smite steal.
I think the cool idea as well behind Dan is that they don't fight you like at the objective. They fight you for the vision before you're able to use that vision to actually make the pick or set the play up. And by not letting you do a set play, they force you into these chaotic situations that can sometimes work for them from deficits. And the fact that that even exists in certain situations is rather absurd. But right now, OMG, they are set up. They have had a bit of notice in fighting around this area to have control wards in place.
And Cat is face checking some brushes. He's going to fight 5. Jumps over the wall. It's all good. So at what point in time does Curiosity kill the Cat? I feel like it's happened 4 times already.
I could name the 4 timestamps that he died for you if that's...
Right. Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't think Curiosity is what's going to kill him at this stage in the game. It's necessity.
I don't want anything
That's
to
not
change.
the phrase though, is it? Necessity killed the cat is not. Go ahead, Russ.
LeBlanc killed the cat.
I just, you know, you walk away from this game, and even if Dan Gaming lose it, which they're prepped to do, unless they get like a miracle Baron into a team fight, I just love the way that they play the game. Rusty said it, you know, they force you into these chaotic fights where the opportunity comes that they can outplay you from a deficit because you just need to react to them. They never let go of tempo, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't think you back up from this and be like, well, if you just change how you did this one macro play.
Let's do it better, is what you'd say next time, I think, for Dan Gaming. They should stick to the style and just get the best they can at it.
Oh yeah, that's some nice Korean advice there, Rusty.
That's Chinese advice. Korean advice would be like, fix your macro game, or else.
No, it's the subreddit. It's /r Korean advice.
If you want to win the game, kill the Nexus.
Yeah, right? Oh, what's going on here? There's a bit of a altercation in the jungle, and Gung is not getting the better of that trade.
No, certainly not. Teleport's also coming out here.
This
I don't know about that one, mate.
Hello.
Auspicious?
Yep. Hope no one saw
Meanwhile, bottom lane.
Xiang having a great time on his private island.
Where'd my Gragas go? This is weird.
He's turned into a Talia. Whoa, there's a... Okay, yep, Cat just jumped in. There you go. Classic.
We found the Gragas, and we've also found a pick.
Yep.
Was that also the curiosity point?
That was...
So was that the timeline?
If we're going to go with the phrasing, then absolutely. Maybe it wasn't necessity that time.
It definitely wasn't necessity. Different word ending with essity. But, all right, let's go into the Baron. No one's going to contest this, so OMG just get this one for free.
I mean, it's close to a 10k gold difference right now. This is OMG's game to lose. They've now picked up their Baron and could start the siege.
Flag drag. I don't think we're going to be catching Xiang, honestly.
I think Xiang might turn around in a second and catch you.
Because Icon's coming in as well. He's back. We're all good. OMG are pretty much just getting everything.
There's an Infernal Drake up for them, so first things first, you know, try and reset your side wave. Now you've got the Baron buff. Xiang still has his teleport. Icon also does. And so both members can go to top and bottom respectively. The other three can set up wherever they'd like after a recall. And just like that, with the Baron buff, I don't think there is actually an answer for Dan, where before, perhaps they could fight for it. Mistakes just came about. Picks happened against a very good pick composition, to be fair. OMG with the advantage with the vision control. Not a lot of counterplay.
And it seems like a simple point, but SMLZ is doing a lot of damage. Like he just
9, 1, and 8 right now.
He just like destroyed that dragon in like 2 seconds.
But I do love the pick composition into Dan Gaming. They like to fight over vision. They like to set up these objectives and force you to contest them. And so a pick composition, I feel like, just deflates all of that.
See, I'd totally be down for that as long as the team that's playing Dan is better. Whereas if you're playing against the team fighting comp, perhaps you want to just out-team fight them.
Oh, yeah, let's go for this fight. Moyu jumps in, pops the ultimate, hits 3, but the team isn't quite there yet. It's just the quickness. Like, Five is just running around the battlefield. He may drop here, though. Taojia comes in, finds that kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but it's better than nothing for Dan. Icon looks for an assassinate on Choo Choo. They're still chasing after. Ethereal Change doesn't connect, but here comes the dunk. Coming in courtesy of Xiang. Finds that kill, 3-for-1, and that's just opened up the base here for OMG, and they might just look for the win.
This game is just going 200 miles an hour. I feel like everything is exploding all of the time.
I mean, you're 100% right, because we've had 29 kills at 32 minutes, and OMG are looking to finish. Down goes one Nexus turret. Cat is back from base, and so is Karen, but the two melee champions, and SMLZ is just doing too much damage as they turn towards the Nexus and look to clean this one up. Just over half an hour. OMG, 4 dragons, 22 kills, and they take the game.
And a very clean victory, frankly, for OMG. Dan try and throw chaos at them, and instead of reacting poorly to it, OMG thrive in the chaos. They match them, and they best them. In a very handily controlled game, rather. Handy game. The game was handy.
It was a handy game.
Meanwhile, the marble statue right there, SMLZ, cool as a cucumber. 9, 1, and 8, no problem.
Fights all game. Yeah, 9, 1, and 8 was just like, yep. It's just me, SMLZ. Absolutely love it.
But OMG, obviously they were paying attention to WE and RNG and how to dismantle Dan Gaming. They brought out the pick composition. They contested them on the vision. Even though Dan Gaming did get the first Baron, it wasn't necessarily for free because OMG saw him coming, had 3 control wards in the area.
But Dan Gaming just gonna come at you like a natural disaster. Like, you know it's gonna happen, and you know that it's gonna hit you. You might as well just let it happen and then still just pick up the win, right?
All I've got is Rock You Like a Hurricane stuck in my head. I just feel like it's the perfect anthem for Dan.
Yeah, I just play it for the whole game, to be honest.
That or the song Tsunami, which is a very good song for it as well.
Oh my god, alright, that's... Yep. I think every member out-damaged everyone on the enemy team from OMG.
But when you see a damage graph like that, it just means that we were constantly doing the 5v5 dance. Which, Rusty, we talked about, you know, pick composition, but that works as long as you're a better team, because if they have the stronger 5v5, naturally they're just going to engage on you before you get the pick, which is why I think the Jarvan pick is really instrumental here, because he's the one thing that if the pick doesn't work out, we can still contest you with the 5v5 because we have the layering of the Rakan with the Cataclysm, and we saw that combo over and over.
Yeah, there was a legitimate bouncing castle when the team fights were happening. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure that 5 is an MVP for me based on how he played that game out.
Who else could it go to?
I'm not going to judge how they pick it. I'm just going to say that before we see it,
it's gonna be SMLZ,
that's going to be, yeah, probably. That would be our MVP for sure.
But it's also the fact that he wasn't just reacting to Dan Gaming. Like, you think back to that Infernal Dragon, it wasn't him, you know, behind the team. He'd already set up, he's like, okay, these kids, let's teach them a lesson.
Yeah, and you just knew exactly what was going to happen. He was walking around, and he had flash, and he had ultimate. It was just like, well, everyone's going to get taunted now. Everyone's going to get knocked up. And it was just every single time. My mind's, here it is, exactly this. Turns the corner. Hello, would everyone like to be taunted?
Bounce Castle.
The cool thing about it as well is Rakan's one of the few support champions that's very much capable of having a flank like that because you can't stop him from engaging from that position. He moves too quickly, and when he uses his ultimate, you can't physically stop him because then you are charmed and have to follow. As a champion like Brawl, which is what Cat's playing here, you want to help your team, you want to jump in and use your ultimate to disrupt the fight, but if you jump in, you're then just charmed. So it's actually a really cool kind of way to play the composition out here for OMG, and I guess, counteract what Dan has.
I love the fact that we're finally seeing Rakan really pick up in the LPL. I know that he's appeared a couple times today, but for people who don't watch the LPL all the time, he's rather rare and very sparse, whereas globally, there's so much more respect given to Rakan. I believe in EU, he has one of the highest ban rates alongside Galio.
Yeah.
So I hope that 5 kind of opens the rest of the league's eyes open, because it works so well for LPL teams. He's so good at team fighting. He's so good at making these picks.
To be fair, we have had a lot of Rakan, but maybe not in the same way that like 5's been playing it, to be fair. I would like to revisit the topic though, because we're talking about 5 pre-game, and it's just like, where does he fit in the stack ranking of supports right now? And I think he's definitely risen to, at the very least, top 3. I don't know if you can say he's the best support in the league yet, but performances like this definitely go towards that case.
Yes.
There you go.
So I had a really interesting discussion about this, where
20 assists.
You look at the best support in the league, like Mako, and then you look at Zed, versus 5 and SMLZ. And I think at that point, you kind of have to back up and look at who's the better 2v2. And I'm still going to weight it towards Mako and Zed, because I feel like their synergy is just a little bit better right now. And I think that kind of speaks to SMLZ in particular. You know, mechanically, he's a great player, but he's...
Speaks towards him.
Yeah, exactly. He's the marble statue. There's no emotion there. He will move with 5. You will see high synergy moments, but it's not going to be the same thing as, you know, like a Deft Mata or a Zet Mako in terms of our league. It's just not to that 110%. I feel like that's what kind of keeps SMLZ and 5 just out of the #1 positions.
Okay, well, I agree with you on the point, but do you even need to look at the synergy there? Because 5 is extremely good with the jungler. He pairs up with everyone else in the map who isn't SMLZ, and even though they're not like talking to each other, they still make things happen because SMLZ is just so damn good, and so is 5, right? So it's like, is that a necessary like metric to measure how good he is as a player?
I mean, it's kind of like, what does the perfect bot lane look like? We kind of talk about like the ebb and flow, that you're moving forward at the same time. You know, you never want a scenario where your support's going into engage, the AD carry's not buffering them, and then they just take all of that damage. You want them stepping forward at the same time. And you will get that from SMLZ and 5, but it's not to the same level as, you know, the best in the world.
I think the best way I can describe why Zet and Mako as a 2v2 would be better as well is that Mako will play Braum, he'll throw the Q, and the Jin W is already in the air.
In the air.
It's like they are that like frame perfect as a duo, where SMLZ, the fact that he doesn't talk just limits it. Like 5 has to legitimately just download, understand how SMLZ plays to work around the player. And they're both great. It's just like there is this small difference there.
And they just have to hive mind it, which is, it's still working out for them because they just have those mechanics over everyone else, but it's definitely one of those things. Still, they are good. And with that, we are going to take a quick break before we head to Game 2 of our Match of the Week. Welcome back to the LPL and our match of the week with Dan Gaming and OMG. Let's live fast and die young for Dan Gaming as they will keep on coming at you, and they still got the 20-minute Baron. So mission success? Question mark perhaps. We're going into game 2 now, and Dan Gaming probably going to do the same thing. OMG, however, it seems like they had the blueprint to actually take them out in the last game, which was cool to see.
And I guess the good and bad thing, the blessing and curse of Dan Gaming is that they're going to do the same thing. It's like they just lost the game against OMG, but they don't change what they're doing. They're not going to perhaps reassess. They might draft differently, but they'll play it the same way. And that to me is like the only thing that'll change from Dan that should perhaps is maybe just reassess small details in your draft to just be more fluent with what you want to do.
It's a good thing and a bad thing, but they just can't handle the truth. And that's why they've put Lies back into the top lane now over Moyu. I think I just heard a groan from backstage there. You can have that one. But yeah, so Lies back into the top lane. I even think that Moyu did a bad job at all in the top lane. I thought he did fine. He had some pretty good moments as well on Gragas.
Yeah, he did fall down 1v1 individually in the lane phase, but like you said, he had great moments, especially in the 5v5. And just kind of re-examining Dan's draft, there is the possibility that they mix it up, but I feel like they got all of the champions that really work for them there. You know, they got the Kalista, they like to prioritize that Baron, Brand helps out there. Goon got his Talia signature pick, they got a control-oriented jungler for Karen. I just don't quite know how they adjust.
My only change is Tahm Kench opposed to Braum, right? You've got a Kalista, so you don't necessarily have to play your engage heavy support anyway. Kalista does that, and Tahm Kench is good into Rakan. So that's the only change that I would be actively looking towards having. I don't necessarily know if changing my top laner solves all of these problems. I know the draft things are very small details. I only named one role. But ultimately, this isn't the kind of set where you change top laners to experiment, so they have to have a purpose.
That's true. And I think fundamentally it doesn't necessarily change the team. The team's still going to go in. It just maybe just changes the matchup in top lane.
But look at the morale there. You know, Lies goes in, and yeah, he didn't get you know, blasted last match, but it is something that you constantly see.
What's going on? Yeah, actually just moving like a titan for some reason.
Speaking of,
what's going on there?
That was
like he's
interesting.
happy and healthy.
Nice little piece to the fans. But Dan Gaming, they're so friendly. They're always upbeat, even in their losses. I mean, when they were getting absolutely destroyed by Team WE, they just managed to get that one kill, and you could see them clapping on camera. So
it's the one team where I'll go into a game 2, and when they lose it, I'll just be like, well, it's not like they need to untilt or anything, because I know they're just going to be the same Dan, regardless of a win or loss in game 1. So it's actually very refreshing, because we've had a lot of emotions, even today, right? You know, you watch a player like Joinby, it's been a tough couple of weeks. I'm sure community as well, backlash on social media. It's very tough to deal with, but then you have Dan Gaming who literally just don't have a care in the world.
But I mean, to put it simply, you're Dan Gaming and you're looking at Cross Group right now. This is the only match that you were really worried about. And perhaps your RNG game. They did lose that one, but that was a bit more up in the air. This one, you're like, well, if we lose this, does it really matter? We've got 5 more or 4 more wins available to us at any time anyway. And that's what they're really looking towards. So it's easy to keep your spirits high in a set like this, even after a loss. Just keep doing you and get better at it.
Which is why I think that their next week is probably going to be one of the most important for them. Like, this was going to be if they're an elite team, but when they start facing, you know, the newbies and the JD gamings, that's when, okay, are Dan Gaming actually falling off now, or was it just the best of the best that put them in their place?
Maybe. And we talked a couple times about, is this the peak? Have we already seen the peak from Dan? Is it all downhill from here? Well, we'll find out, because they're still playing against the 2 top teams out of that group. They faced RNG, they faced OMG, and from here on out is pretty much clear sailing. So we'll go into the second game. The series is not over just yet, but I have a feeling like I already know how Dan are going to be playing out this champion select as they ban away the Kog'Maw, the Kassadin, and the Rakan from 5. Definitely has to be a target ban here, while Zach Gallo and Shen taken away from Lies. That means the first pick, Caitlyn.
Hold up, though. Thresh made it through ban phase, and we talked about how 5 one-trick Thresh for the longest time. Naturally, he's expanded that, but what a threat to give away.
Yeah, especially when Cat's on your team. It's just like, Cat would love that pick as well. It was actually banned out against him in game 1 as well, on top of that fact. At least going to be prioritized here by OMG, and you'd have to assume it would be Thresh here.
It should be Thresh with it, unless they really have another priority in an AD role, or well, I guess that is exactly the role. Usually with the Thresh,
but there's no
would
reason.
Be a Jhin. There's a pretty good 2v2.
There's no reason to pick Jhin there. They've already got a Caitlyn. What are they gonna do? Run Jhin mid?
Pick Tahm Kench into Thresh, I guess. Just about a matchup thing.
Yeah.
They don't want the Tahm Kench to be against Jhin. Could just be a matchup related thing.
Be prioritizing a semi-global comp then.
Yeah.
Maybe have
Yeah.
more mobility or movement through mid lane as well.
Well, Thresh is like hard into pick comp with the Elise already locked in, and like with the Jhin, it would have been like nutty amounts of just pick.
Yep.
So they could be prioritizing something else. It could mean that Icon may not commit to the LeBlanc again, because that was all down the pick route. It could be more team fighting,
I mean,
or it
Dan-
could be like an Ari.
Dan are laughing right now. They just got Tutu and Cat on Caitlyn and Thresh, so they're pretty happy. Grak is also locked in, so could be going to Live or Karen on this one.
Here goes expert mode. OMG are like, let's up the difficulty.
Yeah, we won that one. A little too easy. All right, let's bump it up a notch. Tam Kench coming out there, so you already mentioned it. Really, really good into Thresh here.
Yep, and as Frosco mentioned, adds a hint of global to the team, so the quicker rotations. I wouldn't say they go full JD. We're yet to see the rest of their team composition. They went 4-minute lane swap, but it just means that they are going to have a much better time scaling up their Jhin.
There's also the option for 2 AD picks. Because they have the Elise, I would expect that Xiang's going to go towards his Renekton unless that pick is denied away from him in this phase of bans. I kind of feel like Icon is going to go towards the Assassin. It could be the Ahri, could be a
That's a
Zed.
big prediction out there for us, Kieran. The Assassin player going for one of his Assassins.
I like Ari here still. It's very hard to kill an Ari when you've got all of the movement, decent amount of wave clear. And knowing Icon, whilst he could be an Orianna or a Victor and just sit in mid lane and diffuse the entire comp of Dan, I think Ari's his assassin that can do both.
Yeah, that's true. Kha'Zix and Orianna taken away from Dan Gaming. What are you thinking? Renekton for the final ban from Dan?
If they don't, it's going to get snatched up. Kled, Kennen, Rumble all still available.
Yeah, lots of top lane picks.
Yeah, Kled's actually worth looking at, unless Dan are going to pick it for themselves.
Yeah. Kled was banned out last time as well against Xiang, so possibility. Thinking about it hard, it's going to be Renekton in the end, so Kled is open for OMG if they want to just take it right now.
And now this semi-global composition just got a whole lot faster, and they got a whole lot more reach. If Dan Gaming are ever out of position, OMG's comp will collapse and destroy them.
They will indeed, though Dan is most likely going to be where OMG are also at, so he'll get the engage for sure, 100%. Dan Gaming back over to them. They need the mid laner, and they need a potential jungler / top laner.
But it's also very hard to kill OMG's members if you really catch anyone out. You have the delay from Repel on Elise, the ability for Tom Kench to reposition a lot of people. You have Skarl for Kled. Like, it's a very superficial, tanky comp from OMG.
I like their opponent's composition though, and with the Jace locked in, you expect a lot less of the assassins to be clear.
Yep.
He's just way too good at diffusing and denying those, and the Rumble also going with it, so now their zone areas of control and poke that can actually come out is going to be quite substantial. It's more of a siege almost composition now with threats around the siege, more like diving type of siege. OMG need to respond with literally that, just a control major or wave clear or something that can complement engage.
And there it is. So Rumble to the top lane for Lies. And it will be Talea, for mid lane for Icon. So be facing down Gung's Jace, also part of Gung's champion pool, so he'll know this champion well.
And this might be indicative of OMG kind of going back to their second page in the playbook. You know, we've started to see a bit of a maturing of OMG. They're slowing down the pace of games. They're playing much more about their side lanes, about their macro play around their vision game. Last game was the old school OMG. You know, we're going to fight you, we're going to throw some fists, and you're going to go down. This time around, this composition is really built about manipulating the map and manipulating enemy team movements.
Yeah. There's a good chance that they could shepherd Dan into positions they really don't want to be in, because they'll run one direction if they can control that flow. OMG could take the second game as well. And if they beat them with both strategies, then it would really just speak towards OMG just being an incredibly strong team, and it would put them undefeated at 6-0.
I think if you're OMG looking at this game, the one do not want is to let Dan set up for a siege, to set up the traps, because your only counterplay to that is to all in. They have to try and get an engage. You've only got a Kled that kind of has to go forwards. Tom Kench is only good at denying, and you need to find a pick very quickly or you will start to lose structures for free.
There's also a very scary mid-game coming out of Dan's comp. Like, naturally it'll scale into late game. We've seen the damage that 7-12 Rumble can do. We know that they have the Caitlyn, but Jace on Rumble is explosive, to say the least.
And honestly, I wonder if we'll ever actually get into a siege situation with Dan Gaming, because more than likely they'll just run at them and Caitlyn will use her rifle as a bat.
Well, it's like you can set up a siege type of scenario if you're using the Baron as an objective. It's more like we can fight in the river where the equalizer is incredible. If we fight for an Infernal Drake, which, look, is probably likely for Dan, then the equalizer with the J-Shock Blast, with Gragas as well as Thresh Box, Caitlyn Traps, like everything excels at setting up in those areas. And that's the thing, it's whatever they choose to do. If they get the chance to be there first, then they're good to go.
That is the plan. But yeah, I do like this composition from OMG, showcasing something slightly different to try and control Dan and their one-dimensional, relentless aggression.
Just means that Dan have to stick to their guns and be just as decisive as ever. Can't ever step out of position because, again, OMG's reach on this composition is very far.
There's no doubt in my mind that they will. And that's what we love about them. Dan Gaming going up against OMG for the second time now in our match of the week. First Dragon's going to be Clouds as well. Had a lot of Clouds last game. But yeah, pretty much to me the fan right here. I don't think there's going to be any invades. Take a look at the Keystones as well. Stonewall Pact in the jungle from Karen. Same for 5.
Pretty much stock standard. Usually going for the Warlord's Bloodlust on both Caitlyn and Jhin is the way to go now. Your crits and your headshots will always get you most of your health back, so it's extra lane sustain. In saying that, Dan is still stuck in the Doran Shield meta. They still believe that is the only way to go. And they're not looking to pressure out the Jhin and the Tahm Kench with a blade even on Caitlyn.
That's the interesting thing for me is that it's on Caitlyn. She was one of the few champions that even in the height of the Doran Shield meta had the option that she could still go for that blade because of her range. But I guess it's just a lot of respect given to SMLZ and 5.
Yeah. At the end of the day, well, SMLZ will just go for that longsword. And Cat gets his hands on Thresh, so that big pick that was banned out against him. And also he got it on second rotation, so Dan got to be feeling pretty good about this one.
In saying that, the starting item for SMLZ was a longsword, not a blade, not a shield. He's going to go towards what was, for a time, the standard. That I would go for a longsword with 3 potions. And during the height of the Doran Shield, it was known as just subjectively just better in every way to that of a longsword start, besides the first buy being a little bit kinder to you. So it's curious that SMLZ is hard committed towards that option, obviously knowing that he's going to get pushed in and poked by Caitlyn just a little bit, and didn't want to go down the Doran Shield route, still wants to be as efficient as possible with his itemization.
And honestly, with the first pick being Jhin in the first place, like, you've got to concede some things towards SMLZ that he does know what he's doing right here. As Zirko moves into the jungle here against Karen, but doesn't spot him just yet.
He's actually done a phenomenal job sidestepping a lot of this vision, using the blast plant before, and then sidestepping around the ward. Here comes the Cocoon.
Doesn't quite connect, just the tip. Does not quite connect. An Icon, it gets a bit of damage, but he just shoves the tower. No flash, no summoners burned.
That's pretty good though. As you mentioned, I think the biggest win there for OMG's jungler is that he was able to skirt the vision. There was always a chance that gank was going to be more successful. In saying that, OMG's mid laner had a wave pushing and stacking up towards Goong, and he was looking very obviously like someone was coming. So the Jace just uses the gate, backs away, and will be fine. So small mistake perhaps from OMG's mid laner, or just really well received by Goong, knowing that it was obvious.
Almost speaks to it being a very reactionary play because the wave was immediately hard push to try to reset it.
Oh, hook, that's big.
Yeah, but
it's not big.
Yep.
Well, that guy's big.
There's always a second where you're just like, yeah, hook lands, death sentence, let's go for the engage, and then you remember that
trap got placed. He was getting hooked onto the trap. It was going to be awesome. It was no longer awesome.
No. Tahm Kench removes a lot of awesome from the game, and that's Tahm Kench makes a play.
This could be awesome. No.
Well, there's a ward there.
Not awesome.
And he's recalling.
I mean, it just depends on the way Lies is playing it. Xiang is zoning and trying to force Lies to step up, acting like his jungler is there, which is fine because Jekko wanted to recall. And if Lies decided to step up and call the bluff, then he would have been met with an elite. So ultimately, I think that's pretty interesting to watch unfold, just using assumed knowledge or forcing Dan to assume knowledge. Whether it's true or not, they'll never actually know because the elites didn't show.
And to be fair, Dan Gaming are very much like a wind-up toy. It takes them a little bit of time before they ramp up. And once they do, you just put them on the floor and they just go. And that's just the rest of the game. So in the early game, be a little bit quieter. So we saw that last time as well. It was a long time until we actually saw any fights, any aggression.
But I do want to kind of quickly touch on the top lane, even though we've been so focused on bottom here. The dive potential, yes, it's not a Renekton, it's a Kled, but it still exists there. You have the Skarl, you have Elise, so the ability to juggle a lot of that aggro. The only thing is that Xiang's not going to get control of the push priority there unless he makes his first back for that Tiamat. And I'm actually quite unsure about Rumble's new trading windows. It used to be that Kled was a great pick into Rumble because at any point, if he got ahead, he'd have kill pressure on him, be able to walk him down with Bear Trap on a rope. I think new Rumble, though, might
Trade's better without their overheat as well.
Might put the fear of God into some top laners where it's not as easy as it once was.
I think the hardest part with the new Rumble is management of heat. With the trading patterns, it always just gets that little bit easier because the base damages are just significantly higher, to be perfectly honest.
It's just the differences when you change mechanics that have been there for so long for players. It's like when there was a change so long ago about Draven's axe timing, it's just no one could play him, even though it was objectively better with the damage you could output, no one could do it. Just because everyone was used to the timings on those axes. Now with Rumble, it's the same thing. Like everyone was used to hitting an ability and it giving you an X amount of heat. Now it's just not the same.
Well, it's like removing Tiamat animation cancelled for a Riven. If you did that, every Riven main in the world would be so confused and probably feed relentlessly. More than normal.
More than normal,
for like a whole week until they worked it out.
I mean, to be fair, there was a long time when you wouldn't even build a Tiamat. It was just the Black Cleaver for Riven. So people did go through that phase. Though in the mid lane, nice flick by Icon, and Gung is pretty much just committed at this stage because Zirko jumps out, flash over the wall, and he flashes right for this one. Cocoon misses. Ooh. That was very close. He almost duked into it.
And it was split-second decision-making. You know, you wanted Jaco to lead with the Cocoon, but he felt he needed to gap close. It put him into Spider form. It meant that he didn't have that setup for the gank, so he had to wait that cooldown before he could go into human form, and it allowed Gung the escape.
Yeah. Bit of fancy feet on top of it, obviously, as well. It was nice to have, but you're correct. You could sense the hesitation coming out of Jaco, waiting for those timings and deciding whether or not it was worth it to invest his flash into a potential kill.
I think anytime you're trading your flash for the mid laner, as long as you make a repeat, definitely worth.
Yeah, definitely. Just needs to see that going happen once again. But still, no first blood. Though, feels like the first punch this time came out from Zirko and OMG.
And this wave in the bottom lane we are still looking at has completely reset. Karen's down here in level 6 and he's able to perhaps be the difference, yet he has been spotted. So he's not at all. Great idea, though.
There's the play. And at the end of the day, Five's going to just gobble him up, take him to safety. And that's the bottom lane.
He's just Tom Kench.
He is.
He's like, what's the quote from Mean Girls?
You've lost me already.
Yep.
You're just a life ruiner. You ruin people's lives.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think he's quite anti-fun. Like, old Yorick was like what you would consider an anti-fun champion.
He's the Nunu of the support class, where you're having a great time, but everyone else just hates life.
Oh, I think that Nunu is the Nunu of the support class.
I was about to say exactly that. I'm glad you got in before me. I was like, Nunu is a support.
Yeah.
He's just stuck in another role right now.
He's been trying to work his way back. But
I feel like he has a very different identity in support than jungle. Like jungle, he just rocks up and he takes everything away from you. In support, he's like, and I'm not really helping, but...
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He doesn't really do much.
He's like Janna. Tom Kench is like Janna.
I think Janna.
His job's just to sit back and protect.
But Janna shouldn't just do that. Like, there's so many Jannas who would just stand behind the ADC and, like, read an article at the same time, like, watch YouTube, and then occasionally just hit the shield button in their ADC. But there are so many Jannas who do that in solo queue.
This is a charge waiting to happen.
Oh, boy.
They saw him. The lens, you can see the lens.
Yeah, they pinged him. They pinged him like 7 times. They know.
Karen just casually walked past as if it didn't spot him.
Well, he did have...
he actually just kept going.
Cat sitting in the wings, so maybe he was trying to fake him out knowing that he had the dark passage available.
Yeah, I was just trying to decipher what the actual meaning was there from Karen. He's like, there's 2 here. I'm just going to act like there's not 2 here.
Yep.
We'll see what they do.
That's fine. Just keep my head down. It's all good. Take my blue buff. Shirko will see him. Back off. It's all good.
This is a play I've been waiting to happen. In fact, Lies feels like he can sense it incoming, uses his ultimate to clear the wave before the dive is even attempted.
Yeah.
The question past using the equalizer to clear a wave is, will he teleport back to lane? Given that he's just freaked himself out. Now that he's fully reset, he should be able to walk, which is the correct way to play that, because teleporting without knowing where they are risks dying. And he's obviously very afraid.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no vision up there because he has no wards.
So
There's a control ward.
SMLZ's items, for the record.
Went for the Ghost Blade.
Just completed
What
a full
patch is
Ghost Blade.
this?
Didn't go for boots, didn't go boots of swiftness like your average Jin would do.
He gives you movement speed.
He just went straight Ghost Blade, and the active is his boots of swiftness.
Yeah.
He's never really been on the standard Jin build. You know, he goes for more of the fringe. Not that it's super fringe. Ghostblade's still in a fine place so far. Again, we talked about the flexibility of Jin's itemization and why he is pretty strong right now on 7-12.
Yeah, but frankly, when you look at what is the best itemization choice right now, usually you'd be looking at the Infinity Edge with the 2 Zeal items, your Rapid Fire and your Static Shiv. Jin can build all of those successfully, but if you go for a Ghost Blade, I don't know if that's all that worth it because you won't have a 4th item last Whisper. You're banking on them not building armor, and I can already look at Lies and say that's at least 1 armor item and probably a few Ninja Tabis to be seen.
But the counterpoint, Rusty, is that he is turned on now. Like, he has lots of damage now.
And it also helps with the adjustments to Jin in terms of his base damage.
Oh, that
on
was
his
a flash.
ultimate.
Flash, Flay, Catch just going in. 5. He's got the flashes out of the way of the hook. But
Oh,
in comes
wow.
Karen. Knock back onto 5. They should be able to get this Tam Ken, surely. But he's got the extra healing coming out, and he just won't die.
Great champion.
That was not just a great champion, that was played excellently by OMG. Icon's also on his way down. I'm going to try and defuse the tower take from Dan as they've made the first play.
Opening up the curtain core, Icon hops over the wall as well. In comes Xiang, but he's actually just backing away. Teleport coming down as well from Dan. He'll complete this one from Lies. And everybody's in the bottom lane. It's a party.
Lies has Equalizer.
Yeah, that's the scary
Okay.
thing is that Rumble's ultimate is still available and it's going to do so much more from a distance, be able to zone off this tower versus someone like Xiang who has to engage and they don't have the health bars to follow up.
Yeah, Tom Kench still has his ultimate so he can bring 1 person back to the bottom lane. And Dan, they haven't really decided if they were committing or not to this, and they only keep Choo Choo and Cat down here. No, they've kept Lies, which indicates they should be pushing for it.
They're trying to die for this. OMG need to hang around to protect SMLZ.
Dan are crazy. They'll come at you. Cat will hook you.
No, you don't understand, guys. These guys are nuts.
This was like a giant battle of baits. You know, Dan, they hid in the bush. They said, okay, I'm recalling. It's fine. We won't push. And then they cancelled it and said, okay, we'll push. And to check if OMG had recalled or not, they waited 10 seconds. And this continues to happen. Now, Choo Choo and Cat reveal themselves again. Lies is still here, but Xiang's long gone. And they're sieging
to the mid lane, and Dango's going for first blood. That was pretty anticlimactic considering we just had a big kerfuffle in the bottom lane.
But it's just forcing a play. You know, the fact that OMG aren't baiting into what Dan want to try to set. They stick around. They're trying to catch out SMLZ. They want to commit to the tower, so OMG commit to the mid lane.
And meanwhile, with a Rift Herald in the mid lane, Rumble's not going to be the best at clearing this.
Well, here comes Harold. And Harold has taken the tower.
And so overall, even though that was tempo and proactive play set
show
by
him.
Dan Gaming, it's OMG that get the advantage.
In every lane except bottom as well, which is where the massive advantage still comes across. You pressure top, you get mid lane. SMLZ, he still farmed the wave, he didn't die for it, and he's getting that extra gold from these other turrets. The biggest win for Dan was the 1 turret, as Abyssal Voyage with Elise, pretty hard to get out of if you go. Even with summoners up. There's only so far you can juke before you hit a wall.
Yeah, there was too many skill shots. He dodged a cocoon, but if you fire skill shots at all 3 choices he can make, then something's going to hit. So, well played to OMG. They opened up the mid lane. Ultimately, the mid tower is more important. The first tower did go over to Dan Gaming, so it helped them a tad. But over in the just the gold totals, like OMG is still ahead by 700 gold.
And again, to quickly touch on itemization, so Choo Choo does go the Infinity Edge more the traditional route. The one thing that I do like about Ghostblade Jin, I'm never going to get to talk about
because
this.
we're just going to go in. I mean, he's not going to get anything from it.
The base damages were increased on Jin's ultimate, which means that earlier on, because it's the power spike now, his ultimate's actually much stronger than it would be if he went the other direction.
The single lethality item with the higher base damage.
Exactly. So now he can go into Eye Edge second, and he's still going to be that late game Jin potential, but have the ability to be online right now.
Yep. Mind you, we discussed the potential downside to it, but that really comes down to what Dan want to build.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's no Galio in this game, so the probability of armor stacking is a lot less than your average.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have, like, what? A Zhonya's from top lane. Karen's maybe going to get tanky, and that's kind of it. But we're going for an engage in top lane. Equalizer goes down. Barrel hits 5. And Lies is putting down the damage, but here comes the wall from Icon. He's trapped in Cat, and Cat is in the box. Cat did not want to be in the box.
Welcome to the jungle. Unfortunately for Cat, as they were trying to make the play, but they can't kill SMLZ in 5. Tahm Kench doesn't even tank Caitlyn's ultimate, just makes SMLZ deal with it, and has higher priorities on making sure that he stays alive and not killing himself. Like, again, a Tahm Kench is just so hard to deal with, so oppressive to deal with when you look at the crowd control that Dan have got. It's Flash Gragas reliant.
Ooh, okay. Cocoon going wide there, but Jericho taking so much damage from Gung. He's pretty much out of fuel in the tank, is what I wanted to say. And blue buff now being contested, taken away, smited by Jericho. Uh-oh. Well, this is awkward.
Someone was left behind.
Oh, Choo-Choo. They're still chasing him down. He's alive for now.
This is working well.
Try and survive.
OMG
In
losing.
comes Cat. Everyone's behind the wall. Everyone's behind the tower in no man's land. And Dan just collapse and kill absolutely everybody. 4 kills to Dan.
And the only saving grace for OMG is that the Baron's still not available for 4 minutes.
I just don't understand why OMG did that. They are 15 minutes in the game. The death time is that barely existed in situations like this. Everyone's coming back to fight, and you just fought over a blue buff.
To
what
be
was
fair,
your goals?
look at this excellent bait. This guy is high in fiber. He's
Didn't
looking
know
delicious.
he was baiting. Didn't even realize he was a bait until he's like, holy crap, I'm alive.
All right, look, Dan don't know what they're doing most of the time, but it still works. And, oh, Pinata. I found an SMLZ too.
I believe the point here is that OMG didn't know why they were diving. They just saw somebody and said, this is a great idea.
Like I said,
It
high in
wasn't.
fiber, delicious looking.
Dumb.
Wait.
Choo-choo.
On
the tower.
Got it. I was like, muesli bar? Like,
he was.
They choo-chooed him.
Oh, I get it now.
Oh, thank you.
So we're 17 minutes in. There was no Baron. Otherwise, you know that Dan would have taken it. They're probably going to take it anyway, regardless of the vision setup.
That was literally one of those moments where OMG lost the fight. They immediately checked the clock. It's like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately for them, the reset is entirely capable. By being able to come back to top lane, lane assignments is still good with Xiang bottom.
Yeah.
And Xiang still has teleport. So ultimately, it was just 4 kills from an overreach of OMG that can just account for only a small gold value coming back to Dan and a reset, basically, of the map.
And the unfortunate thing is that none of the kill gold went to Choo-Choo's pocket. Naturally, he was the guy who was unfortunately left out on the island, but that means that Caitlyn's still relatively static in where her build is. She didn't get to snowball ahead or leapfrog anywhere.
Well, it's not static because she doesn't have the shift yet.
Got it.
Yeah.
The Choo-Choo was better.
Yeah, it definitely was. Like, the bar has been set so high now, it's like, it's so difficult to catch up. What's happening right now? Top lane is still being sieged. They should be able to pick up this tower. OMG.
Yeah, there's no static shifts, though.
There's no reason for, Rusty says there's no static shiv. The wave clear's wrong, or not wrong, poor. And then there's no reason to play around bottom side of the map because Cloud Dragon's not there. So we're just going to sit up here, hang out. There's no Rift Herald.
Dan's response, though, is to play around vision specifically to either say that we have people here, you can't see them, even if it's only Cat and Choo-Choo in the lane. And this time around, they bring up Goon, and they say, okay, we're going to pressure for the one wave where OMG make the play. And now that it's completely reset, we've pushed Icon back to mid. He's got his blue buff up in 20 seconds. In fact, the opportunity now for Dan to even either make a play or counter a play is going to be there. They know that Talia can't be here.
Still haven't taken the tower, though. Dan is still holding on to it. This time, Karen's also waiting around the outside.
Don't worry, Pulse.
What?
You only have a minute 12 to wait before
Oh,
something
heck yeah.
will happen.
I can't wait. That's why Dan have 3 people top side. And they're sending Goong up here as well.
They're getting so unlucky, Dan, as well in their movements. Karen here's good, but if they waited 3 seconds to show Karen, Jericho would be in base. He was recalling. That's happened so much this game.
Well.
Huh?
They drag him in, and Fire's taking a lot of damage this time. Focus on Tahm Kench is the best strategy, and it was big damage out from Goong. Someone's going to get trapped on the other side of the wall, and it is Cat, but he's got the vision.
Icon is the wave clear, though, so realistically, they should be able to clear another wave, but the pressure, the damage out of Dan's very high.
Yeah, and the damage that chipped away at OMG's health bars, they're going to have to reset. They need to stagger their backs, because not only will it be the tower, but again, that Baron, 20 seconds.
Top tower's down as well. Dan get it, and they somehow take the lead in this game.
I would actually say that Lies needs to be there if they're going to look at an aggressive Baron this early, because he's got the Leandra. He's able to shred it. Jace and Caitlyn have good damage.
Whoa! Cat out from nowhere. The flash in from Icon gets him out of that predicament.
Don't know why he's there, but he was there.
I feel like Icon's saying the same thing. Why is he here?
He definitely just like flashed off screen. It's just like suddenly cat. Suddenly just cat on your face.
They're just moving from top to bottom though with, trying to clear vision, control vision. There was none from OMG. So quite simply they find an opportunity. The question for me is why was Icon there to be caught in the first place when his team is backing and all of Dan are missing?
Greedy.
You know what's just been pinged? And the assist pings coming in from Dan. Baron.
He's the #1 priority.
What the?
The spectator's like, what was that?
Yeah.
But he just...
I didn't even know that you could ult that like short range.
That was literally the double take with the camera.
Hang on.
Amazing. Well, that's a big ultimate down for Xiang. Looks like OMG's going to take this next dragon anyway.
It's okay, guys. We got dragon control.
Oh.
These spectators are actually my favorite because they notably have personality.
Yep. Best observers.
I love when they zoom in really intently on things.
Yeah.
Oh, another hook.
Whoa,
We're going on a journey.
Let's go, Cat. Finds the flame and the hook. Icon, auto damage coming in, and Karen just lands a massive ultimate. 5 trapped in the box. And Cat is going to drag him back in once more. SMLZ turns the corner, but he just receives lots of damage in from Karen. Teleport out from Lies, and you know what we're going for, boys.
Yeah, health bars are down. The jungler's still alive, so there is still an option there for OMG, but they fell down in tempo and jungle. It's level 10 Smite versus level 11 on Karen.
They just keep getting picked off, and it's the Thresh. They've given Cat Thresh, and suddenly Dan, they're inside the pit. No doubt they're not actually hitting it. There we go.
Oh, it's actually the bait, and SMLZ goes down. Headshot immediately destroys him, and Xiang is the only one left alive around this area. 5 respawns from base. And now Dan just go for the Baron.
Like a broken record. I wonder how that happened. Cat hit a hook.
Oh boy.
But the good old bait and switch, they didn't immediately start it. They hid in the corner, looked for the long-range ultimate from Lies, and this guy's showing up. He's on his signature rumble pick, but showcasing why, backs to the wall, they put him in game 2.
And it will be going down. Karen gets the smite. They all go back to base, and this time, every single member of Dan has Baron, and they've taken a significant gold lead. 4,000 gold ahead of OMG right now. And they may be crazy, but they're like the good type of crazy. Like, they're also smart as well.
They're mad scientists.
Yep.
They have designed this awesome thing that probably shouldn't exist in the first place. And a lot of this, the major recipe for success has been Cat on the Thresh. He has been outstanding, hitting the priority targets, and not just hitting them, but even when 5 seems to be saving them now, he's going on that magical journey, throwing down the lantern and catching them out with the flay afterwards. He knows the ins and outs of this matchup. It is the standard into Thresh, and he's got it down pat.
And we talk about Cat all the time, but we mentioned it a little bit when we were setting up our story meeting for this game, how he's just like the power thirst of supports. Like this guy, no chill. He's flying out of bushes. He's always in your face. You never know if there's a whole team behind him because he'll bait you with the lantern.
Yep.
He is the most aggressive support player I've ever seen in the LPL.
I think he's just the most aggressive support player I've ever seen. I think it's also a statement I can say. Mid towers is going to collapse. Karen, he wants in.
The Jace is too fed now that the carries have to respect him endlessly. Icon has to step up to clear waves, and then there's a Thresh to hook him, so he can't. And everything kills them.
Well, Jirko is dropping very low, and he's just gonna die instantly as Lice will finish him off as he comes back down. Mid tower falls, second mid tower in fact. And this wave is starting to dissipate, but there's still a couple of minions here, and Dan up. Whoa, SMLZ almost instantly died.
Oh, nice
wall
wall
comes up from Icon, splits up Dan, but they need to do something right now. Cat is still alive. He should finally fall to Xiang. Surely he should die, but he's still alive. Pinned down by SMLZ, but there's no Deathfire touch anymore. Someone needs to block this. 5 is the hero he needed, but 5 is getting chased down. So many slows. He dies at the hands of Lies as well, and somehow all of Dan is still alive.
They have just completely bodied OMG. It's a free inhibitor. They go back to base, and there is no response coming out of the OMG roster. They have just been bopped.
And this is the thing. We didn't want Dan Gaming to change anything. Just play the exact same style, hit reset. And this is the nature of their play style and their true strength. It's that they can just go from game 1, get absolutely blasted, to game 2, now bodying OMG.
This is just insane. We're 24 minutes in, and there's, what, a 7,000 gold lead now to Dan, and Inhib's just gone down in mid lane. Everyone just went back to base. Choo Choo's is working his way towards 3 items. Everyone's at power spikes, and OMG are mostly at like an item and a half across the entire team. So Dan Gaming are just in such a good position. I mean, maybe we just counted them out too early because we could be going to a game 3 here.
And we can really, after this game, if Dan do manage to take this one, which is where expectations lie, especially having the Baron right now, is how much of it is Dan doing something different and how much of it is OMG just disrespecting it after being a game up. Because this is a very well-played game from Dan, but at the same time, OMG have not been playing this out as perfectly as they can. I think at this stage, it is too late, though.
And they also gave Dan Gaming all of their comfort picks. You know, Wise is on his Rumble. You gave Cat Thresh, Goon, small champion pool. It's either pretty much Talia, Ari, or Jace.
Yeah.
And Choo Choo gets his Cat.
All right, well.
Just live in the fountain, I think.
Yep.
Safer
Just never
there.
come back. And here's the siege as well. You said it in Champions League, Rusty, but it's so difficult for OMG to do anything. Cat throws out a hook, doesn't quite land. Wall buys a bit of time. They were hoping to catch someone inside it.
Buys them one wave. And also note that with the current Caitlyn build, if you step on a trap and she has Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon there, it hits everybody.
Everyone loses. Choo Choo takes out the tower. They're onto another inhibitor. This is 26 minutes in.
It feels like we're 40 minutes in with how much damage Dan are doing. OMG just at their whim.
And the only win condition for OMG at this point is in SMLZ's late game potential, if they can even get him there with 2 inhibs down.
That's not a good sign. Like, I don't want to be hearing that right now.
That's
Have a Caitlyn on the other side.
He built for early game.
Yeah. If that's the one hope, then Dan are smiling.
Well, Cat is.
Well, Cat's always smiling, but 15 seconds left on this dragon, and it's an Infernal. OMG probably feeling a little bit cheated. 2 dragons, and Icon is struggling right now. He is definitely struggling against these Krugs. Anywho.
Hanging out.
Yep, Dan.
Just hanging out.
Just chilling in the pit. 4,000 Baron power play.
Things just went from 100 or 0 to 100 real quick.
Definitely did.
Knowing Dan, it usually goes from 100 to 1,000.
Yeah.
They just don't have that 0 option.
There's no off.
There is no off. No, there is no off
low,
switch.
medium, or high.
It's like, no, there's definitely no low. Like, where is the low? It's like medium or high.
Laning phase.
They're like everything that I wanted game talents to be.
That's true, yeah.
Well, it's almost like having 4 Gimgoons, though.
It's like if, if we took Vici Gaming
And then Lies.
Yeah.
and then we took game talents and we smashed them into one team, we got Dan.
Where does the Vici come in?
Because they are relatively intelligent. Like, they just play clean, fundamental League of Legends. Like, once they... Because they're fighting over vision. They're not just baiting you into the Baron just to fight you over Baron. It's they're denying you the vision, contesting over the wards.
Yeah.
And that's a rather sophisticated maneuver for an LPL team, especially one just promoted from the LSPL.
I'd almost say that Dan are like OMG plus game talents, though. Not so much Vici. Because, like, whilst Vici were intelligent, they were too slow about their intelligence. And they weren't always fighting for the vision, it was fighting for the, like, 1%er.
Yeah, but they get that from the game talent side, the fast part, right?
That comes from their father's side.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I can see it. It's either OMG or Vici with the other parent, but we don't know which. But regardless, Dan are an amazing team.
They're engaging.
No, well, Xiang's engaging. And this one's he's trying to put down the damage, but here comes the equalizer, and he is very much trapped. Icon goes down. Asmelzy, I don't even know where he is right now. Oh, he's in the middle of the enemy team. He's about to go down. No one is dead yet from Dan Gaming, and they've just slain 3 members of OMG.
That's pretty much just going to be game, I believe. They disregard top lane, they bring the minions in, and corral from mid and bottom. That should just be it.
Dan Gaming just going right onto the Nexus turret, 29 minutes in. And we haven't even been 30 minutes into this one, and with 13 kills, an Infernal Dragon, and the classic 20-minute Baron. Dan Gaming move on to the Nexus, and we'll take it down. We're going to a game 3.
But that's 2 games back-to-back that swung wildly in either direction. You know, this is OMG stomping Dan in game number 1, and then Dan Gaming destroying them in game number 2. And I actually think Dan's victory looked better.
I think it did. I mean, it was literally, we take Baron, and then we take everything, and then we take the Nexus. There was no downtime. It was just all winning.
There's also the how do we lose a game type of thing here for OMG, where they try and still play the game slow, but when Dan lose, they fight you. So whilst I think it definitely did look very impressive here for Dan with how they took apart OMG, OMG's response was only towards the very end when it was too late to fight.
And you would expect with this that coming into Game 3, OMG probably aren't going to build the same composition. They're probably going to go back to playing very hard, very fast, very 5v5 oriented. Probably a lot more priority on the Jarvan again, so I don't expect that they're going to try to stretch their legs in Game 3.
Yeah, just go back to basics, go back to what they did in Game 1, because it's like, if OMG did pick up Game 2 here, it'd be like, damn, OMG are the real deal, like, they're able to beat them in 2 different ways, fantastic, but they tried it and it just did not pan out.
A lot of this for me was, you can actually see it on the damage screen with Xiang's monumental difference between games 1 and 2, where he was taking apart his opponent.
Yeah.
Very convincing laning phase, started to snowball, and in this game, he barely existed. All he did was he ulted. One time, he ulted on the spot.
Yep.
And like, just wasn't what you're used to seeing from him lately.
That's true. At the same time, the whole map was collapsing though, so like he was on his island and then he couldn't really do anything. Yes, he was doing stuff, but it was like his team was also doing so much last game that he was just in bot lane, taking a tower because he had nothing else better to be doing. So it was helped by one of those things, but I do agree, like Chiang did not have the best of performances up there, and the change in top lane, it looks like Lies was better for the team.
Yeah, and showing up huge on the Rumble. I know that Cat's Thresh was leading or creating a lot of the plays, but it was Lies that was really knocking it down, you know, hitting equalizer after equalizer, flashing over the wall, chasing down with Flame Splitter, so definitely proving his worth to sub him in for Game 2 in this series.
Yeah, not actually just him either. I was very impressed with Karen in this game. The Gragas was always on point. The casks that he was hitting were actually very good. He was always at the right time throwing the casks, and sometimes when you've got certain champions on your team, as an example, the Rumble, you need to be able to time the casks where you need to be able to not knock everyone off it and save their lives. So I was actually very happy with how Karen played this game out in particular.
Yeah, Dan just very good at moving forwards, and again, they just get the 20-minute Baron, and when does it stop? Why do they keep getting away with this? Like, every single time.
I think you just go back to the pick composition. Again, they have one way that they win. They're very good at it, but there is a very clear-cut counter to it. You know that they're going to be there, so just get there first.
Or pick Thresh. I don't know where else to even start this game. From draft phase in their first rotation on red side, they had 2 picks. They went for Elise, and then they picked Jhin instead of Thresh, when ultimately you've just given Cat Thresh when you have 5 on your team who is a Thresh 1 trick. That's just one of the weirdest decisions I've ever seen. And a lot of OMG, for me, the reasons they've lost games or they've almost lost games and come back to win has been their disrespectful drafting. And they now will have to respect Cat. He's just put the fear of Thresh into them, and they might have a higher priority coming into the next game.
Yeah, it does start from draft as well, but just like playing seriously, just look for those 2-0s, because I think we have been in this situation a lot from OMG where they'll get the first win and be like, let's try something new in the second game, and then they get blasted. It's like, all right, let's go back to game 1 and win the series. But this is also a team who are going to come at you relentlessly. They're going to play the same way and just as well in every single game. Like, I don't look at almost any other team in this league outside of Dan and say, oh, this team is going to play as well as they did in game 1 or game 2. Like, I think back to IG, like, I don't know, maybe they're amazing in game 2, maybe they're worse. I literally have no idea. Whereas Dan, I know they're going to play to the same level. It's just how is their opponent going to play, and that kind of is the way you divvy up that game.
Yeah, just the promise of consistency, and that's why Dan Gaming are, you know, in the top of Group A. Are they still first or tied for first?
They got knocked off because WE and EDG started picking up wins, so
darn it.
Rest in peace. But still, Gung picks up the MVP here, 3-1 and 10.
Did a lot of work.
He definitely did.
Of course, most of the team did work here for the side of Dan. He was a big proponent of the damage dealing.
Yeah.
The Thresh hooks were starting it, Gragas and Rumble were finishing it, and the AD carry was consistent the whole time there, Choo-Choo. So ultimately, they gave the MVP to someone who seems to statistically stand out. 100% kill participation is pretty good.
I probably would have given it to Cat because he had some pretty crazy hooks in that game. And yes, there was a Tam Kench on the other team, but also Cat got his champion, and he just started so many things. Like, I think back to top lane, it was in the jungle, and he just like connects the hook and goes in anyway, and then like he just follows the Tam Kench, and everyone dives in after him. And it's just these engages time and time again that like Dan just levy and just pick up the game from.
Yeah, welcome to the post-game breakdown where we analyze MVPs that we don't want to have that always exist.
We pick our own MVP.
We do.
He was
every
our
time.
MVP. Yeah.
They never pull us, and makes me sad.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Rest in peace. It's not like we can tell them during a cast.
Goong gets his revenge. I mean, the fun kind of historic thing about Goong in this matchup is it's the Season 4 Najin White Shield versus OMG. You know, this organization did knock Goong out of Worlds, and so now if he wins here, does he get the last laugh? Takes down their undefeated run so far?
I'm going to say no because he got knocked out of Worlds.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying.
It tastes nice. I mean, he already took down like Benji,
Yeah.
like I send my regards, Easy Hoon, and then relegates them. Now this is just next on his checklist.
It's the cherry on top, right? I mean, like, you know, disrupting like the clear run right now, because they would be 6 in Jira, and the fact that they've taken out everyone, including like RNG within their own group, it would be nice just to take this one win against OMG, and plus for their own group as well. Maybe help them get past WE and EDG. We are going to take another quick break before we head to our last game of the day.
I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. To know about you, I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need an omen or sign. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it. It's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow it right better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
Welcome back to the LPL for our final game of the day here on Saturday, and it is our third day of this week. It seems like it's going past very quickly, but this series does as well because these games are very quick. Dan Gaming either lose fast or they win fast, and that last game was definitely winning very quickly. Less than half an hour on the clock, and it's demolished OMG. Definitely feel, though, that OMG made some mistakes in the drafting, and it came from that first rotation for sure, giving Cat his champion, Thresh, and also taking the Jhin right there, going for that early game build. And it's pretty much like if you fall behind from there and you've gone Ghostblade first, like it was literally halfway through that game for us when you said to me that the way that they come back into this game is late game for Jhin. And I'm like looking at Caitlyn, she's almost 3 items, and I'm like, all right, well, Dan Gaming, congratulations on the win here. We're going to game 3.
But that's just the nature of it. The fact that Dan Gaming are so infatuated with the Baron means that you're going to have these really heavy pendulum swings like this, just because the amount of gold that you can get off Baron power plays is so massive. So live fast, die young. That is Dan Gaming. Either they get it and they're about to smash you, or you stop them and then it wildly swings out of control, because they'll never back down. They're like old school LGD. They're always going to run into you.
Yeah, they love the do or die moments as well, the one big game changes, and they've decided that as early in the game as possible before the vision seems to be completely set up, the Baron is the best place to go. They can get in there early and either sneak it away from you or force you to come and deal with it. They have shown relentless propensities towards it. And OMG, whilst they're aware, whilst they're able to be there on time, it doesn't always work that way just because of how good Dan Gaming are at forcing it.
And we've already written up the blueprint, okay, from OMG. It's just like, pick composition, wait for Dan to come to you, pick some players, go objectives. Good game. All right, we got it. And just go back to that. That's all I want to see.
Yeah, but they also basically had one of those in the last game. They could have maybe made it a little bit better. I think a lot of this, again, does come down to the draft. OMG have shown time and again they are a little bit disrespectful when it comes to this. And I say a little bit, I mean a lot. They first pick Cassidans into counter matchups. And the only other team you see do that is usually going to be Sony Gaming.
That's the team that I'm
Loses
going to
a
say.
lot.
Yeah, so you don't want to be that team, OMG. You're on an undefeated streak.
But now we're at the foot of the mountain. Dan Gaming might actually take down OMG.
I think we're almost at the precipice. We're pretty close to the top, I think. One of them's going to fall down.
And it's unfortunate because this game will probably be like the last two where one team just heavily destroys the other one. But I feel like that doesn't ultimately answer who's definitively better here. Because if every single game that you play just swings like, oh, you crush this opponent, you crush this opponent, if you play 100 games, who's actually going to win the majority of them between OMG and Dan?
Yeah, and you'd have to feel it's a number close to 50, right? Like maybe 51 of games go over because it's just like crush, crush, crush.
Well, we'll see if OMG immediately adapt. Like if they go back to pick and they just sit on Baron and just grab Dan, then I would say, OMG, this is yours. You figured them out. They're a one-trick pony, and you stalled the horse.
Well, it starts from champion select, and that's where we're at right now. So Rumble, Thresh, Zach actually bans from OMG's blue side. Dan.
Caitlyn, probably.
Yeah, Caitlin's the one left open. Rakan, Elise, and Galio from Dan. What else is left open? Yeah, Caitlyn.
That's probably the biggest one, unless they have high priority on Gragas or something crazy.
Or Shen.
That's interesting. Means that they're going for a Kog'Maw, so now pressure is on. You can take the Caitlyn, and you're going to match the Kog'Maw into the late game scaling either way, or you take the Kog'Maw away and maybe bundle it up with shield comp.
But then OMG just take Caitlyn anyway, right? So.
But you could have at least taken a Lulu here if you suspect that they're going to go a hyper carry comp. You know, just deny that potential. They're not going to grab the Gragas.
For sure, the Lulu. Gragas gets picked up as almost like a pick for the Kog'Maw. They do go for it here.
There's just like first picking a Shen does kind of just really heavily indicate that this is the AD carry of choice, at least a hyper carry, whether that's a Jinx or a Twitch or something like a Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is usually the #1 way to go with this. In saying that, yet to pick their support as well with Rakan gone. They can choose Braum if they want to diffuse the Gragas and have a better team composition, or they can go down the Lulu route and just empower the Kog'Maw further. And the fact that they've got those options doesn't mean they have to pick it immediately.
They may just go for a bit more bridging power with like a bit of an early game, and that would indeed come from Lee Sin if Jericho wants it. However, they might just pick up the Lulu now before it gets taken away by Dan.
Because it would also be another weapon in Caitlyn's back pocket. So there's plenty of junglers.
This one before.
Oh no, there's plenty of junglers left.
Legitimately, this combo was how a Caitlyn Blitz beat a Kog'Maw Lulu.
Well, the thing is you know, Lulu's bases got nerfed. She's much more fragile in lane than she used to be. So it's kind of like Mako's strategy of if I see Lulu, I take Thresh.
Come on, Cat.
Thresh is banned.
Let's
so
go, Cat.
If I see Lulu, I take Blitzcrank, and I do have kill pressure here.
I just want to point out, I said Braum would be better, and I stand by that, especially given that a Blitzcrank was locked in.
Yeah.
Everything can kill the Kog'Maw or the Lulu. It's actually a very dangerous lane. Again, I said we've seen it earlier in the night. Well, we have. It was really bad for the Kog'Maw if a hook connected.
Good stuff. And they banned out Thresh, so they knew that there was another hook champion. I mean, they were probably there in the studio earlier. They saw it happen. And Lee Sin gets banned out against Jericho. He was thinking about it. So it was one or the other, either Lulu or Lee Sin going over.
This is also a composition that's moving very far away from that pick-oriented comp that we wanted OMG to run. This is much more about the late game, about the 5v5, about the scaling potential. I'd like to see Icon pick up his Ahri here just to offer a bit more of that pick. Likewise, Ahri's very self-sufficient, so they could take care of the Kog'Maw and not worry about him.
Or something like the LeBlanc as well. Just something that excels at sieging, ideally. in the middle lane, but also has that all-in threat. It can blast a particular individual person. Ari, very good at doing that. Of course, very hard to kill an Ari, but same thing applies with LeBlanc.
Rek'Sai taken away from Jericho as well. So 2 jungle bans from Dan Gaming. OMG, last ban. Let's see if it's going to be mid lane again. Jace is still open for him.
I feel like this is just going to be an easy Kha'Zix, though, for Karen.
Unless they want
the
Gragas to be the jungle. Because, again, if it's not the Kha'Zix for Karen right now and they put the Gragas top, you'd have to remember that they will pick that probably for Jericho.
Dan Gaming. Sitting on the Kled right now. I mean, what else is open for Lies? I mean, he's just going to lock in the Kled. Rumble's already taken away, so it does make sense here. Goes into the Shen. Back up to OMG, so mid lane needed.
So the reason why I wanted the Kha'Zix and for Gragas to move up into the top lane is because, again, Dan Gaming, their spirit animal is that Baron, and you just offer much more Baron control and kill threat there by having the Kha'Zix isolation damage. But now they just kind of give it away to OMG.
Oh, it's going to be Kha'Zix, yeah, for Jericho here.
And don't forget that they will be picking their mid lane champion blind. So whichever champion they prefer to go towards. It does look like a Kassadin. LeBlanc, Ari, all very good options to do a very similar thing. But picking the Kassadin leaves you open to the Jace, which has been banned. So again, that's a big indicator they'd be looking towards something like that.
An Icon ultimately does like his assassins, so it's basically any assassin in the world probably going to be picked up here, and it is Kassadin in the end.
Cassiopeia is still available, however. That's interesting.
You've never put Mijana into Kassadin? I thought that was standard.
Yeah. Instant cleared that wave at like 3 items.
Zed, Talon, also decent with Jace gone. Okay, you could do that as well.
Yeah. Syndra to Gong, alright. So that's going to be a mid lane matchup. Syndra against Kassadin. And of course, Blitzcrank for Cat.
And I think the important part about this is that he didn't go for the Cassiopeia to beat the Kassadin. He went for the Syndra to kill the Kog'Maw.
Yep.
I feel like as a higher priority for the team of Dan. So they've looked at the team compositions. They said, this is what we should have. If Blitzcrank hooks him, he has to die very quickly. And if he doesn't, then we've made a mistake because there's a Shen, Lulu that are then going to back him up.
Yeah, that's the race then. It's the burst damage from Syndra versus the absorb and defense of Shen and Lulu. So things like the Infernal Drakes will be incredibly important if the opportunity arises because he has to have kill pressure on that Kog'Maw to be relevant.
Definitely, and so much of this game really revolves around the Kog'Maw, but also about a certain ability of a champion called Blitzcrank, which might be called Rocket Grab.
Yeah, I believe it's important to note at this stage in the game as well that it's not going to be West and Megan playing the Kog'Maw Lulu. It is SNLZ in 5, so in terms of my expectations, whilst we have seen a Caitlyn and a Blitzcrank specifically body this 2v2 matchup 2 or 3 games ago, this is a whole new ballpark that they have to contend with. The mechanics coming out of both of these players in the bottom lane are significantly better.
But then it's also up to Jayco that if the Blitzcrank does get the push priority, so there's less minions in front of him, so he's able to look for those aggressive hooks and grabs, that the Kha'Zix needs to punish the pushing power of Caitlyn. So get down into that lane. Don't let your bot lane fall victim to Rocket Grab.
That's how I like it a lot more from SMLZ, because he's only ever going to get stronger and stronger. We'll have that dip off in the early game as well, and if they fall behind, there's still a way for OMG to come back into the game against Dan instead of just being like, well, I guess we are limited by our composition.
I mean, clock is really on for Dan. Yeah, they do have the Caitlyn, but you're against Kassadin Kog'Maw. That's a very, very tight time frame to get everything done.
They will pull you apart and they'll beat you with experience if you let them. But Dan Gaming, I mean, whilst there is a clock for them, I think it's fair to say that they accelerate that clock no matter what happens. The Kog'Maw might have to get fed early because the game will be over by about 30 minutes.
That's true. However, they can always power fist the clock, just in case, even if the timer goes off. So there's always a chance when you have a Blitzcrank. But definitely feel like OMG are going to be a little bit better at dodging the instrumental hooks.
Already, though, we have some very early vision placed in OMG's red side jungle, so trying to find a start means that Jayco might look for a blue buff start. Either way, they'll know exactly where he is.
Also, Thunderlords for 5 in his bottom lane, as well as Ignite, not going for Exhaust.
Yep.
He wants to win the lane. They've acknowledged that, yes, it's a tough lane if a hook hits, but if the hook hits, we're probably going to turn around and try and kill them instead.
Is it still the instance where Monarch Kog'Maw has a slightly smaller hitbox, or did they ever fix that?
I believe that was fixed a couple of years ago. He was too big for his boots.
Yep. And also it was also would have been banned in competitive. However, the one that hasn't been banned is the Gragas one. But he's playing the good skin. He's being a good guy.
Which Gragas one?
The Gragas in the Christmas one.
Ah.
Yeah.
Santa.
Yeah. Because that barrel was a little bit XD. Also, I Blitzcrank. Also not allowed in competitive.
That got fixed, but I think it's also not allowed.
Yeah.
Still.
And
Because why not?
Because why not? Still, Legion looks as a great one. Can't even see the queue. And all of these you can use in solo queue.
Do you like to pay to win the game?
Oops, you're welcome.
I Blitzcrank for you.
Most of them have been fixed though. They're pretty fast at fixing them. There was remember the Warring Kingdoms Katarina, when you could recall and you could look like you're sending out a bouncing blade, and the other person would think it's down and jump in and you just kill them. Good times.
You're a Katarina player. I don't know if anyone else remembers that.
Yeah.
In saying that, whilst we're watching a game of League of Legends Pulse, I think one big takeaway from this is the early laning phase. Karen, known as a very smart jungler, will be against Jeko, who's meant to be known as a super smart jungler himself. One cool thing about both of these guys is, where would you go? And with a Kassadin in the game, you'd say probably not around the mid lane area. He's not known for his ability to pivot and rotate compared to a Syndra. It'd be bot lane or top.
And they do both have information about where they were. We saw that Choo Choo and Cat, as always, had a big leash for Karen, so came into the lane late, indicating where Gragas started on the map. Jayco was not spotted out by wards, but because he wasn't seen by all of them, they knew that he also started blue. So they have an idea that everyone's on the opposite side of the map. It's
Yeah,
not
they're
what they do with the
identical.
space.
Actually, very identical. The difference here is that there's no Gromp at the moment for the Gragas to take. He'll have to go over to his Krugs.
Yep.
By the most flamboyant way possible.
It's all of the plans. Yeah, he's on his way to his Krugs now, and Shen is pushed up, so there's no chance a gank's going to happen there. Jacob does the same. Hits all the plants.
Actually matching each other very well.
Yep. And yeah, Jacob has a Krug camp and a Raptors camp to go to, so he's pretty happy right now.
And we discussed whether Choo Choo and Cat would be able to get the push into the lane. They've been delayed before and managed to turn things around. This time around, they are being shoved in rather hard. And that just makes everyone's life easier for SMLZ and 5. They want to keep as many minions between them and Blitzcrank as possible.
And I think a lot of this does come down to going for the Thunderlords, going for the Ignite on the Lulu, and just hard pressuring the lane. You can't play like you're afraid of a Blitzcrank, or Blitzcrank is then in his domain where he'll be able to hook you because he can walk past those minions. So you're right. Being able to pressure is good for them. It's going to help OMG a lot. And I think a big part of that is how they play the lane out from the get-go.
No hooks have landed from Cat just yet.
It's also the nice thing that if he does hook you and you prioritize taking down the cannon early, especially in the wave, it means that you have more damage in terms of your horde of creeps behind you. So like right now, even if Blitz got SMLZ in that small window, the cannon would immediately change aggro, and he'd probably feel pretty good about the trade.
Yeah. Just finding these right opportunities to find those hooks right now. Karen is... Where is he going? What are you looking for? Placing down deep vision.
They're trying to find each other a little bit. Jayco's decided for the first time this game, a jungler will look for a gank. Karen is trying to find the Kha'Zix to prevent that gank, but he's already there. And so this is curious because the Kha'Zix is recalling. If he stays, it'll be a 3v4.
And he is staying. Cat lands the hook. And he's trapped in place as well. Lots of damage coming down, and Jayco commits to this one. Cat is dropping low himself. Will need to flash out of this one, but there's a flash from SMLZ. He recognizes his situation and needs to go in. First blood over to that Cogmore. And Gung, Choo Choo, and Karen, they were thinking about backing away, but then remember their feral instincts and decide to go back in just for a second. But the disengage happens from OMG. They're happy with how this first blood went.
And Jayco's spidey sense is tingling. The fact that he doesn't go through with the back, that he stays in the brush, and then SMLZ's confidence to follow up on that first blood setup.
See, and a lot of this is from communication because the teleport of Icon is always going to be available. He knows that it's a 4v4 and he's told to stay obviously by Icon. So the intuition is correct. They catch Dan trying to make the first aggressive move of the game. I thought 5 was going to die because he still hit a trap, but not to be seen. OMG come out massive victors.
And we talk about, you know, speeding up that clock, that it's probably going to be a fast game despite our late game carries because it is Dan versus OMG. They just ramp everything so much quicker. This time around, ball's in OMG's court. SMLZ already on the board.
And Cat is running at Icon.
Ooh. Predicted.
Yeah. That was very, very close.
I mean, Gung was level 5 with heal. That would have been cool, but I'm still not sure why he was there. Looking for the...
Cat.
No one ever knows why Cat is in a place, but he is.
He's damn good at it.
Yeah. Makes it work. Choo-Choo getting chased down by SMLZ as well. That first blood going to SMLZ. Not fantastic for Dan Gaming right now. I'm really shocked that 5 didn't die.
My favorite thing about Cat, though, as we look at him on the screen, is I was trying to find some, like badass poses for some cool posters for the match of the week.
Yeah.
And it doesn't exist for Cat. He just is probably the most adorable person you've ever seen. And he does little things like he pumps his fist in the air, like, we got it, team. He looks like Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah.
I think I can.
All of the players are doing the fist right now. The same pose.
No, his isn't like the arms
No,
crossed
I know,
one.
yeah.
He's literally pumping the air.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no badass, but that's what we like about Cat. You know, everyone's trying to be a badass. Sometimes you got to be the adorable one.
He doesn't fake it. He knows exactly who he is.
Yeah. That's important.
Speak with your actions anyway.
Yeah.
On the Rift, that guy is a badass.
I think he's insane. I don't know if he is.
Yep, badass.
Yep.
You just confirmed it for me.
I agree with Rusty.
All right. Okay.
Guy's a straight baller.
All right.
Good matchup for Shen as well in the top lane with your W timing. You can get rid of the, I don't know what it's called.
Violent tendencies.
Violent tendencies.
Yep.
W.
The basically crit that comes out of Kled, very telegraphed, so you have a massive window of opportunity to just avoid it completely.
Yep. And you know timing as well, because it's not something that you activate, it just happens for Kled on a timer.
Yeah, it has like a 15 odd second, I think,
rank
window there
1,
that goes down with ranks.
Yep. You max it second. Q is always your first rank up, just because it's also wave play, even though it's a tiny little skill shot. Just means time and time again, like, Liza's never going to get the better of Xiang, so Shen is a really good pick into Kled for a long time.
Kled into the Shen, though, so very much acknowledge that it's not about the laning phase that they're concerned about. Lies will never die in the lane, it's a Shen either way.
Yeah.
You just know that both of them will survive. They'll both get through, and in team fights and skirmishes with teleports, very different purposes and goals, but they'll both achieve that.
Yeah.
Scary thing for me, though, is in the early part of the game, Shin's going to be so much more viable playing the bottom side of the map than someone like the Kled will be. As we start to see everyone start collecting down there again. In fact, Jaco's running down.
Shen gets there quicker as well.
Yep.
And given the current pressure that he has in lane, just because of how it plays out, you'd expect that Dan don't make a play unless he recalls, and then it's super obvious to OMG. You'd expect.
There's a window, though, for Dan Gaming to play bottom without OMG, because they would suspect that Icon's over getting his blue buff. But
he's getting from top.
He's on his way.
He's not just on his way, he's in. Lies is going to probably remount, but...
This is a hard flash.
Yep, he just needs to hit someone right now to get Skull back, and it's not going to be enough because Skull's not
no,
giving...
it's
Oh! Pops the ultimate, he's out of there. Did not get a lot of health back from that
You
one.
gotta love that he's screaming as he's running away, though. Almost in joy of the fact that he survives it. Lies, that is a flash, it is an ultimate, and now it's actually just a really good opportunity for OMG to look back towards that bottom lane, or make an aggressive play.
Yeah.
I so badly want a Voyboy skin for Kled. Like, see ya, nerds!
Well, no, never mind. I thought OMG would go.
SMLZ wants to get hooked here, just for the record.
Okay.
He is taunting Cat to use the rocket grab because Shen's ready to go.
Yeah, I agree with you, Frost, but there were things happening in bot lane, and if I take my eye off Cat for a second, he's going to go in.
Suddenly he's in mid lane.
Yeah.
He's flashing out of the bush.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised he just doesn't take teleport every game, if being honest. But, yeah, good stuff. All right, back to normality. Do you think that Dan Gaming are the true Kled as a random hook comes past? Because we said it was game talents, but if Dan is just like better game talents, then
They've just
are they
taken
actually
it to
Kled?
a new level, though. I mean, we talked about game talents. It was really like the power of friendship. You say one bad thing about their mid laner, and suddenly you got 4 people running out of the bushes at you. In interviews and on stage, Dan Gaming are all, you can tell that there's camaraderie.
Yeah.
That they're all very close to their friends. They talk about that a lot in interviews. And I think it reflects in their gameplay. This is truly the power of friendship team.
So they're the original QG.
Yes.
They're unicorns of love. Cat turns around, gets the hook, gets the lockdown as well, and that's a lot of damage on SMLZ. He's got the ultimate coming in for both Xiang and 5, keeps him alive.
You need more people there than just the 2v2, literally as we mentioned. Hook me if you'd like.
Yep.
Hook me onto a trap if you think that's the right idea. OMG have a plan. They're ready to go to respond.
And Choo Choo's and Karen not in a great position. Down goes Choo Choo's, and Karen almost picks a return kill onto SMLZ, but he burns his summoners. That'll be another one. OMG flatten the bottom lane. 2 kills over to them.
And now they've got everyone stacked up there. Now they are starting to reset their positions just to cover their mid and top lane bases, but this will be first tower for OMG.
You've got to say, clean as you'd like for OMG. It's just waiting for Dan to make a play. And quite simply, you pick a Blitzcrank. They already have a Shen. They know the play for OMG is a counterplay. And it's so easy to do. You just sit back, you wait. We've already acknowledged that Shen in the top lane is going to be perfectly fine in his 1v1. He's never going to get pressured out. And he's always in an opportunity to just press R. Whether it goes through or not, I don't think it matters. Just having the shield is enough. He was trying to hook the scuttle.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think.
All right, Cat. Take a look at the gold values as well,
It's
as
your
Cat
turn.
is now in mid lane.
Doesn't have hook.
He'll have it soon, though. Okay, he's on his way out.
He's literally that guy that looks out from the bushes at you like, soon.
He actually is.
You see this right hand?
I'm gonna get you. He's also level 6. He's like the most under-leveled person in the game. That's all the levels
Oh
he
my
needs.
God. If that last Q missed, I could have just bodied him. That's like
Yep.
mentally gone for the rest of the game for Goong.
Don't test me, 5. I will hook you.
Did you see the NALCS video of Jensen once he died to the 4th bullet of a Jin?
Yeah.
It cuts to his face and he visibly gets shook by it. That would have been Goong if that last Q missed. I'm not kidding. As a mid laner, like you very quickly realize when you've just been outplayed so hard you don't want to play the game anymore.
Yeah.
That's one of those things.
Well, at least he hit one.
He did. He hit one, so it doesn't matter. It's all good. Got the Thunderlords off.
Uh-oh.
Why is this everyone sat in bushes?
We're just hunting right now. The issue is that... Oh, no.
No, right into Karen. He'll flash the wall. Is there anyone there? Nope, there isn't. 5's good.
I was going to say, the issue is that OMG have done a great job of actually keeping their vision up in that
Yeah.
area, so it's a much safer zone for them to walk in. I'm not quite sure how Karen got into that one safe pocket, because there were about 20 wards in that area.
Yeah, a lot of the efforts there, and that's a mistake from 5, is he wasn't grouped with his jungler to get the vision. They were doing the Drake, and you don't need to push that far by yourself to get wards preemptively. He's still doing it.
I feel like it's the fake Lulu confidence. As a Lulu support, you just feel so powerful because you have wild growth. You're like, what are they going to do? Kill
I
me?
can 1v1 everybody.
Yeah.
But then suddenly...
And suddenly Cat. And suddenly everyone's on top of you, and that's just the instant kill onto Xiang.
What are they gonna
5
do?
didn't check
Kill
there.
me?
Why is the Shen checking?
Oh, we're
Here
going
they
in.
go.
Let's go. Liza's initiated the charge. We're going on to 5. SMLZ is locked up in this bush as well. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal. 1 goes down, 2 go down, 3 go down. A Caspian surprise, not going to kill anybody. And that's 3 kills over to Dan in the blink of an eye.
Which is a perfect read of OMG. They knew that they were rotating up top. They wanted to siege that tower. Dan Gaming just sit in the bush and let them walk into their open, waiting arms.
And I feel like Kled's a direct counter to SMLZ as a playstyle. If he blocked the ultimate, then perhaps 5 can help him, but he doesn't, and then the Kled ultimate goes on to 5. And no Lulu's going to protect you anymore. Well done from Dan Gaming. Not just to get the pick, to find the Shen as he's trying to place vision, but to keep going further. Have the confidence to use the Kled ultimate and immediately make that play.
Good response, though, for OMG would be able to pick up this Rift Herald, help them break that mid lane tower. It's not another static Shiv rush from Caitlyn, so it's a little bit easier than it would be otherwise. But never hurts.
Maybe Dan Gaming or Garen. It's not like the minus aggression from Kled, but they always are just in random bushes, and they will charge at you.
I mean, then the closest comparison would be current Fnatic. Is it? No. Yes.
I
Wrong.
do
Current
appreciate how Fnatic have matured the... It's no longer chaos style. What do they call it? Beast style? Animal style. That's what they call it.
Of course they do. What, you're saying that Dan Gaming are Fnatic?
If we're going to keep drawing comparisons to it, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if they're
They've perfected madness.
creative enough. Because something that is very unique about Fnatic on a global stage is kind of their unique pocket picks and how you have to like really specific target ban, but then they can just go back to standard and really mix it up and have a very complex layered style. Whereas I feel like Dan are kind of closer to a single gimmick. Like it's that one sucker punch, and if they hit you with it, you're going down.
Yeah, because Fnatic were always known as an organization for lots of things, and there's still things that follow the organization, like the Fnatic Death Bush, you know, like.
And SOAS.
And SOAS. Getting the SOAS, the teleport out of the bush. you know? So I feel like there's more facets to Fnatic. Whereas Dan Gaming, I don't know, we haven't seen them all yet.
I mean, to contrast that though, the LPL's version of Fnatic would be one style and to be really good at it, as long as the style is chaotic. It's the LPL version.
I just don't know if I see Fnatic as super chaotic,
They don't,
but Dan are just going in again, and Xian gets pulled in, he's silenced, he's knocked back, and we're out.
But what does this mean? They don't get the pick. The Rift Herald's up into the top lane. They're now having their mid lane siege. Like Dan Gaming, they try to commit to the play. It's the wrong play, and even if they got it, they lose so much across the map.
And I think it's a confidence play from Dan because they killed Xiang once before. They just thought that they could do it again, but without the Syndra, it's not as likely. So OMG, they survived. The Shen now has ultimate. He's now level 11. And whilst Dan get a turret for it, the opportunity for OMG to get 2 grows.
And you can understand why they want to target the Shen. It's like you said, they've already killed him before, but it's also, it opens up the ability to target the Kog'Maw, whereas if that Shen is alive, they can't do anything. Like this.
Well, Gung is in no man's land. He's going to get the knockback onto Shen. However, the taunt goes in anyway, and Icon gets another kill.
Fun fact, Lies actually was teleporting in for that. He saw Gung, he's like, can we fight this? Gung's like, no, don't fight.
Definitely, nope, not happening.
We can fight?
And now there's no teleport for the top laner of Dan Gaming, with OMG getting that pick as well. Shen, the kind of champion that has 2 types of teleport, so big advantage actually for OMG just with map control. With if they want to play a side lane, set themselves up, maybe do a 20-minute Baron there against Dan. That'd feel pretty bad if you're Dan. It's on the table.
Feels bad, Dan.
Yeah, feels Dan, man. Feels, yeah. Well, OMG are sieging mid lane now. Towers gone. 3 towers now. Top lane is also set to fall as well, so Xiang has just plonked himself up there. This tower is not dead. It's got 35 HP.
Love tap will knock it over.
The Observer was trying pretty hard. He's clicking on that pretty intently.
34 more clicks to go.
No, then it'd be at 1.
It's 35, Pulse.
35 more clicks to go.
Or just 1 Kog'Maw auto attack, I think is what they'll look towards. I like what Choo-Choo's doing though. Even though he takes the damage, he's cleared the wave in advance.
Yeah.
He's going to have to trade his health. SMLZ will make sure that he's trading his health for that. Because ultimately, they will get that mid lane turret. The question is when.
That's true. However, there is 55 seconds left until Baron Nashor.
And that's why OMG all took their backs right now. And check out their inventory. It's like 20 minutes. Baron is spawning in a single minute. Everyone grab wards. Everyone stagger your backs. Get full health. We're not letting them take this.
And last game they did a good job of it because they actually placed down like triple control wards way in advance.
Yeah, and this game's a lot easier for them as well. Having a Kassadin set up in a side lane, they should be able to push numbers advantages. Goong's playing Syndra, and so if he's ever disappeared, then he's going to have a hard time actually setting up vision with his team. Syndra's almost the biggest part of this as well. When we highlight team compositions, you need to kill SMLZ if you want to win the game. And if Syndra isn't there to kill SMLZ, then OMG win.
It's also the fact that they need to get there first, like you were saying. You know, they need to set up that pick potential to find SMLZ out of position. And so far, OMG have the advantage.
But look at Dan's vision. They aren't even looking at Baron right now. That's all around the Drake. They're actually afraid of a second Ocean Drake.
Well, to be fair, they just backed and respawned, so they've still got a lot of control wards in their inventory. I think this is just the easy objective to look for.
Gonna take this one away, or don't. Because Cat's coming in. Cat's running around. We've got the Shrine as well, so Dan are going to see it if OMG decide to go for it.
Dan have decided to kick it off instead. On vision, with the flank available. Shen has ultimate.
A little bit scary.
There they go.
Jacob over the wall is going to come down to the smite, and Jacob just straight up wins the smite battle.
Oh no, SMLZ!
Cat's coming for you, but he slowed down. The Void Ooze is good. Xiang comes in on top of SMLZ as well, kiting waves, putting on so much damage right now. One touch. Lies takes down 5 in the backline, and he's now going to rejoin the team as Karen is trying to get back to the rest of Dan Gaming. It's still just 1 kill over to Dan.
And Dan Gaming threw everything to try to kill SMLZ.
Let's go. Lies is just jumping right onto Jaco. Always picks up the kill by himself and flashes after him. Goes down into Kled, de-scald. Oh, prediction, question mark. 2 more kills over to Dan. They do trade Karen for it, though.
You have to let that subside if you're OMG. They're trying once again to do what Dan have been. Clear the wave preemptively, try and set themselves up. The rest of Dan are currently recalling if they want to brute force this turret. It's 1 hit. All it needs is the cannon. Yeah.
We got it. Okay. OMG take the mid tower off the back of that play.
But again, everything was thrown at trying to kill SMLZ. And in response, he no longer has any defensive summoners, and we're heading into a 5v5 over the Baron, you'd think. So, starts out, SMLZ is separated from 5. 5 is going to be forced to use his ultimate defensively, and Lies is going to clean up the kill either way. The flash is now going to come out of SMLZ, bam. Kog'Maw has nothing left in the tank, and again, it's Dan. You think we're going to go into a big, important team fight in probably the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Certainly are. Of course, if Lulu stands closer to SMLZ, if they don't flank themselves as a Kog'Maw and a Lulu, they group with their team, there's always going to be a better possibility for OMG. But the thing that happens with this comp is that they've got a Kog'Maw Lulu and they have a Kha'Zix that wants to stand in front of them. And then Shen to ult a target, maybe already be there. Shen wasn't there, and so he's trying to ult somebody. And then you've got Kog'Maw Lulu flanked because Kha'Zix was trying to get to the Drake, and so you've got, obviously, Icon who's never going to group with them. They're just disconnected. It's so easy for the side of Dan to recognize that and say, well, we Kled ult, we Blitzcrank run at them because they're separating themselves by composition.
And I feel like the ideal scenario would be to have that Shen ultimate on the Kassadin as opposed to on the Kog'Maw, if Kha'Zix, like you said, is in the right position.
You'd wonder if they ever get that scenario, though, with how Dan played the game out.
Yep.
They'll be forced to Shen ult, they'll be forced to Lulu ultimate, all onto SMLZ.
I just feel like at that point, in a 5v5 at least, if you're Shen ulting Kog'Maw, it's probably because there's already 4 people or 5 people collapsed onto you. You're dead either way.
I mean, arguably, you'd also use it earlier, just to deter them. If you're standing there and you put the shield on SMLZ, then he can step forward. And so situations like that, I think it comes down to how early Xiang does it.
Yeah, also depends when SMLZ finally picks up the third item, he just starts to shred through anyone coming towards him, but Dan just rush down mid and take the tower.
And they can't approach that structure at all because, again, he doesn't have flash. He has to respect the hook. He has to respect the cask. Now, they will trade tower for tower. It's an advantage to OMG still because it is inner versus outer, but Dan Gaming are starting to really flex on OMG, understanding that they're stronger.
And 23 minutes is still a pretty significant amount of time for a Kassadin's mid lane outer to be alive.
Yeah.
So he'd be okay with that for OMG overall by trading, as you mentioned, those particular turrets. And he's now bottom.
Yeah, we're going on side. Interrupts the ultimate on the charge there as Xiang trading off here as well. Dodged that with the joust, but he's now dropped and descaled. And Liza's still going at you, but okay, has to use the ultimate from Xiang just to make sure he doesn't die there.
But that's teleport as well as Stan United used bottom lane. Now, Xiang does have TP, so he can get back towards the top side, but that's why Dan Gaming have immediately come into this area.
Icon has to jet to base, thankfully, because Xiang has teleport. He can stay down there. That's a blue buff. That should be stolen. That's nice.
Two very frustrating champions when it comes to buff control. Cat and Gun coming in here. Xiang is taking away blue buff in the bottom side. But Dan is still trying to take things.
And you can see the disappointment on Icon. Oh.
He's just noticed.
Yeah.
1 level away from his big power spike, too. He's actually very fed.
He's pretty big. 401. 2.5 items.
Hello.
Me Karen in the jungle. Hello.
Goodbye.
Neither of us want this.
Yeah. All right. SMLZ will take his red buff. He's going to be greedy. He's going to take both. Just feed the Kog'Maw. Give him everything.
I mean, it's 24 minutes in the game. He has 264 CS.
Yeah, because he keeps doing this. What's his next item? Infinity Edge?
Probably.
You would expect so.
What
There is a
else would it be?
chance he
Maybe
goes for a
GA.
QSS, though. Because against the Blitzcrank,
Imperial.
QSS flashes your way out.
GA is a chance. It's Infinity Edge.
And look at those wards. Even SMLZ.
You know if
picked one.
SMLZ is buying wards, it's business time,
serious.
yeah. That guy doesn't do anything but buy items and carry.
Yep.
That's not a carry
7
item.
control wards.
I can't fire a ward.
That's.
He's about to try.
We'll give it a shot. You know, nowadays, people are so spoiled. It's just like, I don't want to buy a ward, but it's 75 gold. Back in my day, if you wanted a pink ward, that's going to cost you an arm and a leg. If you want a normal ward, that's 75 gold by itself. You're so spoiled.
They were also invisible, though.
Yeah, they were.
That was nice.
But I'm just saying a normal ward that you could pick up was 75 gold. Now you can get a control ward for 75.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We're on the wrong side, boys.
Well, I've seen this one before.
They don't know. They're not moving.
Why does this keep happening?
There we go. All right, they got it. They do this quite slowly, to be fair. I don't know if Dan can actually get away with that.
And that is actually something nice about having the Kog'Maw, is that it's so much easier to check the Baron Pit safely, just because you can check it with your ultimate.
Yeah, that's true. When it gets to level 16 as well, have even longer range on that one.
You can check that from your Nexus.
Also,
Yeah,
I like what
incredible.
Icon and Jericho are doing. They're zoning away the massive party that is there. Of course, they might take some damage and have to back away now, but Kled's the only threat. He wanted to be on a flank when he was actually just going to become a frontliner.
Yeah.
Just because of how OMG played that one out. So really good positioning on the map, but now at risk of being pushed down mid lane, straight back to the Baron pit from the control that Dan still have.
And I feel like the smart play is just to call their bluff again. Continue to push up mid lane, force Dan Gaming to come out of their hole, to come out of hiding.
Well, this is the bluff play. And some LZs say, doesn't matter if you're doing it. We're doing a Mountain Drake. And guess what? Dan are doing it. They're always doing it. They're teleporting. They're 5-man committed.
And they don't have the blue trinket because they used it last time. So Kog'Maw not in position to check just yet.
Down to 3k. It looks like Dana just goes straight up, commit
Hello?
this one. Karen just
Hello?
took it
Oh,
over
he
the
got
wall. Steal from Jericho. Now the fight will follow after this one. Jericho goes down, but
Awesome
Xiang,
LZ.
he's still alive somehow. And Icon is ripping up the backline. Finds 2 kills there, and the rest of the team running away. Phil flashes into the wall. Lies goes down. Karen has to try and take the blast plant to victory, but Xiang has not even been scratched. And that fight, complete whitewash for OMG.
And that's it. The dream is dead here. SMLZ just shredded through them. You saw the Gragas cast come over early, trying to predict that Kha'Zix would be there. Whiffs, hits nothing, and a drive-by steal.
How do you like them apples, says Jericho. Steals the Baron away. Ultimately, even if the Baron was not stolen, it was still going to be a 4-man wipe for the side of OMG, and they have straight up just decided they're ending the game.
I mean, they are very healthy right now. They can make this one happen. Choo-Choo isn't even alive right yet. Cat comes up, but he finds a minion,
They've
not a
done it.
champion. They're on to the Nexus. Need to focus this one down. British Refuge comes out. There is no chance that Dan could salvage this one. 2-1. OMG, take the series.
Woo! 29-minute victory. We said it was going to be quick, all under 32 minutes.
Only one of them over 30, I believe, and it was barely. Very explosive set, but it's better to see OMG, particularly for the Rift Rivals representatives, bounce back harder in game number 3. Change up their strategy for, honestly, the 3rd time in 3 games, and execute on this one incredibly well.
And really back to basics for them. Locking in, high priority on the Kog'Maw, first pick into the Shin, knowing exactly what they wanted. They didn't care what Dan Gaming got because they knew what their strategy was going to be.
They've always been known as a best-of team as well, OMG. They say it themselves. The later a set goes, the better they become. So getting a Game 3 OMG is always going to be a pleasure to watch.
Hope that Icon's feeling better in time for Rift Rivals because this will be the last time that we see OMG before they go international.
Yeah. And I mean, they had a great game, and I mean, in the end, they took the win, so we're still feeling happy about that one. So maybe that'll speed up his recovery, getting a win over Dan Gaming here. And the undefeated streak continues. They haven't dropped a single series to this point, 6-0.
And they've done a great job incorporating their new jungler. Jieko's been with them, you know, only a few series for, I think, what, 3 weeks now?
Yeah.
And World 6 made such a name for himself and such a splash in Spring Split. A lot of us were very confused why they would change up what seemed to be the winning combination for them with Jaco, but he's fit right in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the kind of set for me after watching OMG take apart Dan that just gets me excited for W and EDG when OMG play against them. Funnily enough, they'll be teammates in a week from now.
Yeah.
But after that, mortal enemies.
But it does make me excited for OMG because when they play well and they don't disrespect their opponents, like they are a real force to be reckoned with, and I really think they'll just take it to those international teams.
Even when they do disrespect them, though, Icon, I mean, we call him the Hitman because he just came into the LPL from day one and he was taking names.
Yeah.
And he's just gone through the checklist, you know, still looking for the elusive rookie, but one day, and now very soon, he's going to get a shot at Faker. And Icon is not the type of player that's going to back down from that. He will go toe-to-toe on the assassin.
Oh yeah, if there's any player in the LPL that you could say has a death note, it's definitely Icon. He definitely just writes down some notes. The only one that alluded to him was definitely Rookie, got his name wrong on that one, but still, everyone else he's pretty much just killed.
He's just got that swagger about him, and he's great to watch. And I think you're right. Like, disrespect, maybe Icon is one of the only people I'll excuse for having it. It's a confidence thing, and I think that's necessary.
Yeah.
But the whole team, the draft, it wasn't disrespectful in Game 3. They played it out, a very normal, well-executed game of League of Legends. SMLZ was buying control wards. I don't know what else
I
to
know.
tell you about that game. And to still win under 30 minutes, to still beat Dan at their own game under 30 minutes is very impressive.
And they still have incredible power points across the board as well. You know, 5 we're now saying is like, what, a top 2, top 3 support. Top lane might even just be the best top laner right now. Jungle, Jericho, we had some question marks, obviously, because he's replacing World 6, who came in and started demolishing enemy junglers, doing great in the jungle. Mid lane as well, Icon's Icon. And then SMLZ. Never smiles, but he always puts up fantastic performances. And this time, even what a team player, buys a control ward, good stuff. Like, it's growth from all across the board.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, honestly. The growth part of it, and I still wonder how much of it is actually growth, or it's just them now starting to ramp up, starting to play it super seriously. They've had some interesting games, interesting series, but this is the OMG that the last time we'll see them before Rift Rivals, they're the OMG we want to send to Rift Rivals.
100%. Yep.
I think it's by time that we sent a real kind of Chinese aggression team to an international event. You know, for so long it's been the EDGs who kind of have their own reserved play style around them. Team WE completely different than any other LPL team. And finally, OMG, they return to their old glory days, and they bring the same Bash Brothers style with them.
Yep, the meme is no longer a dream, and we finally get to do it. So that'll be pretty fun in next week as well. It's coming out as fast as well, you know. We have another day of LPL action coming up tomorrow, but it's just a few more days, and then it's Rift Rivals. So not a lot of turnaround for these teams. Lucky that was the last time that OMG are going to play this week, so they do have a bit of time now before now and Rift Rivals to actually start thinking about how they will approach those international squads.
And I feel like Icon's really just going to sit back. This series whet his appetite, but he's got to look at what Crown, Faker.
Yeah, opportunities,
yeah.
I believe,
Pawn.
is the way to describe that.
Opportunities.
Yeah. Opportunities. Yeah, he's going to get the MVP here as well. So, as you said, whetted his appetite, and this was a great game to have as well as the last one before he goes there. 6-0-2 on the Caston.
And it's not the first time that he's proven, and it's not going to be the last time that he's proven his Kassadin is actually a very big deal.
Yep.
He's got highlight reels going around everywhere. He is an assassin player through, and Kassadin is meta, and he's made the most of it.
Yeah, well played to them. So, also, need to talk about Dan, because they still took a game, and that second game definitely could have gone over to them. I mean, we look at them, and it's just like, all right, haven't seen anything for a bit, and then you look up, and then they're on Baron. And that just seems to happen like every single game you're against them. And if you are caught sleeping, then they will just take Baron, and then suddenly they have a massive gold lead over you. They're taking your turrets, and then it goes bad real fast because they will keep coming at you over and over again. But if you do read that, and I think by now teams are starting to realize like they're going to go Baron at 20 minutes. If it's still within the 20-minute mark, they're probably going to be on it if we don't see like 3 members on the map. So maybe teams start exploiting that, but they're not a brainless team. They actually set these up ahead of time. Like we actually see them play the map very well as well.
I just want Dan Gaming to take what they engineer around Vision, around Baron, but now move it to other parts of the map. And I think that's when they'll really kind of evolve and mature into an elite team in the LPL. Can you imagine if their Vision setup for Baron was their setup and control around an objective, like just sieging towers in general, how much more effective they would be as opposed to just looking for the 5v5s? But
for me, I agree with that, and I think that'll make them a lot better, right? But if I was a coach and I was bringing a brand new side to make them really, really good, I'd pick one objective, and then I'd work my way down from there.
Yep.
And the one objective you'd start with for every team in the LPL, just in general usually, is going to be a Baron. And the fact that they're executing this well on that one objective means that future Dan, when they can branch out, get the second, get the third, get coached into the rest of the map and rest of the game, they will be a very scary team.
And I do want to take a second to applaud Dan Gaming's coach, BSYY, behind them. He is a younger coach. I mean, we have a lot of Korean coaches that fell into the LPL, a lot of older players. He used to be a professional player, and I feel like he's in an age bracket that's much closer to his players, and that is a unique experience and as far as the LPL teams go.
Yeah.
And he's just done a phenomenal job with Dan Gaming so far. He coached them up through the LSPL. They had the highest Baron control rate in that league as well. It's carried over into the LPL, and everything he seems to touch just turns to gold.
It always depends, right, with coaches and especially people who players need to look towards. It's like if they're older, they instantly garner that respect from a team. Like you think back to successful coaches in EU, like Daylor was a big one. It's just like he just had the experience from like a poker background. Everyone looks towards him. It's like this guy knows his stuff. You
then
know?
You have someone like Prawley.
What?
He was talking about the different style of coaches.
The fact that he's younger?
Yeah.
And
he's
also
like
a player.
Daylor,
Okay,
who's like
because there was no
the
response, and I was like, all right, like, what do we mean? I got a bit confused.
the older coach, like the Comas, and it would be like I guess Daylor, who kind of fits that, father figure role.
That category.
And then you have someone like Prawley, and I think BSYY fits more closer to that ex-professional player, younger, closer to that age demographic.
and enigmas like Yamato Cannon, who are younger but sound and
Just
act
the
older.
bracket.
And just kind of confuse you, and it's just like, I should respect him, but he's my age. And it's just
But
like,
his turtleneck looks great.
Yeah, it definitely has that fashion sense. But but it just comes down to what the players respond to, right? At the end of the day, it's just like if you have a team like Dan who are very jovial and it seems like they have a good time together, you do want a coach or a manager who is kind of like on the same wavelength as them, because I don't think they would respond well to authority. But I think with someone like him standing behind them who can speak their language, you get a team like this who come out of the gate swinging and are able to take these wins.
That's the important part of not just coaching in League of Legends as well, just in general coaching, traditional sports, wherever you want it to be. You can have the best coach in the world, but if he doesn't mesh with your team, then the coach isn't going to be successful. So either you change the team or you change the coach. And in this case, I think Dan have found a coach that works with the team, which is why they're able to be so successful. And there are other examples of this, such as Snake, where I can't look at the team and say their coach was bad, but I also figure that the response from Snake was to keep the players, they're committed to the players, and change the coach to see if they can find a successful solution to the problem.
And following that, they did actually pick up a win against WE. So who knows? Maybe it was, but it's difficult to see from our perspective. Of course, we can only speculate. Though after all of that, OMG 6-0 at the very top. RNG have been separating from the pack now, so this is closer and more aligned to what we were thinking at the start of the split. Though it did take a couple of weeks to get there. The opposite side, WE 5-1, have finally gotten ahead of the pack. Dan Gaming have gotten their top place, a little bit toppled there. And EDG have still got another game to go this week, so they could come out as 4-2.
I was going to say, Invictus Gaming, yes, they're tied for second at 4-3. I personally am still surprised they're tied for second at 4-3, but EDG with games to play should be able to climb up the ranks a little bit as well.
We do have to remind everyone, though, that their only opponent this week, or excuse me, tomorrow, is RNG. So while it is interesting to see EDG that low on the standings because they do have one more game to play, it's across probably one of the toughest opponents they'll have.
It's strength of schedule as well, and it's one of the others, right? It's just like they'll be playing up against them, but it's a hard opponent before going into Rift Rivals, and it's just like that could be a good thing, so they actually get the on-stage experience against a tougher opponent versus having just like a punching bag team that's just like, great, we got to win, confidence boost, but didn't really teach us anything. So it's a mixed bag. But OMG, when I look at them in the standings, even if they come out of this 3-3, I don't say, well, they're stuck in the middle of the table. I'm like, well, they're still a top 4 team. Just need a couple more weeks against the teams which are basically gimme games.
Yeah, Sunday's exciting for me because it's a 100% like needed performance from both RNG and EDG against each other, against the best teams in each respective group before that Rift Rivals.
Yeah.
And reminder, we are on a different time tomorrow, yes? For Sunday?
Yes, because we have 2 games. We're in cross-conference, so we have 2 games.
So it's not going to start at the same time as it did today. It will be pushed back at 7.
Starting at 7, at the same time as Thursday and Friday. So remember that one. Don't just turn up at 4 because we won't be here. So wait around. If you want to listen to music, you can do that too. A lot of people like the LPL music, so you can do that as well. Any final thoughts before we close the show here?
It's EDG versus RNG. I know that our schedule's wonky tomorrow, but that is a game to show up for. OMG and Dan was super exciting, but that is the Titan matchup on Sunday.
You hear that? Turn up for my match of the week, Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a lot of people's match. It was one of the other, so it's basically our second match of the week. So we have 2 for you this week, so make sure to tune in for that. We're going to close the show here, so thank you very much to my analysts and everyone in the production crew. We're going to go home right now, so thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Now I'm standing tall. I will never fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make